What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of Sakamoto Days Chapter Review. Today we're kicking off fresh with the newest chapter, 177, Kandaka. And I just have to say, I am super excited to see this character come back into the story at the most convenient of all times, supposedly, because he couldn't have picked a better time when Sakamoto, Shin, and Heisuke all need a master to teach them and bring them back up to order level. Because if the previous encounter they got into was anything to go off of, even with Nagumo helping them, they are not ready if they're going up against Shishiba and the rest of the new order members, especially the new head of the order, who I am terrified to find out about. But let's not waste any more time, guys. Let's get right into it. So, like I mentioned previously, Kandaka did return after being in a coma for 8 years, which, I mean, again, couldn't have picked a better time to come back, but it's interesting to see that he immediately remembers where he left off. He goes, oh my god, you know, like, we were on a mission, Uzuki was hurt, I tried to save him, what's going on? And after getting him up to speed a little bit and detailing him that Uzuki is now the major threat, he's the major villain of everything, the main problem going on. Honestly, it's not even really Uzuki. I would, at this point, think that the Takamura personality is probably the biggest threat. But staying on topic, just as Nagumo does, instead of going into any of the things that happen with Sakamoto, any of the things that are really important that probably could have stopped a lot of this chapter from happening, Nagumo is focused on priorities, which is getting himself paid back by Kandaka for the 8 billion yen that he owes him for all of the hospital bills that Nagumo is now in debt for. And I love that, like, he just phrases it as, well, you know, I quit the order. Times are tough. Like, no one told you to quit the order. You know what I mean? Like, you were completely thrown into that situation. Don't act like, oh, well, you know, then now's your time to pay up. I think it's actually insane. But honestly, what's more insane to me is the way that Kandaka, after being in a coma for 8 years, supposedly has the most up-to-date smartphone and knows how to use it. To be fair, I think that's probably what's the most confusing thing to me. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I really think that this whole chapter could have been avoided pretty easily, I might add, if Nagumo would have just taken the time to explain to him that, yeah, Sakamoto retired and is fat now. Because apparently there's a hit out on Sakamoto for 1 billion yen, the same hit that's probably been out on him since the beginning of the series, that hook, line, and sinker, Kandaka decides to take on completely because he thinks it's a Taro Sakamoto impersonator or something. It's a little unclear. Which, in no time at all, Kandaka shows up to take his prey, which the fact that Kandaka is still this fast after 8 years of rust is insane. He's literally busting down buildings as he's attacking these people. It's insane. Kandaka hasn't missed a single beat. He's still a smoke demon. The way that he handles Sakamoto here, instantly, Sakamoto's like, I forgot how fast you were. The way that he just little bros both Shin and Heisuke, grabs him and goes, huh, you guys are pretty interesting. I also want to mention and just take a quick moment to discuss the fact that Shin basically has cursed speech now. Like, we have to have a full-on discussion about that. We cannot forget, because it's crazy to me. Obviously, it's not as strong, and it's more like mental telepathy curse speech. But the fact that, like, Shin can project his thought of stop to someone and it will actually stop them, even though he misses, could definitely be a huge threat going forward. But it's really no surprises that Kandaka would end up being the master that everyone needed. As soon as he woke up last chapter, I knew it was pretty cut and dry. This whole little, you know, scuffle between two characters that just can't be willing to talk it out, pure randomness. And I guess it's a great way to introduce Kandaka as someone who hasn't really lost much grit over the 8 years of taking that long nappy. You know, I guess it really does introduce us back to this speed demon of a character. And it's, you know what, it's crazy that it takes Sakamoto going back into skinny mode to actually get Kandaka to recognize him. I think that's like one of the most terrifying things, is that Sakamoto really does look that different, you know? You can't even recognize him at this point. Sakamoto had to humble him real quick, but it was pretty obvious. now that Kandaka and Sakamoto are back together and are able to understand the situation and back up to speed, without a doubt, they couldn't have picked a better person to train them to become better assassins. I mean, the former head of the order, they can't get any better than that to take on the current head of the order. Am I wrong? That's like the best possible counter they could have. Now, I hope that the leader of the order, I hope he has some kind of like crazy counter to speed. Like, instead of being super fast, he's like super slow, and because he's super slow, he rewinds time. I don't know. This isn't a supernatural manga at all, but I just want Kandaka and this new head of the order to have one of the craziest fights of all time. And you know what? I know Yuto Suzuki can give it to me. This man has given me some of the craziest moments I'll probably never forget in my entire life. So the chapter kicks off with Kandaka confirming to be our new master. Kind of. Basically, Kandaka is still kind of getting used to being out of a coma. When he hears that Sakamoto is trying to take down the entire JAA, he kind of stumbles a bit. Shin and Heisuke get really worried because they think Kandaka is about to turn on them, and Sakamoto shouldn't be very open about toppling an entire assassin organization, which honestly, I kind of agree. But yeah, Kandaka, cool guy, the GOAT, still the same chill dude from the flashback arc where he realizes the JAA has always been corrupt, especially with the head of everything, Asaki, who honestly, yeah, fuck that guy. He sucks. Kandaka admits that, hey, you know what? I can definitely help you take down the JAA, but I'm not going to be able to help train you, Sakamoto. Sakamoto, you were the best assassin in the world. You have to remember that. You were in peak condition at one point, better than all of these people that you're currently fighting. So honestly, there's really nothing more that Kandaka is going to be able to teach Sakamoto. Now, Shin, Heisuke, they're both rookies. Not really. They've been through a lot throughout the series, but still they haven't been pushed to order level. I think the exhibition arc really showed that when Shin was going up against Haruma. While Shin is tenacious, has good strength, and has honestly gained so many more powers going forward to the point that now he's basically got cursed speech. He just needs to learn how to aim it a little bit better. Shin undeniably still has growth potential. Same with Heisuke. Heisuke's bullet ricochets are awesome. He actually did really, really good against Kamihate. The truth is, while Kandaka can definitely teach Shin and Heisuke stuff, Sakamoto can't be taught anymore, and he simply just needs to lock in, to be completely honest with you. Kandaka makes this vague reference to saying you just need to fight you-know-who to get your skills back. And in that moment, Torres, the newest member of the order with lots and lots of debt. It's actually unreal how much debt this man has. He must have went to school in the United States or something. He puts a hit on Sakamoto, and like 3 or 4 assassins jump on Sakamoto very quickly, one right after the other. Obviously, Sakamoto handles all of them very quickly, and Torres shows up right afterwards, admitting that actually he wanted Sakamoto to kill all of those people because the more people that Sakamoto kills, the higher that his bounty will go, and the higher that Sakamoto's bounty will go, the closer Torres will be able to get of paying off his debt. Because the truth is, 1 billion yen is only a fraction of what Torres has racked up in his years. The one thing that I do want to mention that is very much apparent in this moment, because we go right from Sakamoto talking to Kandaka to Torres and his hitmen group jumping Sakamoto, and then suddenly Kandaka, Shin, and Heisuke are just nowhere to be seen. It's very weird, and I think it brings me to one of the most important things that I want to touch on in regards to Sakamoto Days as a whole right now. The pacing has been very, very weird, to say the least. I don't know if I'm the only person that has realized this. Yuto Suzuki, the mangaka, is wasting next to no time getting to where he needs to go in certain story beats. In the last 5 chapters, we set up all the new order members, got into a scuffle with all the new order members. Kandaka wakes up. Kandaka says he'll train some of us, and then immediately Torres jumps into the fight, and Sakamoto is now fighting against this Torres guy. So I think this all kind of started at the end of the exhibition arc, right? Where the exhibition arc was going great. It was honestly one of the best arcs of Sakamoto Days that I've seen going forward. I was bought in completely and invested. And then randomly, when it seems like we're setting up Osaragi versus Kumanomi, we killed Carolina Reaper, Shishiba was getting messed up, there were so many things that were about to happen, and then the arc kind of just ended abruptly, weirdly. There really wasn't much of a conclusion. Takamura jumped in. We had that big fight with Takamura. Uzuki stole Takamura's personality, and then the arc just kind of ended. And since then, it's felt a little weird. I'm not sure if Shonen Jump is breathing down Yuto Suzuki's neck recently, which I don't know why. The fact that Jujutsu Kaisen and My Hero Academia are about to end. Sakamoto Days is like one of the best series going on right now. Why are you rushing it? Why are you potentially holding the axe in front of this guy's face when he's about to literally be your next best running series? I'm telling you, I don't think there's anything that compares to Sakamoto Days besides Kagurabachi. Long story short, without ranting too much about it, I'm definitely still interested to see where this arc goes and what Yuto Suzuki plans to do with this moment in Sakamoto's history. Sakamoto realizes the best way to train is to fight order level members like Kandaka was telling him, and it seems like we're about to get into deep cut fight with Sakamoto and this new order member Torres. And the first thing that I really want to get into, I think Yuto Suzuki just gave up on Fat Sakamoto as a character, especially since the flashback arc. More and more, we've just had nothing but excuses to have Sakamoto in his lean and mean phase, which I'm not complaining. He definitely looks a lot cooler, but you can tell Yuto Suzuki knows, we know he looks a lot cooler. Anyway, getting into the full chapter, we get a much more in-depth explanation as to why Torres is doing what he does, because apparently he hates killing, but the only reason he does it is because it's the best paying job that you can possibly have in this world, which, I mean, makes sense. Assassin work does seem to be a pretty lucrative business. He's a gambler, and he needs to have unlimited money in order to keep playing pachinko, all the gambling games that he loves, because he's just one of those old people that loves wasting away his life in front of the slot machine, apparently. Sakamoto admits that Aoi doesn't like gambling, his wife, because gambling's for idiots, for losers. And this guy has the balls with the 9 billion yen debt to say, oh, well, gambling isn't stupid, it's the losers that are idiots. Doesn't that make you the loser, bro? You're in 9 billion yen of debt. What is going on? He claims and brushes this off by saying he's playing the long game and he's gonna win in the end. And I guess that's all that matters? You can't take it with you when you die, am I right? You can't take that big fat W though. So as the fight begins, the one thing that I have to compliment Suzuki on, as always, is the kind of roundabout and interesting ways his characters fight. Say what you will about the recent pacing, this man knows how to make a character seem deadly with the most obscure thing known to man. A sandblaster is what Torres is using as a weapon. Those kind of things that you use to make, you know, like crazy glass vases or like, you know, gravel miniature statues. The point is, by blasting the sand at high velocity and pressure, it does a lot of damage even to, you know, rocks. Apparently to street signs, because that thing deletes an entire street sign, which, holy crap. Now, the one thing I will say is Torres says he uses the sandblaster because bullets are expensive, but honestly, he should just take a page out of Sakamoto's book, because Sakamoto just uses whatever is around. The street sign, God bless its heart, RIP, being one of those things found on the ground. Torres, despite holding all the power to essentially erase Sakamoto from existence with not a trace in sight, does not want to kill Sakamoto at the very point that they're in. He still needs that bounty to raise. He needs Sakamoto to quote unquote kill more people, despite he doesn't want to. So Torres is just going to test the waters right now, make sure that Sakamoto is an investment worth making for his time. And basically, as they're fighting back and forth, Sakamoto is realizing that if he gets hit with that sandblaster full, for lack of a better pun, blast, he is going to be a goner, as he chooses to use the words of a hamburger. He ends up crashing into a train, and this man Torres is just a supervillain, let me tell you, because he takes his sandblasters and just cuts the entire bottom of the train in half. I knew that was coming, but damn, that's evil. He's gonna build up his own bounty trying to get Sakamoto done. He might as well turn himself in at the end of all of this. Sakamoto tries his best to save a child that's about to fall, keep everybody safe, but of course, that just leaves Sakamoto wide open for the supervillain to take full advantage of. And without a doubt, the supervillain slams that sandblaster right in Sakamoto's face and almost hits him with a kill shot. However, of course, Torres is pulling back because he wants Sakamoto to continue living. Sakamoto does manage to counter, pulling Torres from the train, and, you know, all of those people just turned into a roller coaster ride to the rest of their ride for work, but at least they're all safe. As they crash into the car below, Sakamoto is the first to get up, and he is just limping off. Torres even calls him out, limping away like someone that owns a loan shark debt. Like, Sakamoto is fucked up. And honestly, he admits defeat. He lost here, which is one of probably the only times Sakamoto has ever lost a fight in the series. It's very rare that that happens. So the Order members, at least the new ones that we're dealing with, are a huge cut above what we're normally with. Not that, you know, someone like Shishiba or Osaragi would be an easy time for Sakamoto either. The point that I'm trying to make is just fighting Order members isn't going to be enough, as despite what Kandaka says. Sure, I think what we get from this is Sakamoto learns a little bit from Torres, right? Torres makes a quote that says, Sakamoto is someone that waits for luck to happen. And in gambling, the person that waits to get a good hand and waits for luck to be on their side is the one that loses. It's the people that work with what they have, that get dealt a bad hand and are able to win through bluffing, are able to win through trickery, or just pushing other people out so that way they're the only ones that are able to win despite the bad hand that they were dealt. And honestly, Sakamoto has all the makings of this. It's just something that he clearly has lost over time. I mean, again, Sakamoto is the person that's using the street signs around him, or using a pen, paper, and like a sticker to fight full, you know, Kashima level threats. Not that those are huge again, but still, Sakamoto can get better. He just needs to get into a much better mindset, and hopefully this loss is what's gonna put him in that mindset. After last chapter of Sakamoto getting his butt beat, we cut back to where Shin and Heisuke are training with Kandaka, and they're already showing some pretty steady progress despite Kandaka's insane speed. The two of them fighting and being able to come up with plans, untying Kandaka's shoe. It's actually great teamwork, and it shows how far they've come. They are really trying their hardest and fighting as hard as they can to grow into order level threats. Unfortunately, therein lies the problem, and Kandaka calls that out immediately after, you know, dusting them off a little bit. But the problem is they really are giving it their all, and they still don't stand a chance against someone like Kandaka or other order level members, no matter what. And Kandaka surmises that that's most likely because despite how far they've come and the long way they've made it in training with Kandaka, we think they've reached their physical peak. This is as strong as they get. Kandaka mentions how sometimes it's just genetics. People with Shin and Heisuke's frame, no matter how hard they train, bodybuild, and grow, will never be able to reach the same physical heights as order level members. It's the same as like me trying to compete with Olympic level, you know, boxers or something like that. Like, I would stand absolutely no chance. It doesn't matter. A woman could probably beat my ass. But despite Shin feeling insulted by this, Kandaka says that's not really the way that he should be taking it. That's not the case that he's trying to make. Kandaka mentions that Shin is trying way too hard to emulate the people he knows are stronger than him. Shin is trying to be Sakamoto, but he'll never be Sakamoto. The only way Shin will be able to get stronger if he focuses on his own talents and gets stronger that way. Which, I mean, Shin does have ESP, he has clairvoyance. Kandaka literally says this. He's like, you can literally use cursed speech, basically. You can see into the future. Why aren't you using these abilities more? And I guess you could argue Shin's never really had someone to teach him how to do that, you know what I mean? The best thing for Shin to do would be to find someone that's able to help him. I mean, at first, Shin's body could never keep up with his ESP. Way back when, his ESP would always be faster than his body, and that was his main problem. Now he has the strong body that can keep up with the ESP. It's time to go back to basics and focus on that to grow. Luckily, both Nagumo, who conveniently just shows up, and Kandaka know just the perfect master for Shin to learn ESP from. And this is where they drop the bomb that literally almost 80%, if not more, decisions that the JAA, an entire organization of hundreds of assassins, make are all ran through and checked by this fortune teller person, apparently, who Nagumo mentions has a 100% success rate when it comes to predictions. Bro is never wrong at all. Now, when Shin asks why he's never heard of this before, Nagumo and Kandaka bring up a really good point, and that's that letting out the secret that this giant organization, again, only makes decisions if some random fortune teller supernatural dude says it's okay, or woman, dudette, that's pretty crazy, and I think there'd be some scrutiny coming to that. Imagine that'd be like if Google was like, yeah, we run all of our decisions off of a crystal ball. Everyone would be like, huh? Unfortunately, the only way they can actually meet this fortune teller is if they go to JAA prison, a maximum security prison specifically for assassins and the worst threats in the entire world, it seems. The reason why the fortune teller was arrested is because they started making bad predictions. And Shin rightfully calls this out and says that's kind of wonky that you would arrest someone over predicting the future incorrectly, and Nagumo would agree with him. But the main reason why they arrested him is because the fortune teller started getting all of their predictions wrong when it involved Slur and Uzuki and all of his operations, and it ended up ruining the JAA, and that's how Slur always got the jump on them. So they figured the only reason why someone that was always right before would start being wrong now is if they're working and colluding, which makes me wonder if maybe the fortune teller, since we don't see what they look like here, is one of the Al-Kamar orphans. You know, maybe Tenq, the guy with had the box on his head the whole time. No one knows what he looked like, so that'd be an easy, slip in. So in order to meet this fortune teller, both Shin and, luckily, good friend Heisuke, who tags along, have to turn themselves in for the exhibition arc and basically accept 10 years in maximum JAA prison in order to get access to the fortune teller and train and learn the best they can. Rightfully, Lou's a little upset by this because, one, that just means they lost 2 employees in the store. Sakamoto's not around, Nagumo's not around, so it's literally just Lou and Aoi running the store now. Apparently, all of these guys are just written out of the story to run the convenience store. And how convenient, Shin and Heisuke believe they're going to be able to get out, and they're doing this for a reason, right? They have to meet this fortune teller, they have to grow, and they have to learn how to do the best of their fighting styles. I mean, Heisuke has his marksmanship. He's got his thing. He was able to fight an order level member with Kamihate. Shin's the one that needs to level up now. Now, unfortunately, this won't be simple either. It's not just as, an easy, gotta find this guy in prison, meet up with him. This is the most dangerous prison in the world. Nagumo mentions that most people don't even serve their whole sentences because they die beforehand. Everyone's constantly fighting. It's a problem. So Shin and Heisuke are going to be able to get a lot of on-the-field training, which is good for them. And also, they're going to be able to meet a fortune teller who may or may not be an enemy, and this may be botched from the start. This chapter is just a humongous highlight, not to just how far they've both come since the very beginning of the story, but Shin's resolve and determination to meet the fortune teller. Like, even in this first scene, we see the prison guard yelling at the prisoners, average stuff, everyone's lined up. Shin is just stone cold, whereas Heisuke is his 2 brain cells freaking out. Heisuke is his Heisuke, but from what Nagumo told them, they basically have to go through 3 different levels of this prison. The further down they go, the more violent it gets. Who could have guessed? Conveniently enough, the fortune teller is also at the bottom. So, yep, no surprises there. We're gonna be going through every different floor of this prison, and in my opinion, Shin deserves his glow up. He deserves his time, and I hope this arc is a decent length, because with everything feeling as it did, with kind of the weird pacing we got last arc and in this kind of transitionary stage, it'll be good to kind of breathe and let some story beats happen. Sakamoto's training is, I guess, just gonna take place either alongside this arc, maybe it will happen off screen. Either way, again, I think Shin and Heisuke deserve the spotlight for a decent amount of time. Already they're getting into problems because a couple of prisoners start pressing Shin and Heisuke for the cafeteria table they're sitting at, and again, Shin is just a badass, doesn't take shit from nobody. He's like, this is a cafeteria, you don't own this table. Heisuke was happy to bitch out of the situation, but Shin just literally ignores them, tells them to go find another seat or come back when they're done. You know what? He doesn't even move an inch when they continue to antagonize him or even start touching on him and sizing him up and talking about how soft his cheeks are, but Suzuki, my man, nah. Again, Shin is a badass. He easily dispatches these two predators, we'll call them, after curse speech freezing the guard and just clocking the both of them, one in the windpipe, one just right in the face with a roundhouse kick. And I'll be honest with you, I'm liking this new Shin. He literally gets right up after beating the brakes off of them and says, you know what? You can have the table, we're done. But one thing that I like even more than Shin's new attitude is the return of one of the greatest characters of all time to ever mark the stage of Sakamoto days. As those two goons go back to go run and hide, they get their asses beat again because it's revealed ganging up on two newbies isn't really hard-boiled. Oh yeah, that's right, the GOAT is back. He literally even gets one of the coolest entrances ever, because as Shin and Heisuke are just plotting to get the guard's keys or whatever, he literally bursts through the wall with a punch and just hits Shin right in his mitt all the way across the floor. Boiled is back. He's looking like a boss. He's cut, he's clean. Apparently he's just locked up on floor 1 of the prison with everyone else. They immediately recognize each other, and Boiled, out of respect for Sakamoto, and apparently he's heard a lot about their endeavors and a lot of the rumors and everything going on has slowly transcended down to the prison. He says, you know what? That's the end of the beef. Didn't realize who I was fucking with. Let's just move on. And Shin, who is feeling very confident, really feeling himself now that he's away from Sakamoto and in this prison and has Heisuke to look cool in front of, Shin goes, yeah, okay, cool, we can call it even. After I get my lick back, and goes, curse speech freezes him, and then goes to knee him right in the face. Obviously, if you could tell by the size difference of these two people, one of these guys has been working out for who knows how long in prison. The other one has been sure getting some real life fighting experience. Boyle grabs this man, throws him through another wall, which I have to ask, does the property damage get billed to him on his way out? Does it add on to his sentence? Does no one really care at all? Because again, this is just assassin prison. They don't care, but what I do care about is not just seeing Boiled back, but it makes me excited to think about what other characters might show up. Natsuki Siba always shows up for a Shin arc. I don't know if we'll see him. We haven't seen him since JCC, but what I'm really excited for is if we're seeing Boiled, there is one side character that left the scene abruptly. We haven't seen him since, and we kind of just assumed he died. What if Apart is back? What if Apart's alive? What if he's not dead? What if he's cool? And what if he's alive and we can hang out and it's Shin, Boiled, Heisuke, and Apart, 4-man squad, maybe more side characters? Let's see where this prison arc takes us. As Shin and Boiled prepare to square up, we do actually cut back and find out exactly who the fortune teller is and what she looks like. It's revealed to be a young girl named Atari, and as she sits there smoking a cigarette, refusing to take any food or orders from the guards that just want to keep her alive, honestly, she admits out loud that there's no point because she's gonna be out of here relatively soon. And when they ask her what she means by this, she says her knight in shining armor is gonna be here to save her. I don't know about you. Obviously, a lot of people are gonna be like, it's a Shin arc. This is Shin's new girlfriend, blah, 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 blah. Shin don't got Riz like that. It makes much more sense to me that Heisuke is the knight in shining armor, okay? And you know what? Here's my reasoning for this. Heisuke has 1 to 2 brain cells, maybe if that. Makes him unpredictable. It's impossible to tell his fortune. She likes that. She likes that she can't read this man's fortune, so she loves him. Boom. Hey guys, real quick, if you want to support the channel, make sure you go down to gamersubs.gg/noop and get 10% off your nootropics and energy supplement fix, and we'll get back to the video. Sakamoto Days is honestly a pretty short chapter, sadly. Very short chapter, sadly, but I think it establishes that this prison arc is not going to be going as fast as everyone expects it to, which I'm glad to see, because that was going to be one of the biggest things for me as to if this arc was going to be enjoyable or not. Because, you know, I'm no one new to say that the most recent exhibition arc, as well as a couple other arcs before, has felt a little rushed. So I'm excited to know we're not going to jump the gun. Shin's not going to be going right to floor 2 to floor 3 right off the bat. Let's take a little bit of time for this arc to breathe, for this arc to cook, because I don't know about you, but Boiled coming back last chapter was one of the biggest things for me to ensure that I will enjoy whatever is going to be on screen. And I know there's been this narrative of Suzuki just coming after Shin for every possible way to make him look bad, but I don't know about you. I thought Shin looked pretty badass last chapter by basically not letting those goons make fun of him. He literally just dog walked them and turned the guard's head. Boiled, got a really good lick on him and picked up and threw Shin back, but we have to remember the main point of this arc is to establish that Shin is not, you know, a beast with physical stats, and he's going to be fighting hand to hand and busting down order members with his fists. Shin needs to focus on his mental training so he can grow and learn and, to the best of his ability, use what works for him. Physical stature does not work for him. And I think we see that completely with how the way Boiled treats him. Now, unfortunately, we don't get to see Boiled or Shin go all out in like a big fight because we immediately get introduced to a new character who is supposedly the warden of floor 2 of this big JAA prison. I won't lie to you, at first this warden seemed a little weird to me, but I think he's gonna be a fun mini villain for at least floor 1, and I think he might even follow us through the other floors too, because this guy seems like an absolute psychopath. His name is Joe Shackles, which, I mean, I don't know why, but it fits with his personality. Like, say what you will about Yuto Suzuki rushing things, bro is literally perfect at naming characters. He's always great. We've got heavy hitters like Club Jam and Carolina Reaper, but we also have bangers like Joe Shackles. Joe Shackles is treating Boiled, for lack of a better word, like a little child. He's literally like, oh, you know, nice place, right, Boiled? And Boiled literally submits to him. Boiled goes, oh, you know, you're right. You do keep this place running great. I love you, boss. You're so great. Let me kiss your feet. The worst part is that's not even enough for Joe Shackles. Like, he answers him right off track, doesn't miss a beat. And Joe Shackles is like, that's still too slow. I'm gonna shoot your ass right in the leg. Ow, one of the worst things that could ever happen to you. You could argue, who's more psychopathic here? Criminal assassins that killed so many people or went off the record so many times that they had to be locked in a prison, or the person that has to be just crazy enough to handle every single one of them. Shin is taking the prison idea of find the worst and biggest person and fight them and start a problem with them to heart, because as soon as he gives an ultimatum to Boiled and says, hey, you don't want me to send you down below, right? Shin's like, oh, that's the whole point we're doing this. Let's go. And he tries to finagle his way by kicking this guy in the face, thinking that he's just a pushover, right? Shin fully doubts this guy, fully underestimates him. And to be honest with you, the way that Shin was treating this entire arc, it's kind of good that he got humbled here. We have to be honest with ourselves and admit that it's really good Shin got humbled here, because he was coming kind of crazy these last couple chapters. Joe Shackles is not the man to fuck with. I'm sure you have seen this page, if you haven't already, get memed to oblivion by any Sakamoto Days creator that we've had, but Shin immediately gets a collar thrown on his neck and fucking eats the goddamn ground, because Joe Shackles says, oh, you want to kick me in the fucking face? I'm gonna make your life hell, like a real prison warden would. Shin keeps trying to fight back and he just can't. Shin throws a kick, he handcuffs his fucking leg. And I will say, again, I said it last time when we talked about Torres' crazy fucking weapon usage. It's just the way that Yuto Suzuki finds the most mundane things for people to use as weapons will never cease to amaze me or blow my mind. Because we had Torres with the sandblasters. Insane. We had the one guy, I don't remember his order, the new order member, the guitar playing guy who was able to use amps and sound. And now we've got this guy, Joe Shackles, who literally is using handcuffs as a prison warden, as a weapon, and tossing people through walls, which, by the way, for someone who loves this prison and does his best to make it a home, and it's funny how he's like, you know, I even have movie nights every week or something like that. Like, it's cute. For someone that loves this prison, bro, no one gives a fuck about these walls. This is at least the 3rd or 4th wall that has been broken. in this one prison floor alone. Joe Shackles hits Shin with one of the most embarrassing things you could ever say to someone, which is, "You are clearly mistaken. I said that if you mess with me, you get sent down below. But if that's all you've got, it hardly qualifies as messing with me." Ha! Nothing out of the ordinary today, just a peaceful day, and Shin looks so sad. Look at that face. But I will say, I think Shin's been doing pretty well besides this. I think Shin's been having a really good run besides this, and he just needed to be humbled. He flew too close to the sun. He thought he was hot shit. He's like, I roll with Sakamoto. And even Boiled hits him last chapter. He goes, you know, I mostly hear about Sakamoto, not you. But last chapter, we learned that Joe Shackles was in the Special Detachment Unit, or otherwise known as the JAA Counterterrorism Unit. Now, what is the Counterterrorism Unit? We don't know. All we really know about is the Order, and apparently this unit that Joe Shackles was in is one step below the Order as far as ranking goes. And not just that, but Joe Shackles has apparently won awards in the Assassin Underground. I still, to this day, have no idea how these guys are able to just have award shows, full-on universities, headquarters in Tokyo. The world of Sakamoto Days is such an interesting place, but the point is, with all of these accolades, it really adds to how terrifying Joe Shackles is being built up to be, right? I mean, for all the people that criticized me and said that Joe Shackles, someone that was stronger than Boiled, isn't necessarily Order level and you shouldn't assume he's Order level, I think with all of the things that we've been introduced to in regards to Joe Shackles, how he's able to easily one-shot people like Boiled, easily one-shot people like Shin, who again was at least able to fight on par with Haruma to a certain degree last arc. I think it's pretty clear if he's one step below the Order and was the strongest person in that group, I think it's fair to say that he should qualify as Order level, if not the closest thing you can be to Order level without being in the Order. Another thing that's abundantly clear in regards to the prison arc that we're getting is that the Boiled that we're meeting now is very different from the Boiled that we're meeting way back at the start of the series, because this Boiled has just become so accustomed to prison life. He's very defeated, almost, it seems like he's lost his way. And something that we even find out about later when we touch base on it is that Boiled right now, the Boiled that we're looking at, is not hard-boiled. He's not. He's forgotten his way. He's forgotten what it means to be hard-boiled, and it's up to our gang to remind him of that. Joe Shackles is another thing that we learn about him, is that he is utterly just a sadistic, crazy psychopath. The fact that he was put in to be a warden of a prison, I mean, one, makes sense. You need a psychopath to lead the other psychopaths. He has to outdo all of the other psychos in order to be the top psycho, so I think he fits the bill completely. But he's so much of an evil prick that he is more than willing to shove all of his prisoners in this frozen warehouse and have them do manual labor until they literally freeze, and just keeps the temperature as low as it possibly can be without them dying. And even if they do die, oh well, it is what it is, not my problem, which is just absolutely insane. And apparently bro's jacket is like 100,000 degrees. It must have small portable heaters built in or something, because Joe Shackles for some reason is not cold at all, but everyone else has like actual ice appearing on their bodies. Atari predicts that with everything going on in the prison, 3 lives are set to be lost, which is scary because of course it might be too obvious. We've got Shin, Heisuke, and Boiled, the 3 people that Joe Shackles wants to embarrass and torture the most, so that definitely adds some stakes to things that we see will immediately be dropped. And again, getting back into, I think, the biggest thing on display is how far Shin's ESP is coming, and how even though Shin isn't really working with Atari yet, he hasn't met this mentor that's supposed to give him what he needs to grow to the next level. The events that we're going through in the prison arc are going to level Shin up in their own way, which I think is very apparent with how he's able to figure out that his cursed speech ESP, which is what I am just calling it until they give it a name, creates some kind of domino effect in which he's able to tell one guy to stop short, and then he trips and falls into back of the other guy, and that then sends the cursed speech ESP from him to the other guy, basically creating a domino chain of stop until they knock over a bunch of shelves that literally crushes Joe Shackles. And without the Sakamoto Days crazy physiques, bro definitely would have died from that. At least I know I would have died like that. If you want to say that I'm just not built like that, they feel free. I'm just honest. Honesty is key, because Joe Shackles just immediately gets right up and is super pissed at Shin, that Shin keeps acting out, and Shin just will not bow to Joe Shackles' authority, which again is probably part of the reason why Boiled has become this person that he is now, because you've got a psychopath like Joe Shackles breaking him down at every turn. Boiled, I'm sure, started out rebellious. Boiled is that kind of guy who lives by his own way, but after who knows how long, months, maybe even a year, however long the timeline has been since the beginning of the story, Boiled has been being broken down by this madman Joe Shackles for so long. It makes sense why he's like, Heisuke, don't help him. You know, Shin, stop doing what you're doing. You guys don't understand what you're dealing with, as opposed to rising up to the occasion. And sure, if you're not strong enough now, then train, become strong enough, and find a way to win, as opposed to just being defeated. And I think that's a lesson that Boiled really needed to learn, because despite the, threats against it, and despite Joe Shackles coming at Shin with everything that he has to eventually at a certain point just try and kill Shin because he's tired of playing the torture game, he'd rather just literally take the life of rebellious evildoers from what Joe Shackles seems, because he is in the warden position, which gives him the ability to feel in the right. When realistically, he's probably the most evil person in this room right now. None of these assassins that are in prison seem half as bad as this guy, but I digress. Shin is able to keep pace with Joe Shackles easily, despite Joe Shackles throwing punches point blank, and Shin is also tied up by one arm, and yet this means absolutely nothing to him, because thanks to his future sight, something that we really haven't seen Shin use in a while, is he's able to just dodge every single bob and weave, no problem, which good for Shin. And that's part of what I mean, where Shin is, instead of relying on, as Kandaka mentioned to him, being Sakamoto, doing what you see Sakamoto do, doing what you see these order level members do, he has to do what works for him. And for once, Shin is finally using all of the different ESP facets that he has at his disposal to win this fight, which I think is what gives him the advantage that Joe Shackles would never be able to bring to the table, which again, if we are to take Boiled's words and all of the accolades that Joe Shackles has acquired to heart, that would mean that, again, if Shin isn't considered order level, he may be considered just as close as you can be to order level without being in the order. Shin's defiance actually inspires Heisuke to start throwing Shin frozen yellowtail as weapons, which is just hysterical. I mean, hey, we're in a freezer. We got to use what's at our disposal to win. I mean, that is the most Sakamoto Days thing I've heard of since we got into this prison arc. Joe Shackles is still in control of the situation, right? He's the whole warden of the floor. He has multiple handcuffs that I really don't even understand where they're all coming from at this point, because he's whipping 10, 20 of them out, no problem. They're appearing from other angles. It's literally like he's just summoning chains from like a video game character. And another question I have is, how big is this frozen warehouse? Because when Joe Shackles grabs Shin by the handcuffs and starts whipping him around, the scale is immense. Like, it literally looks like a Dragon Ball Z battle with how big this warehouse is and how long the chain is and how high shit. It's just absolutely insane to me. But more insane to me in general is the effect that Heisuke has on Boiled in this moment, because despite Boiled again trying to get Heisuke to stop, trying to get them all to stop and realize the situation that they're in, they refuse to. And this reminds Boiled what it's all about. It's all about being hard-boiled, and he can't deny that Shin, Heisuke, these guys standing up against the man, against this psychopath, is as hard-boiled as you can fucking get. And in the final moments of the short fight between Joe and Shin, of course, Joe abuses his power as much as possible by lowering the temperature to basically unbearable levels, like unbearable levels that no one should be able to fight into. The fact that Shin is literally, his body is slowing down because of how fast the freezing is hitting him, which makes it even harder for Shin to fight back. But that doesn't stop him at all. And again, acknowledging hard-boiled, real, recognizing real, as Joe Shackles goes for the final cut, admitting that he's just gonna kill Shin because he's tired of dealing with his nonsense. Who takes that final blow? But Boiled, redeeming himself in the final moments of everything and admitting that, hey, you know what? Not only have you guys surpassed me, not only have you guys inspired me to return to form, but you guys are the ones that are gonna get down to basement 2 and beat Joe Shackles. Because instead of continuing the fight, instead of turning around and squaring up with Joe Shackles himself, he acknowledges the superiority of these two characters, and in his final breath, in his final ounce of strength, Boiled rips the chains off from Shin, which, I mean, impressive for one. That's pretty impressive. But two, it shows how far Boiled has come and that he's willing to acknowledge that these characters have outgrown him, which we've already kind of known. We haven't seen Boiled since, I mean, literally chapter 13, 14. So we were hoping that our characters have surpassed him power scale wise by now. But now hearing that acknowledgement from Boiled proves that not only is Shin hard-boiled, it proves that Shin was, again, able to successfully use not just his physical stature and not just whatever he has at his disposal, not just copying Sakamoto, he was able to use his ESP to win. Because the biggest way that he wins now that Shin is set free, and he understands that the control room must be somewhat close, he says, okay, I'm going to take a chance with my ESP that I've never done before. Instead of relying on what he knows, he relies on what he knows he can do, which is use clairvoyance. And despite having no prior knowledge that this may or may not work, he tries to send his curse speech ESP through the wall to the control room to the person manning the remote, and he literally just goes, break that thing. And surprisingly, it works, which again shows that Shin isn't, I've said it multiple times by now, he's not relying on what he thinks he needs. He's relying on what he has, which is what wins him this fight. And if he tried to play this fight any other way, he most likely would have lost, which says a lot about how Shin, one, undervalues himself, but how Shin undervalues the assets he has that can ultimately make him an order level fighter if he gave them a chance, and this is the biggest proof of that. When the remote gets broken, all the lights, all the power is cut to the frozen warehouse. So Joe Shackles is completely in pitch blackness, and at first, as anyone else would, he goes, all right, well, this is neutral ground. I can't see anything, but neither can anyone else. So let's figure out what we're doing. And as Joe Shackles continues to think, continues to stress about the situation and try to pinpoint what's the best way to handle it, he hears Shin's voice, who we already know why. Shin goes from future sight to curse speech ESP to doing curse speech ESP better than he even thought he could to going all the way back to day one, reading people's thoughts and being able to tell where people are due to their thoughts. And because Joe Shackles would not shut the fuck up inside of his head, Shin delivers to Joe Shackles one of the strongest punches, one of the coolest Shin pages that I think we have gotten in so long. And this page alone makes me so happy to see that we're finally getting the Shin solo arc. Not only does he deserve it, not only is the character development greatly going to pay off, and just this fight win alone was enough to see it pay off in more ways than one, giving Shin the time to see why he himself is strong, why he himself can move on. Without help from Sakamoto, without help from anyone else. Sure, he needed Boyle to take that final hit for him. Sure, he needed Heisuke to throw him that yellowtail. At the end of the day, no one came in to help Shin when it counted. When it was just Shin and Joe Shackles on neutral ground, he was able to come on top and win. The lights kick on, and Shin is just, first of all, wearing that woolly mammoth jacket because apparently it's, again, 100,000 degrees in there. Thank God. Shin realized that too. He sits on top of Joe Shackles like he's nothing and turns Joe Shackles, this crazy psychopath, this evil motherfucker, into a whiny baby who's begging for his life, which we've seen multiple times. And it doesn't get any less satisfying to see these fucking losers that like to exert their power and control over others because probably they got bullied earlier. I know I would be bullying Joe Shackles for a name like that. But he begs to not die, not to be killed. And Shin goes, hey, I'm not going to kill you. I don't even want to kill you. First of all, Sakamoto family rules. But second of all, send me to basement floor 2. And what a great end to this short moment of the prison arc. And we're just going to be moving into the next step. And I'm very excited to see what's waiting on basement floor 2. I know Atari, who, first of all, her prediction that 3 lives were going to be lost amounts to 3 cockroaches just spontaneously dying. I guess they combusted or whatever, who knows, but super fun. Maybe someone stepped on all three, a threefer. Crazy. It's revealed that not only were those stakes bullshit, one, Atari's predictions are always 100% correct, but obviously she's on floor 3, so we still have one more floor to go through, and hopefully we'll spend a couple, maybe 5 or so chapters like we did on floor 1 on floor 2, because again, I'm enjoying the Shin highlight. I know a lot of people have been clowning on Shin since this arc has started, and I will be one of those people that will tell you, don't clown on Shin. Give Shin the clout he deserves, because I knew from chapter 1 of this arc, Shin was going to be a badass. And I think we're finally seeing that come to fruition. So in the latest chapter of Sakamoto Days, we finally break through basement floor 1 of the JAA prison, and we are able to get into basement floor 2, which is one of the most interesting settings that could have been put in a prison arc of all places, and it makes me really excited to see Yuto Suzuki is trying his damnedest to make the environments that we fight in as intriguing as possible. Not that I ever doubted him with some of the fights and choreography we've seen so far, but the idea of a desert existing inside of an underground prison with quicksand and everything, oh, sign me up. And on the way down to basement floor 2, we are introduced to not only this whole entire giant labyrinth, but we are introduced to a new buddy that is literally probably one of the coolest characters that Yuto Suzuki has introduced in a long time, and that's saying something with some of the crazy people that he's been throwing out lately. So last chapter is just a quick recap because we had a long break. We did finally beat Joe Shackles in the frozen warehouse of basement floor 1. Now, of course, Joe Shackles is not exactly order level, but he's as close to order level as you possibly can. He was in the group of assassins that directly reports underneath the order, as well as being one of the strongest assassins in that group. So for Shin to overcome him does mean a lot. And the way that he beat Joe Shackles too points towards the main reason why Shin is even here to begin with, which was the fact that he's trying to evolve his ESP, and not just evolve his ESP, but use it much more candidly in the middle of his fights. Because remember, Shin can't get any stronger physically. He has reached his peak. The only way that Shin is going to be able to level up now is by becoming his own fighter, stopping from emulating Sakamoto and turning in his new fighting style, which by attacking a guard through the wall with his cursed speech direct command and being able to turn off all the power to the frozen warehouse and then take advantage of the darkness and be able to find Joe Shackles with his anxiety and his thoughts, that's using everything you have at your disposal in a way that no one else can. In that short little scuffle, Shin and Heisuke also inspired our best friend Boiled to remember what it's all about to be hard-boiled. He finally stops taking the short end of the stick. He has been beaten down for the last year or so, however long the series has lasted since we last saw him, just getting broken by Joe Shackles and being reminded that he is a prisoner in a box. Whereas seeing how Shin and Heisuke were unbroken by Joe Shackles and everything the prison was trying to beat down into them, Boiled remembered that, you know what? He is that guy. And not only did he stand up to Joe Shackles and help Shin and Heisuke, but he actually fully convinced Joe Shackles to help bring everyone down to basement floor 2, which we love that about him. Even though Boiled is not coming with us and he is holding Joe Shackles hostage only until we get to basement floor 2 and then he's going back to basement floor 1, I feel a lot better knowing that he is not only much more confident in himself, but he is not gonna let Joe Shackles give him shit anymore. And he even tells Shin and Heisuke he's gonna be the one calling the shots on basement floor 1 now, which we love that Boiled plot development. And they drop us off in basement floor 2, which is fully packed with a monitor that resembles the sky. It's very dystopian, and there's just a large desert. It's apparently one big labyrinth. How did this come to be? Because it wasn't built this way on purpose. Apparently basement floor 2, basement floor 1 were the exact same, but the prisoners on basement floor 2 just got super bored and sick of the normal day-to-day life, so they completely restructured basement floor 2 to become a whole world in itself. Boiled even mentions that there's rumors of it being an entire city, having a movie theater, supermarket, funeral home, you name it. all just in the shape of a giant labyrinth with multiple rooms stacked on top of each other, all moved around, not making any sense, to the point that Joe Shackles even says they don't know, one, how many prisoners there are on this basement floor, nor do they know how many guards there are, which sounds like a very inefficient prison if you're asking me, but okay. I mean, if you had to choose between everyday, ordinary prison life being trapped behind, a couple bars and in a small box to Mad Max World, I guess Mad Max World would probably be a little bit more fun to spend your days. But this confirms that Basement Floor 2 is just gonna be one big free-for-all. Whereas before we had assholes like Joe Shackles that were calling the shots, we had prisons and a warden that was directing all of the prisoners. Now we just have utter chaos in this big giant landscape that can go from a desert to, I guess, being an entirely different environment in the next room over. Again, terrible for a prison, but great for training Shin and Heisuke and making them stronger. Now, as Shin and Heisuke make their way out into the desert of floor 2, a shadow is watching them from above, but forget about the shadow right now, because we have met one of the, if not the actual badassest, if that's even a word, character that Yuto Suzuki has introduced to us in a longest time. And that's saying something, because some of these characters that Yuto Suzuki keeps bringing up are just very cool. But when I tell you that Tenq, this new guy that we just got introduced to, is everything you could ever want out of a character with a bow and arrow, certified badass, despite being completely naked right now and held up by a little newspaper, I guess. He claims that he was just robbed of all of his stuff. But when they're like, oh, they took your clothes too? That's horrible. He goes, no, never had any clothes to begin with. Huh? Super weird. Even Shin and Heisuke are kind of creeped out by him. But Shin, thanks to his ESP, is able to tell that he's not lying. He doesn't have any hostility. He's a wholly genuine guy. And surprise, surprise, supposedly he's here for the exact same reason we are, trying to find the JAA fortune teller. That's convenient. Almost too convenient. So, if you haven't figured it out yet, and that name didn't immediately start ringing off bells in your head, this Tenq is that very same Tenq from Alkmaar. Again, remember, we got that list of the remaining names of orphans that we have not met yet. And Tenq is the character that had the big box over their head. We weren't able to see what they looked like, but we do know that they are connected with Slur for sure. So not only do we get that reveal that Tenq is finally showing up, one of the other orphans we've been waiting a long time to see, but this kind of solidifies the connection between not just Tenq and Atari, but Slur and Atari the fortune teller. Again, the whole reason that Atari was put in basement floor 3 of the prison was because for someone that had a 100% success rate of predicting fortunes and predicting bad things that would happen, we even see her being correct, even though it's not always in the way that you think. Currently in the prison, she was wrong every single time when it came to Slur's jobs and the major terrorism that he was causing. So they figured, all right, you know what, Atari, you are clearly biased in helping Slur because you're right in everything else and wrong with him, so we're locking you up. If Tenq is looking specifically for her, sure, maybe Slur is trying to get the fortune teller on his side, but with the context clues we already have, it's quite possible Tenq was sent to break Atari out of the prison. So remember, we did get that slight fortune of Atari mentioning that a knight in shining armor was coming to save her. And I made that funny joke about how we might all think it's Shin, but Heisuke is 2 brain cells over here. She might like him because Heisuke's too, dense to predict some kind of weird parallel. But again, all jokes aside, it makes much more sense that Atari's fortune is throwing us off. The 3 lives dying ended up being 3 cockroaches dying. What if the knight in shining armor coming to save her, we think it's Shin and Heisuke, it's Tenq this entire time? Meaning, if so, despite the fact that Tenq is super friendly now and seems like a chill guy, if we find out that he is an enemy, or he's working for Slur, even worse, if we get all the way to Atari and then find out, this could cause massive problems. But not just because he's a villain and opposed to us. The main issue that I have here is Tenq, as I've mentioned before, is insanely powerful, and maybe that's just because he got a very dope opening and introduction here, but using this bow and arrow, Tenq effortlessly dispatches this group of bandits that are trying to rob us. Like, when I say effortlessly, I mean he straight up embarrasses them. Tenq blows a humongous hole through one of them and just clean headshots the other through the eyes, not even like taking a second to aim or shoot. Man is quick scoping. Apparently his bow and arrow is literally durable enough to block an entire sword, which I shouldn't have to say it at this point because this just happens every single time a new character comes out. But Yuto Suzuki's character design is peak. The pinnacle of Shonen Jump, I feel like sometimes. The way he is able to make people come off as badasses in only the first couple of panels of appearing is insane. Now, this chapter doesn't really cover a whole lot. It introduces us to Basement Floor 2, Tenq, and then we kind of move on. So while I don't have much to say, the end of the chapter focuses primarily on those super antlion hell brothers, but Shin is able to use his ESP commands to make one of the brothers drop Tenq's weapon, which again, it does show that Shin is starting to rely even more on his ESP. So this arc is amounting to something in regards to Shin's development as a whole. Heisuke is questionably already at the level possible to attack and beat and fight an Order member. We've already seen him fight Kamihate. Shin is struggling with people just below Order, but if he keeps up this ESP, he might even become Order level. And maybe we can learn something from Tenq before betrayal occurs. While I could argue and complain that the person we're gonna be allying with in Basement Floor 2 is not a part, I'll take Tenq. He's cool. And the fact that he's essentially a ticking time bomb in regards to Shin and Heisuke finding out his allegiance definitely adds a lot of fun stakes to the prison arc. Not that it didn't have it to begin with. I'm really enjoying the prison arc because I think Shin as the leader, as the highlight of the arc, is holding up pretty well. He is doing a great job as the current main character, and I can't complain. I love seeing his interactions when Sakamoto isn't present, how he acts like somewhat of a badass, or he acts higher than thou for certain people because he knows the level that he's at. Shin is very confident, and the fact that he was able to beat Joe Shackles is awesome. And if he's able to beat a badass like Tenq at the end of this, I mean, that's all I need out of a Shin solo arc. Because I'm imagining the worst case scenario whatsoever, which is the idea that we put all of this work into reaching Basement Floor 3. Like, we put in all this effort, fight all of these villains that are probably gonna show up. We'll probably have a couple more big baddies before we get to the end. Imagine all of that amounting to nothing, because once Tenq and Atari meet up, they're like, oh, hey, actually, he's my knight in shining armor. You guys did all this work to find me? Ha, how stupid. See you later. And then Tenq dips with Atari, and Atari doesn't teach Shin shit. And wow. While I do think that all of the experience that Shin and Heisuke are gaining in this prison is invaluable and again will definitely help them reach the level they need to be to fight Order members, that would just be the biggest middle finger in our faces. So I think the most interesting thing that comes out of this chapter is just the amount of possibilities that Yuto Suzuki has set up. The fact that not only this current room we're in is a desert, but the fact that this is one big giant labyrinth and maze that can have multiple different environments of not just like different rooms, but clearly different biomes entirely. Who says we don't have an Antarctica room or like a desert tropical room? Or the point is that for an author that benefits from using his fights in crazy environments and always having some insane choreography that goes along with it, I am very interested to see not just a desert fight, but let's say we go from room to room to room and we start switching biomes mid-fight. I think the environment of Basement Floor 2 opens up a lot of possibility for fun, especially when you have a character like Tenq who is goofy, but is an insane badass with his bow and has already showed us that he knows how to style on people. I'm excited to see what he has to offer, not just for Shin and Heisuke, but for the story as a whole. Because right now, I think there's only one more Alkmaar orphan that we don't know about yet. So it seems like we're actually going to be able to spend a little bit of time with this JAA fortune teller that everyone's been talking so much about. Because this latest chapter of Sakamoto Days is mostly just focusing on Atari and apparently the adventure that she's going to be breaking out on her own to meet up with her lucky item, her destined man. the destined one that she is looking to meet with that's going to save her from prison before she dies. Which leads her towards basement floor 2, which means that may be just where we see the big climax of this arc going on in this big wasteland and lawless land Mad Max world that is basement floor 2, which honestly, even though we might not get all the way down to basement floor 3, I'm pretty happy with what we got so far with this prison arc. It's always great to see Shin have his day. But supposedly, it seems like that fortune that Atari keeps referencing, the 3 lives are going to be lost today, has not come true. She mentions that the 3 cockroaches dying was just a joke that she did, and supposedly, funnily enough, the 3 people that Tenq just killed literally a chapter ago in the desert part of basement floor 2 also don't count. The 3 people that are meant to die are her and 2 of her guards that exist. Or at least that's what she tells them, because while the other guards are asleep, this may just be the best possible plan that she has to break out right now and meet up with her soulmate, because honestly, as we'll see later into this chapter, I'm not really so sure this girl knows how to tell the future, but only time will tell. So with this information in hand that 2 of these guards are just going to drop dead if they all just stay in this room, including Atari, they decide that, hey, you know what, we will help you break out of prison, because we don't help you break out of prison. Sure, we're doing our job and we're being loyal to the JAA, and we're not gonna get branded as fugitives and or get a pay cut. Who knows what they do in the JAA in like a jail like this. I mean, I hope these people are making a lot of money to be working in this dangerous situation. But if they're just gonna die anyway, they might as well do the exact opposite of what they normally do, which I guess is fair, Atari. But the one thing that you will never be able to beat is if you really are telling the future, and these 2 people, including you, may be the people that are meant to die. Who knows how it will happen, but it's going to happen. That's what your fortune says. I've been conditioned to believe that your fate is your fate. You cannot avoid it. If a man walks down his path trying to avoid his future, he's just going to end up taking all the necessary steps to lead right to that exact fortune. But who knows, maybe this will be different than all the millions of other times fortune, fate, and the future sight has been thrown into fiction. Either way, in the select couple of instances that we've seen these guards, they really don't seem too good at their job anyway. So 1, not too hard to believe that they would be willing to slack off and just get, manipulated by this little girl, it seems like. And also 2, the JAA probably isn't losing great help, honestly, very replaceable, I imagine. Now again, when we were first introduced to basement floor 2, I was so excited to see whatever the heck basement floor 3 was going to hold, right? What kind of people are we keeping in the final floor? Because basement floor 2 being this big Mad Max setting with all of these different mazes and labyrinths and different biomes and deserts and then machinery trap invasion areas that we'll see later, like it really does seem like Yuto Suzuki was building for this big climax. And you know what? If this big climax happens here, I really won't be mad, because it seems like basement floor 3 isn't much to write home about. I mean, Atari and her guards immediately make it all the way up from 3 to 2, no problem whatsoever. I mean, I guess you could say that she's with guards, so, she doesn't really have to go through the trials and tribulations of basement floor 3. But my question is, can you just skip the floors? Like, can you just go from 3 to 1? Or do you have to go through each floor? Because that seems like a major oversight to have prisoners take over the middle floor for all the people that live on floor 3, because that would kind of suck to never be able to go home again because they lost all control of the second floor. But you know what? Maybe they live down there, and again, fuck that. That sucks. Maybe basement floor 3 is just for Atari. Crazy that you would make an entire floor for a fortune teller, but the JA hasn't really made much sense yet, so I'm not really expecting them to start now. Now, even the prison guards are immediately fearful for their lives of basement floor 2, seemingly having no real guard presence whatsoever, and it's just one big free-for-all, because even the person that we run into is like, oh, a live guard? He hasn't seen one in years, which is absolutely insane. But Atari tells them that as long as they all have their lucky items for the day, they will be fine. As we mentioned, Atari claims that her lucky item is going to be her destined one, which is why they need to get to her destined one as soon as possible. That's why they needed to just go right to basement floor 2 instead of waiting for Shin, Heisuke, and Tenq, whichever one of them is her knight in shining armor, to come down to her. she does mention that her knight in shining armor will have similar traits to her, which does point even more light towards Shin, as obviously they may both be ESP people, but I beg to differ. I really just think this is a red herring, and you'll start to see why. Because when one of the other guards is like, hey, okay, well, what's my lucky item? This woman goes, oh, it's a tiger today. Are you serious? This woman is conning these guys, right? I'm telling you, this girl cannot tell the future. She's just very, very lucky. As we'll see in this big fight that happens just coming up now, I think that's gonna be her little trick, as opposed to being able to tell what happens. And maybe that's why she's been wrong with Slur, because she's just been very on an unlucky streak after being lucky her whole life. But let's get into what happens here, because as they dive deeper into basement floor 2, they spring a big trap after walking into a huge arena. They almost get Atari killed if one of the guards didn't jump in and try and save her. In walks another old pal from long ago, as apparently the JAA jail arc is just mopping up the floor with characters that we hadn't exactly gotten rid of yet, which is why I'm still holding my heart out for a part. But who knows? If we're not going to floor 3, we can only hope we run into him in floor 2. But we run into the good deeds weirdo, the assassin Higuchi. And if you don't remember Higuchi, he is the assassin from Sakamoto's past arc. He's the guy who believed that doing a certain number of good deeds every day would make his kills easier. And he makes their time doing their mission with Kandaka and for the Order a very tough time. Either way, apparently after being reprimanded, he was sent down to the JAA jail after that whole arc. He escaped into basement floor 2 just before being executed, which is crazy to think that of all the crazy idiots that they have locked away in this JAA jail, I have to imagine, right? Gave Higuchi execution. Shin wasn't given an execution day because he was taking place in the exhibition arc that almost threatened the chairman of the JAA. They put him on basement floor 1, but this guy gets execution for what? The guards really think it's impossible to compete with an assassin of Higuchi's level, and it seems like he's been kind of shamed for a couple years now, because he says it's time to gain some virtue after so long. So he doesn't even seem to be like the cream of the crop in this area. He's just like a mini boss, if anything, and they are like, all right, this is where we die. We went too far. But Atari just starts laying out a bunch of matches everywhere, and the reason why I think she's not a fortune teller, she doesn't tell the future, she's just really lucky when she guesses. As after laying down the matches and following the supposed good luck, Higuchi is unable to hit her with his own attacks. With the traps that are laid out everywhere, it's completely impossible. It's almost like, again, she's manipulating luck, whether she's bobbing and weaving the attacks accidentally, or sneezing and ducking at the perfect time, or springing the trap but laying out in just the perfect way that none of the attacks actually hit her. After effortlessly dodging everything that Higuchi sends her way, Atari just accidentally sends a rock his way, and it knocks him over a little bit into stepping into his own trap, and definitely 110%, this guy is dead. I mean, he is cooked by his own trap. Well, honestly, you know what? I'm not even mad. This guy got what he deserved, right? This is basically the sole reason why Kandaka was in the hospital for so long. The speed demon was never meant to pump his brakes, but this guy made Kandaka sit in a hospital in a coma for years. So you know what? Atari, take him out. Fuck this guy. And the fact that he went out in such a disrespectful way, mwah, beautiful. You've earned my respect. Even though you might be a dirty, dirty con, this was a good one. This was a good moment. And also, not for nothing, he was dodging death row anyway. Whether this is one of the 3 bodies that Atari is supposedly going to take on this day of carnage, who's to say? But at least it was this guy. And you know what? Props to Yuto Suzuki. I feel like I do this at least every 2 or 3 chapters on the different powers or weapons he decides to give his characters. Like, luck is a very hard ability to pin down. This seemed pretty cool, and I'm excited to see what Yuto Suzuki does with Atari going forward, because again, who knows who this destined one is? Who knows how long it's going to take for these 2 characters to actually meet up together? And again, who knows if Atari is like working for Slur or something? Maybe Tenq is just here to pick her up, and that's going to be the start of the problems. Or again, it could all just be because maybe Shin or Heisuke is the knight in shining armor and she betrays Slur for that reason, or the exact opposite. Who knows? But all I know is the stakes for this are high, and I'm just excited to see what the rest of basement floor 2 has to offer in terms of fuckery, because If Higuchi came back, I'm holding out for a part. Please, please, please. So the latest chapter of Sakamoto Days moves away from Atari's perspective, and we cut right back to where Shin and Heisuke were left off, encountering who they originally thought could be an ally, but turned out to probably be one of their worst possible nightmares, the archer Tenq. Now, it is nice to see Shin feel suspicious of Tenq from the very beginning and almost recognize that name as if he's heard it before. He was going through the exact same reaction that I had reading 184 myself. And obviously, with all of the previous arcs compiling into the story now, we can see that all the way back in the JCC transfer exam and the infiltration arc, it was not just an excuse for Yuto Suzuki to draw Sakamoto's wife and up her page count, but it was actually so the protagonist group could learn all about Slur and his origins with the Al-Kamar orphanage. And thankfully, with all of that information we were able to get from the JAA database and the orphanage Al-Kamar, we find out that not only was it burned down, but Shin did seem suspicious when he learned the names of all of the different orphans that were lost. And while we still don't have concrete evidence yet, it could be based off the subtle interactions we see with Shin and Haruma and Gaku. Somehow, some way, Shin might be tied to Al-Kamar himself. Whether this means Shin was an orphan at Al-Kamar or not, it's really unknown. We do know that he was given to Dr. Asakura in Okutabi lab by a friend, and he awakened his ESP powers due to some experiment gone wrong, drinking some liquid that Dr. Asakura was not supposed to leave in the kids section. So for right now, we really don't know what Shin's connection to these characters are, but as of right now, it's pretty safe to assume that Shin recognized in Tenq's name probably has a lot more to do with the JCC database than it does with Shin recognizing Tenq for some reason. I do want to bring up the possible connection between Shin and Al-Kamar because it's important to remember that could be lying in the background. And immediately we find out that Tenq is an enemy. Shin's hunches were not wrong. And while I would have liked their allegiances to stay hidden for at least a little bit longer, it does make it very obvious that the stakes and stress of this arc has significantly amplified by the amount of worry that Shin and Heisuke now feel, knowing that one of their biggest threats is walking alongside them. And not even just that Tenq is a dangerous villain. Like, Tenq is also extremely hard for just anyone to get along with and work with. Like, instantly after murdering the prisoners that just tried to rob them last chapter, he immediately just starts like robbing their corpse without any second thought on the problem at all, to the point that like Heisuke and Shin are genuinely worried about this guy's mental state. For the no-killing Sakamoto family, Tenq's murderous intent alone was enough to put them on like very shaky terms, but now the fact that Tenq's sociopathic tendencies are not only creeping Shin and Heisuke out, but apparently they were too much for even Slur and his gang to keep controlled is amazing. They couldn't even justify keeping this man around long enough to work with him. He was that crazy. And while Slur claims that the Al-Kamar's goal was to create a group of killers so distant from emotion and human feeling that they would become these cold-blooded assassins that didn't feel any type of remorse for their actions or even had any kind of deep thinking or thought about the jobs that they were given, he claims that this experiment failed on people like Slur and Kumanomi, which makes sense when you really think about it. I mean, even Gaku, Haruma, they all cared about not only each other and the bond that they formed, but they had their own distinct personalities, unique little traits, and things that made them real people. However, Tenq, who was originally introduced with a big box over his head, so he's clearly been weird from the beginning, was the only assassin or orphan in Al-Kamar that actually succeeded in that experimentation of removing all emotion, all need and feeling and sympathy for other humans, and to the point that Slur and Kumanomi couldn't even justify keeping Tenq with them in a group. He was that dangerous to himself and others, which gives perfect perspective as to why Tenq doesn't think twice about robbing corpses. It also creates a very reasonable scenario where Tenq could be absent for so long from Slur's gang. He is the actual definition of a wild card. Despite being completely loyal to Slur and the Al-Kamar orphanage's message as a whole, Tenq's attitude towards life just makes him a danger to not only the people that Slur is fighting against, but to Slur's organization as a whole, and could compromise the entire thing. On top of the fact that it seems, we don't know what it is, but it does seem that Tenq and Slur had a little bit of a falling out a while ago, as Kumanomi not only asks if Slur is still angry at Tenq, But even Tenq himself, this supposed emotionless killer that can't have any kind of sympathy for people, asks Shin if there's any potential chance that Tenq can do something to repair his friendship with Slur. So whatever did happen between these two, it was enough for Slur to not only stress about not having Tenq in his group of people taking over the JAA world, but when he finds out that Tenq is in JAA prison, he goes, oh, that's fine. We don't have to bother with that. Keep him there. But also, it was bad enough that, again, this emotionless Tenq feels bad and like he did something wrong and he has to make up for it. This like complete lack of social awareness is the exact reason that after meeting up with Shin and Heisuke, these two random dudes, Tenq just starts following them like he's known them forever. And at this point, Shin and Heisuke literally feel like they're being held hostage by Tenq because they've seen what he's willing to do to these people without even giving a single care. So if they upset him, piss him off, anything at all, and turn Tenq against them, it could go very badly for them if they're not prepared for it. And to make things worse, Tenq just immediately follows up all of Shin and Heisuke's worst fears by going, hey, you know what? I should probably ask you this before we go too far in our relationship. I'm looking specifically for Ataro Sakamoto. I'm trying to kill them. So they get confirmation that not only is Tenq a threat and an enemy, but he is directly tied to Slur, the exact reason why Shin and Heisuke are even training right now in the jail to fight against Slur's gang. So they have already encountered one problem, but two, he's going after the Sakamoto family. And the funniest part is, it's not even like Tenq was on a mission from Slur or anything like that. We got that confirmed earlier. Tenq is literally just doing this because he knows Sakamoto is one of the biggest threats standing in Slur's way of achieving his dream. So he said, hey, you know what? How can I make it up to the friend that I pissed off? Let me kill the person that he is just so focused on. And not even just that, Tenq is like, I've done my research. I not only know about Taro Sakamoto, but I know he has two friends, one that's a sniper and one that has ESP. Isn't that crazy? The one thing I will say is I gotta give Shin and Heisuke the Oscar for this performance that they put on, because despite all of the reasons that they should be sweating bullets and shaking in their boots, they act fully nonchalant, like, oh, I don't really know Sakamoto personally, but I've heard the legend of the greatest hitman in the world. That's crazy that you're gonna go after and find him. Good luck with that. Shin's not dumb. He knows that they can't keep up this ruse for long. Eventually, when they actually do find the fortune teller, not only are they at threat of Atari just ratting out everyone's allegiance and that breaking into a big brawl, but as of this moment, Tenq wants to ask the fortune teller where Sakamoto is, and who's to say that the fortune teller isn't down for that? As of right now, they don't know what Atari wants. They don't know whose side she's on, if she's fighting for Slur and the rumors are true, or if she's just a free spirit. Even in those select chapters we've seen of her, it's kind of unclear. She seems like she doesn't listen to anybody, but who knows? We've already got this crazy person, Tenq, fighting for Slur, so it wouldn't surprise me if she was the knight in shining armor that she's waiting for. All I know is that if Shin wants to learn and train with the fortune teller, he's gonna have to fight to make sure that Atari is on his side, because at this point, depending on what way she swings, she could be a friend or a foe, which means the encounter with Atari is going to break out in a fight no matter what, as it's all down to who's able to win her over first. And surrounded by all of these crazy different thoughts and finding Tenq as a big threat, Shin wonders if they should just jump him right now while they're in this narrow alleyway and they have this moment of surprise. But just before he's able to make that decision, laser beams that look like a direct reference to the Resident Evil movie just start firing down this narrow hallway, springing a lethal trap that makes everyone have to dodge and dance out of the way. Thankfully, this is nothing compared to things that Shin and Heisuke have been through, and we already know Tenq's about that life, so using those combined efforts with Heisuke's ridiculous trick shooting, something that Shin even says is mind-blowing at this point, gotta give it to him. Tenq's accurate and precise archery on his own, which is pretty good marksmanship, and Shin's ESP, they're able to locate the man controlling the traps from behind and have Tenq put an arrow right between his eyes. Or chest, I guess in this matter, between his pecs. And they survive. However, this sense of relief doesn't last for long because Tenq isn't dumb either. Specifically looking for someone that is able to use ESP and then watching Shin do something that's almost definitely ESP related. Not only just that, but Heisuke did not do a good job of hiding his insane marksmanship abilities. I mean, the fact that he blocked the lasers with the two bullets on Shin's side, I've never seen anything like it. And sure, Shin tries to trick Tenq, thinking he's stupid, goes, oh, I saw a shadow. Tenq may be dumb, but Tenq is a level S tier assassin. If there was a shadow that Shin was able to see and manipulate and find out his location, Tenq as a marksman would have been able to see it. He's not fallen for that. And now Shin has to make a decision. Does he immediately take up the previous train of thought and fight Tenq with Heisuke now, which most likely they would definitely lose this fight? Or do they prolong the inevitable and do their best they can to try and find Tenq's weakness, or just keep him on the right side of history for as long as they possibly can? Shin decides to do the latter, which is he says, you know what? I've got to tell you, Tenq, I didn't want to tell you before. I'm actually the fortune teller. I used my fortune power to figure that out. While that is definitely the hardest decision to pull off, it might have been the right one, for now at least, because this is going to amplify the tension between these groups tenfold when they actually do fight and break out. Finding what Tenq needs, potentially speaking, he's going to say, oh, you're the fortune teller? All right, let's just go back up. And it's now going to be all on Shin to continually goad Tenq to continually follow them further and further down the jail, because they can't go up. They have to find the real fortune teller. And without even speaking, obviously, as soon as they run into Atari, that's going to be a big problem. She's going to be like, oh, I'm the fortune teller. And then the ruse is going to be over. So this just keeps getting worse by the moment. On top of the fact that we already know Atari is on basement floor 2 herself and is looking to meet up with her knight in shining armor. So they're going to eventually meet up. We don't know when, but I'm going to imagine it's pretty soon. Which, in my opinion, is all almost certainly confirming that Tenq is going to be the major threat and villain of this arc. If Shin and Heisuke, whether Atari is on their side or not, are able to actually defeat Tenq here, this wildcard rogue assassin in Slur's gang that has really no ties to Slur whatsoever, not only would that be the greatest level up for Shin and Heisuke and prove that these two people are ready to handle not just Slur and his organization, but the new order members that we're going to be taking on, I think that would be the greatest way to prove this arc was worth something. Even though we are sitting on this ticking time bomb of waiting for Shin and Heisuke's lies to blow up in their face, I think if they're able to play it correctly and also get Atari on their side, we might actually be able to do this. There is still one more Alkamar orphan that has yet to be revealed, whether that be revealed to be somehow Shin, or it is just someone else entirely that's going to join Slur's fray later. So after spending so much time with Shin and Heisuke in the prison, it's time to finally cut back to Sakamoto and see what he's been up to during this little time skip. Last time that we checked in with Sakamoto, he was unable to learn anything new from Kandaka, the previous leader of the order, despite training his hardest and fighting him to the best of his ability. And to be fair, the fact that Kandaka is the speed demon Sonic the Hedgehog incarnate himself definitely lends an impressive sight to Sakamoto to show how far he's come. However, after encountering Mr. Torres, one of the brand new order members that was recruited by the new leader of the order, Oki, who's been away overseas for most of the entire series, Sakamoto finds out that even this level of power is not enough to stand against the people that are hunting him down. Torres is an assassin that has been working with the JAA for over 50 years and has racked up an insane large amount of debt with the organization because he keeps taking out loans and putting it towards awful gambling decisions. It's unclear, but he owes like billions of yen to the JAA, and because of that, they offered him to say, hey, you know what? We will let you claim the entire bounty of Sakamoto himself, which is a large amount, if you join the order and work for us for a little bit. To which Torres, sitting in a pachinko parlor, probably isn't getting any closer to handling that debt besides it. So he doesn't really have much of a choice. The funniest thing is though, for as large as Sakamoto's bounty is, it's still not enough for Torres to finish off everything he owes to the JAA. So even with that, his plan is to essentially have Sakamoto kill more ordinary people or higher tier assassins to make his bounty go up higher, and that way when he kills him, he'll be a little bit closer to that ceiling. And it's for this reason alone that despite how intense the battles are that Torres has with Sakamoto, Torres is never going to actually pull the plug and kill Sakamoto, despite the fact that he's beating him every single time they fight. Meanwhile, since Sakamoto can't even train with Kandaka, Nagumo, or really get any kind of good experience besides fighting real battles, he has just been seeking out Torres every single day since, you know, he can't beat him, and just fighting him over and over again to try and pick up what he just can't figure out that he's missing. To no avail, by the way, because when we do cut back to Sakamoto, this is his 5th loss that we're watching him go through. He just cannot beat Torres' sand blasters, which, to be honest, I'm not sure where Torres is getting all of the sand from. That might be a good 75% of his debt, to be honest. Have you ever checked out sand? It's probably expensive. However, it's not because Sakamoto isn't strong or anything. Torres outright says that Sakamoto is frankly just boring. He keeps coming at Torres barehanded, trying to make whatever is in the environment his weapon. That may have been able to get him this far in the series, but Torres admits that just being a jack of all trades isn't enough to get him by at this level. Sakamoto needs to hunker down and find a specialty that separates him apart from your average order member, which saying an average order member is one thing, but it makes sense when you actually consider that people like Osaragi have mastered their buzzsaw, Shishiba's mastered the hammer. These are weapons, so to speak, that these characters have been training with and using for their entire lives, whereas Sakamoto has just been going with the flow his entire life. Essentially, all of his stats are locked at 99, and until he finds something to spec on, all of these other characters who have found their special stat have that one special stat in like the hundreds, and he's losing because of that. In his very first loss to Torres, Torres explains to Sakamoto that he loses because Sakamoto relies way too much on luck. He relies on what he has at his disposal, his adaptability and quick thinking, which again, Torres thinks that one should actually focus on their strengths. To quote, he says, "Take the hand that you're dealt," so to speak, and find a way to make it win, whether that be through bluffing, pushing, or just overall finding a way to make the cards that are on the board fit what you have better than anybody else. And even though this isn't exactly Texas Hold'em, Sakamoto is struggling finding that answer that works for him. What can he specialize in? Honestly, Toro makes it directly clear throughout this chapter that the answer's been under Sakamoto's nose this entire time. We cut to Aoi Sakamoto, the saint that she is, and she inadvertently invites this murderer order member that's literally trying to assassinate her husband to dinner, as you just do, because you know what? Tara's been spending so much time with Torres, she might as well think they're friends. And normally they go to dinner. Torres is not impressed by Sakamoto's ordinary family at all. He just thinks the boring runs in the family from what it seems like. He's even questioning why a murderer like him would be invited to dinner, which honestly, he's not the first, and I promise you, he will not be the last either. Hana, Sakamoto's daughter, asked Torres if he can make her a paper airplane, to which, like, this old head literally just takes her so literally and goes, "You can't even make an airplane with this. You have no aluminum. You have no material." And it just shows how he takes all of his advice literally. Genuinely, Torres means everything that he says. He's regressed to the point that he trusts his own worldview and beliefs so much that it is literally putting a hamper on his ability to think that you can make a paper airplane. Sure, it's definitely put Torres on this pedestal that's clearly above most other assassins. Not many people are going to be able to easily defeat an assassin that can take on a previous order leader, right? Despite Torres's insane debt, he directly insults Sakamoto because as a protagonist, Sakamoto's lived his life the opposite. He works with whatever is in his environment and always somehow manages to come up on top, faking it till he makes it, whereas Torres has had to rely on the things that are good for him and only work for him and toss aside whatever doesn't work. However, it's cute that these two characters are actually able to teach each other something in this moment, because Torres is surprised that Hana is able to make an airplane out of paper. Like, he loses his mind. Presumably, I imagine he's just never seen this done before, but he's like, "Oh my god, you made this so effortlessly and your hands aren't even blistered. How did this happen?" And he's like just as shocked watching Aoi Sakamoto cook dinner. Like, the way that she's able to manage her entire cooking setup, like a hibachi grill, and just starts flipping the skillet and moving all these different things around. Like, she flawlessly manipulates her kitchen and all of its tools, and Torres is blown away by this. Sakamoto even steps in to replace Aoi for a moment. At that moment that Torres realizes that Sakamoto has had his stats spec this entire time. Neither Aoi or Sakamoto are putting much effort into completely wielding all of these different tools and weapons like it's nothing. Whereas, again, Torres just tried to make a point that most people can only specialize in one set of weapons. Torres thinks that Sakamoto's been holding back this entire time and has been going easy on him in their fights, to which Sakamoto's kind of very confused, not realizing again that his mastery of I guess at this point, being a house husband and doing different chores around the house has led to Sakamoto having abilities that he's just never used in battle before. And it'll be interesting to see if he figures this out in this moment. It's funny because you can even tie this back to other characters having this awakening moment as well. Akira Akao, during the JCC transfer exam, realized that her abilities as an assassin were led to sewing and needlework simply because she's always had to do housework and always had to do sewing and sew things for people her entire life, to the point that that is her skill. That's what she can do without thinking very much into it. It puts her in the flow state. And we'll just have to wait and see how that develops Sakamoto going forward, because we do cut right back to the JAA prison. Shin, Heisuke, and Tenq are going about their lives in basement floor 2 because Shin just walked himself into the best possible lie that could go either really great or really badly, especially now knowing that Atari is also on the same floor as them, searching directly for them. And despite the fact that Tenq completely believes Shin is the fortune teller, he keeps asking him questions and just challenging him every step of the way. He's like, oh, how do you get your fortunes? And oh, misfortune's about to come? I want to see what this misfortune is, despite the fact that he literally could have died. But thankfully, with the help of Heisuke, Shin is very much able to play very convincingly into this disguise, to the point that Tenq fully believes Shin's whole command of, hey, if you want to patch up things with your friend, just stop killing people. A lot of people thought that Shin was going to control Tenq with his little ESP speech ability, but so far that doesn't seem to be the case. That seems to be a very complex command. Maybe when he figures out his full abilities he can do it, but as of right now, Tenq needs to be goaded into not killing. However, everything falls apart as soon as Tenq reveals why he and Slur even got into a big fight to begin with. Tenq reveals that Shin telling him that his fortune to not kill people leading to him repairing things with his friend is pretty spot on, because the whole reason Slur and him got into a fight was because Tenq wanted to kill Aoi and Hana Sakamoto, Sakamoto's wife and daughter, in order to get back at him for everything that Sakamoto did to Kei. And of course, be it Rion or Kei, whoever was holding the driving wheel at the time in Slur's body was very pissed about that, to say the least, to the point that they immediately, of course, either kicked out Tenq, or Tenq got so mad that he left and got arrested to go into the JAA prison, caused Tenq to break off because he literally just wanted to kill a wife and child that had nothing to do with their mission, which surprisingly, at least someone in Slur's body had the decency to tell Tenq that was fucked up. Slur wasn't the only one, because breaking all of this facade and everything that they worked towards, Shin immediately just punches Tenq right in the mitt and throws him back into the wall, declaring that the Sakamoto family rules might actually need to be broken this time, and one time alone. Why? Even though Heisuke tries to hold Shin back, Shin says, no, we have to take him out now. They cannot let a psychopath like Tenq live for 1 second longer. And that is insane that Shin has been angered to the point of being willing to break the family rules and actually kill Tenq here. Something that they have never been willing to do at any point in the series up until now. It shows that Aoi and Hana were always in danger this entire time, and they could have been murdered at any point in time by Tenq if Slur, again, be it Rion or Kei, didn't stop Tenq and separate him for this exact reason. It shows that while Slur is definitely doing evil things, Kashima is pretty, spot on in saying that Kei, at least, has justifiable reasons to take down the JAA. We already know Kei and Rion's backstory. Asaki, the chairman of the JAA, sucks, so I think it's interesting to see how he actually fits into all of this, besides just Alkamar, what Kandaka, what Yotsumura all have to do with all of this derangement going on in the organization that is the JAA. But as of right now, what's important to focus on is, with Tenq immediately becoming a villain now to Shin and Heisuke, are they going to be able to take him on with his archery skills? This is definitely their final fight. This is their main villain, at the very least, of this prison arc. They took down Joe Shackles, and they were able to make a friend of Boiled. Can they actually beat this member of Slur's gang, who might be even more dangerous than a member of Slur's gang or Haruma, who Shin could barely beat himself? Another question is, will Atari interrupt the fight somehow? We already know that she's just cruising through basement floor 2. And the worst part is, even if Atari does get into the fight, we don't even know whose side she'll be on. We don't know who her knight in shining armor is. We don't know if she's going to follow Slur and Tenq, because
that's whose side she's been on this entire time, or we don't know if she's never been on Slur's side and she couldn't read Slur because he legitimately has multiple different personalities inside of him, so it makes him difficult to read. Heisuke is actually her knight in shining armor because Heisuke only has one brain cell. He's impossible to read because he's so unpredictable. That's my headcanon. But either way, we don't know how this jail arc is going to go, especially with the climax seemingly coming and Shin being willing to go for a kill this time, if they can even fight Tenq fairly. And we also got a little bit of a cameo of Sakamoto, seeing how his training is going and what he's gaining on the outside of prison, and if he'll be able to realize that being a house husband is his one true calling. Now, it took a little bit longer than I thought it would for the entire situation to just break down and unfold into pure and utter chaos, but to be honest with you, I didn't expect it to get this bad, because the situation that we're in now with everybody is 10 times worse than it could have ever been. Currently, Shin is in the actual process of losing his Sakamoto family way after being faced with the insane threat that is Tenq, this archer and assassin, the successful experiment of Alkamar to create an emotionless and pure wildcard hostile assassin, and his willingness to just kill Aoi and Hana, Sakamoto's wife and daughter, without any hesitation whatsoever. And it's interesting that Tenq would be considered the success because I wouldn't exactly call him emotionless. He has feelings, he has a personality, Tenq has his own thoughts and everything. However, it does seem that he's lacking that little bit of social awareness. He is almost like an innocent young child that was never taught right from wrong. It's like he's more emotionally stunted from all the killing and bloodshed he's been surrounded by as a child, more than anybody else, to the point that even the whole concept of friendship is foreign and just weird to him. He's even seen later in the chapter wondering why he even thinks he needs friends, despite it obviously being an innate human trait to want to communicate and be with your tribe. It makes sense why an assassin who literally doesn't even have a basis of right or wrong, any kind of foundation of society, and has been whisked away from it intentionally, would be so casually willing to kill someone's wife and daughter. He doesn't understand right or wrong to the point that he hasn't even been explained boundaries before. It's like when a 5-year-old doesn't know how to be polite and he calls someone ugly to their face, even though he's not wrong, he's just being honest. He doesn't realize the bad deed that he's doing, lacking tact. And sure, killing Sakamoto's loved ones would definitely be a great way to not only get back at Sakamoto, but to ensure he doesn't mess with Slur again, or at the very least breaks down into a deep depression that makes him unable to move and fight back. It's not a plan that Slur would find worthy, and it's not a plan that Slur would want to use in the organization and the world that he seeks to create. It also shows a lack of responsibility and a lack of direction and decorum from Tenq himself. And despite Slur, who's currently trying to just plunge the entire world in JAA into chaos and has even made his own, albeit possibly empty, threats in regards to killing Sakamoto's wife and daughter himself, he has enough of a sense of justice to be like, Tenq, that's not the way that you conquer your enemy, right? And that's not the kind of person Slur wants in his organization. That's the exact kind of world that Sasaki, the JAA chairman, was trying to create with Alkamar. This mindless, hostile world where right and wrong is not even present. So of course, Slur in this organization that's directly opposing the world that Asaki has created, Slur would have no place for Tenq in his organization. And the worst part is, that whole child reference even holds up when you see the kind of quote-unquote innocence, if you can call it that does shine through in Tenq, especially when he's running away from Shin after they kind of get into that quick brawl. Because Tenq is like, I don't want to kill if it's gonna mean that I can get my friends back. It shows that he's so innocent that he's willing to believe Shin's the fortune teller, and that this may get him back in good graces with Slur, and that's why he's not going to kill, because he just took Shin's lie on face value. In fact, it's Heisuke who ends up stopping Shin from fighting against Tenq and letting Tenq escape, because he has to turn his gun on Shin and break his weapon. Something that angers Shin tremendously, because sure, Heisuke can't read Tenq's thoughts and realize how serious he was, but Heisuke isn't willing to let Shin compromise himself. He's like, hey, do you remember how big of a deal it was that Taro Sakamoto was able to change us and get us out of the dark, depressing assassin lifestyle? You're not an assassin anymore, Shin. You're a convenience store clerk. We're trying to protect our family here. I understand that Shin and Heisuke have been away from Sakamoto and have had to basically survive on their own in this desolate and violent landscape, not just floor 2 but floor 1 as well, and it may change their perspective on certain things being without an amazing ally like Sakamoto that can always solve your problems. If they can't knock Tenq out and change his mind, he is going to kill Aoi and Hana, and that's why Shin is so worried. But Heisuke admits, you know what? Sakamoto convenience employees don't kill. They have group therapy and understand one another. And although, sure, they can't decide to kill him without, at the very least, honoring the family rules, the code that kept them on the path of light, and hearing Tenq out and trying to change it. If they fail that attempt, maybe we can revisit this topic. Although it seems like we may not even get the chance, because despite Heisuke doing the Lord's work and talking some great sense into Shin, it may all be for naught, because Shin sending Tenq out on his own may have actually caused a chain reaction of events. Now that Tenq is running on his own, he actually encounters Atari, the real fortune teller, and her 2 guards. And now, with Atari laying eyes on Tenq, we get full confirmation that he is not her knight in shining armor. This may clear her from the slur allegations that says that she was working with slur and just waiting for Tenq to come and rescue her. The thing is, there might be something else interfering with her predictions when it comes to slur. Maybe it has to do with the multiple different personalities. Again, my theory is that if Tenq isn't her knight in shining armor, Heisuke most likely is, because Heisuke's got 1 brain cell and just makes him unpredictable to follow, and I think she likes that about him. Tenq is confirmed to be the quote-unquote great misfortune that will be dealt to them and steal the lives of 3 people on basement floor 2. Now, Atari said that 3 people will die if they are not able to get their lucky items. 2 of those people were supposedly being the guards, and while Atari's lucky item was her knight in shining armor, whoever that may be, once they show up, she could be saved and not die. The other guard, the one dude, his lucky item was a tiger, so he's probably not going to be so lucky. And I think that's why he, of all people, just immediately engages Tenq as soon as he sees him, because he's like, you know what? If I'm gonna die anyway, I might as well accept my fate and go out fighting, which is respectable. It's surprising though, because in the last fight with Higuchi, we saw that those guards really aren't all that. They're not that strong. They can defend themselves, but up against real high-level assassins, they're just fodder. However, fighting Tenq here, this guard is completely on full momentum. He's able to start throwing multiple different attacks, and Tenq is only dodging and not throwing any counters back, to the point that he gives this poor guard false hope that maybe, oh, just maybe, he's got the advantage here, and Tenq's skills have nothing to do with close quarters. He's only a long-range bow fighter. We know that's not the case. It actually turns out, once Shin and Heisuke arrive and stop the guard from fighting, Tenq admits that, hey, Shin, I know you're mad at me, but I took your fortune to heart. I really don't want to kill anybody. I really want to change my relationships and make friends. In this moment, when they see Tenq have every reason to kill someone, and he just doesn't, not only did he escape and not fight back against Shin and Heisuke, but now he's not even fighting this random guard who's attacking him first because he genuinely wants to repair his friendships. Shin and Heisuke are like, you know what? Maybe he can be saved, like an innocent child who doesn't know any better. If you can show him the right path, they're more than willing to follow it. But when they're just wandering around in the dark, just doing what they think makes sense, they're hopeless. Again, the fact that he accepted Shin's lie with just at the face of it just shows how much willing he is to accept whoever gives him a guiding light in his life. So it is sad that, ironically enough, even though Shin isn't the fortune teller, he might be right, and not killing may be what brings Tenq back to Slur, because this guy, too much of a wild card for what Slur is trying to accomplish. And if anything, it just makes Kashima, Mr. Reindeer, even more credible as someone that was following Slur because he genuinely thought Slur was a good guy and would bring about good things in the world. With the chance that Tenq may be able to be changed for good and actually become a good guy yet, we got excited, but unfortunately, this revelation came way too late. Because with all of the parties in the same vicinity now, the 2 guards still being alive immediately blow Shin and Heisuke's cover because they have some kind of data registry of all of the different prisoners and were more than aware that Shin and Heisuke were in this prison. And he goes, oh, wow, you're Sakamoto Taro's allies. Why would you lie and say you're the fortune teller, you scumbag? Atari's actually the fortune teller. And not for nothing, I mean, This guy was just doing what he thought was right, but he met his fortune in the most deserving way, because that's what he gets for snitching. You really did fuck this entire situation up, because now not only are you dead, Tenq takes less than a second to just let one of those arrows loose and rip and just blow through his center, like literally split him apart from the inside. You just made the situation worse for everybody, because now everyone's got to deal with your problem. The funny thing is Tenq goes, "Oh, Shin, you were lying. Cool, I can kill everybody." It's so interesting as well to see like that innocence, that quote unquote emotionlessness play, because Tenq just accepts that Shin was lying and isn't even mad about it or upset. And now with Tenq full on threat mode against Atari, the remaining woman guard, Shin and Heisuke, this is not going to be good, because again, Tenq is a threat that I don't think anyone in this general party is going to be able to handle. Altogether, that might be different. I'm still hoping for an apart appearance and he comes in to save us. That would make me genuinely shed tears on screen. But Tenq is our biggest threat yet in this prison arc. And if we lose Atari, the main reason why we came here to begin with, this whole prison arc was for nothing. It's time to put all that previous training into place, because not for nothing, there are still 2 more deaths that have been foretold. Sure, one of them could be the woman guard, bless her heart, rest in peace. However, I'm scared to find out who the other one is, because that leaves Shin, Heisuke, Atari, and Tenq himself. Sure, could Tenq die here and this be his last moment? Definitely, it wouldn't surprise me. But judging on Atari's reaction to seeing Shin and Heisuke, one of these guys is definitely probably her knight in shining armor. So if we can say Atari is safe by proxy, could the knight in shining armor sacrifice themselves? Could they, even though they're gonna protect Atari, could they die? I doubt we would lose Shin this far in the game. Shin is, you know, end level. There's no way we lose him. Is Heisuke dying? As cool as Tenq is, at this point between these 4 characters and the fact that Atari is most likely going to be the one guaranteed to survive, as well as Shin, don't make me lose insane quickscoper MLG sniper over fucking bow and arrow guy, okay? I like bow and arrow guy. Give me Heisuke all day, every day. Heisuke Atari for life. Don't separate their love. But what an amazing chapter from Sakamoto days, and what a way to really level up the tension more than I could have ever expected with Shin punching Tenq in the face. Now, not only is everyone in the game caught up in this situation, Tenq has no reason to hold anything back. And I'm very curious to see how the hell we handle this situation. Genuinely, one of the craziest things about Tenq's power level right now is that even after all of the extra strength and experience that Shin and Heisuke have picked up in this prison arc, it is still not enough to hold a candle to this archer. It's actually kind of insane, but unironically, I think Tenq might be the most powerful member of Slur's gang if we're to believe his Alkamar training was successful. As despite that short alliance that Tenq had with Shin and Heisuke, Tenq has zero hesitation and no cares in the world to just start sending arrows right through either of their foreheads as soon as he found out they were betraying him. Knowing now that Shin and Heisuke are allies with Taro Sakamoto, who is Tenq's main goal and the person that he wants to slaughter, including Hana Anaoi, Sakamoto's wife and daughter. The whole reason we're even in this situation to begin with, because Shin wasn't able to hold his disguise long enough to find out that information and not deck Tenq right in the face. With Atari actually being the fortune teller that Tenq plans to break out and present to Slur as a present, Tenq has no reason to save Shin, and honestly is more than willing to say screw that whole no killing thing, because Shin, if you're not the fortune teller, that means I can kill whoever I want. Even in the last couple of chapters with Tenq, we've already seen him use nothing but pure speed and acrobatics to take on an entire group of 3 coordinated criminals, but also when they were in the Resident Evil trap, he was able to accurately and precisely pinpoint fire one of his arrows through like the smallest hole and gap, which would just take out the person that was controlling the trap behind a wall. At every turn, Tenq still continues to show me surprises, and Yuto Suzuki continues to just baffle me with the amount of choreography he can pack into a certain chapter. Once Tenq starts letting loose, Shin is just barely able to dodge the arrows that are aimed right at his head, and honestly, if it was just due to Shin's reflexes, he probably would be dead right now, The only reason I think Shin is even able to dodge such quickly fired arrows like this is because of his ESP. From like way back in the very beginning of the series, Shin had learned how to use his ESP to look deeply into a person's subconscious, and by looking into someone's subconscious, he was actually able to pick up on their motor functions. So before someone even goes to make a punch or an attack, Shin gets that notification in his mind and is able to respond and dodge before that attack is even halfway played out, which is exactly how I imagine Shin is just barely surviving these arrows. Because without this ability, Shin probably would have died 3 or 4 times in this one chapter alone in this fight with Tenq. And to be fair, I don't disagree with him when Shin still believes that Tenq needs to be killed, because even though Shin is going to be breaking his family rules and tarnishing his reputation and going against everything that he believes, potentially just being driven down a very dark path, I really don't see how you're going to be able to stop someone like Tenq. Because as much as Heisuke wants to try and talk to Tenq and just avoid the whole killing thing, Tenq's relentless nature does not allow him to even hear what Heisuke is trying to say. Heisuke is grabbing Tenq from behind and asking him to just talk, and Tenq is literally using his fucking toes to pull an arrow back and kill Heisuke if he didn't move his head in the last second. And I don't know about you, but watching Tenq pull some Harlem Globetrotter shit like this is just insane. Because if you've ever tried archery in your life, I recommend it. It's very fun. But if you've ever tried it, you gotta have some pretty deep arm strength to accomplish stuff like that. Like very, very deep arm strength. You're not gonna be able to pull that whole arrow back, let alone let it loose and fly off if you're not packing some heat. The fact that this man is doing this with his fucking toesies, unbelievable. But even worse, some random prisoner decided to stick his head out, which I have no idea how he got caught in this terrible crossfire, but unfortunately for him, he's dead now because Tenq didn't have any arrows to use in this moment, so instead he chose to use this guy's fucking head as an arrow. That's right, he didn't get accidentally hit by an arrow, he accidentally became the arrow. Tenq pulls that thread bow back and just lets it loose, and it is very sharp. If you've ever done any sort of archery, very sharp. It goes right through this man's head and splatters the blood everywhere, which cuts off Shin's eyes for a little bit, cuts him off from sight. Tenq is able to exploit immediately by pulling back another arrow and firing. But again, because Shin is not using his eyes, he's using his ESP, Shin is able to dodge this last minute hit. Because again, this is another situation where if Shin wasn't using ESP, he would have been cooked immediately. Tenq believes that this is, Shin's pretty skilled, but no. Honestly, let me explain to you what I find skill is. Because a good amount of chapters ago, our friend, rest in peace, Old Man Takamura, had the amazing feat of sharpening his blade with a fired bullet. Today, I stand here before you in disbelief, telling you that Tenq might have broken Takamura's record of the craziest feat in Sakamoto days. Heisuke is trying to tell Tenq to get back and fires a bullet at Tenq. Without any arrows, Tenq goes, "What can I turn into an arrow?" He positions his bow exactly with the bullet coming and then lets it loose. He deflects that bullet right back into Heisuke. I'm sorry? Tenq is him. Everyone just needs to pack it up right now. They are not going to be able to win no matter what they do. Because Tenq's fighting style is so thorough and leaves absolutely no openings. Even Shin with his ESP, precognition, all of the different mind abilities he has just doesn't help whatsoever. Even Shin's ESP commands are failing. Shin's close quarters brawling, Heisuke's long range marksmanship, they're all pointless to Tenq, and he is just closing in for the kill. Again, as I mentioned, thankfully, Atari arrives in the last moment and jumps right in. As soon as she grabs onto Shin, all of their fortunes change instantly. It turns out she was her own knight in shining armor, because again, if it wasn't for her, this might have been the end of the prison arc, and not in a good way. By taking advantage of her best possible fortune, Shin and Atari are able to free fall through the second floor of the prison while Tenq is chasing them and rapid firing arrows, and they don't take a single hit. Tenq misses every single shot. This must mean that Shin is Atari's knight in shining armor, because if you remember a couple chapters ago, Atari did tell the guards that as long as they had their lucky item, which was Atari's chosen one in the moment, they would be unkillable. That seems to be the case as soon as Atari gets to Shin. Not only just that, I didn't expect to see 2 miracles this chapter from Yuto Suzuki. Another thing that blows my mind is Atari takes a bag and just picks up a bunch of random clock parts and a bunch of random scrap, starts shaking it around and goes, yeah, you know, sometimes we have the best possible fortune where this just becomes its own shape. And when I tell you, she shook this bag of scrap together and out popped a fully functional and loaded gun. I don't know how that happened. Don't know how it got ammo in it. Atari just started yapping about the probability of life ending up on Earth, and here we are. Shin is literally firing actual bullets back at Tenq, and one of those bullets happens to hit a gas pipe next to Tenq, and it fucking just explodes and rips Tenq out of the area, which I knew Atari was good luck, but this is just insane. You want to talk about convenience. This is just ridiculousness. And Tenq, of course, survives this. Tenq is built different. I didn't think this would kill him. He snickers and just wipes the blood from his mouth. He isn't sure if this is from Shin. I think with Atari and Shin working together, I don't know if Heisuke is taken out of the equation right now, but I'm sure he'll come back. I think right now, with the combined abilities of ESP and Atari's great fortune, especially because the whole point of this arc was for Shin to learn from Atari and learn different abilities with his ESP from Atari, he may be able to learn different techniques or learn new methods on the fly in this battle. And I think, again, together, I don't think they'll be falling to the great misfortune today. But let's fucking hope, because Tenq just becomes more and more of a badass every time I see him on screen. But you know what? This is Shin's arc. The prison arc is Shin's time to shine. I'm confident in my boy. Whatever level up he needs for his ESP, he's going to get it, and this is the fight where it's going to unlock. And you know what? If this is Shin's boo, Atari and Shin built for each other. They're about to get their first kill as a couple. And you know what? If Atari kills Tenq, then you know what? Shin is kind of clean. He doesn't have to get in trouble by Sakamoto. It's all good. Anyway, guys, I'm excited to see where the rest of this fight goes, especially now that Atari has confirmed that Shin is her man. And I want to see how Atari is able to factor into Shin's ESP development. And if anything, what's next after his ESP command where he can literally just command people and mind control people? What is the next best thing, and how is Shin gonna develop? It's absolutely crazy to me to think that an arc that was supposed to be and started off as a training arc for Shin to become his best possible self, that way he'd be able to face the order alongside Sakamoto, might actually end with Shin not coming back at all and just fighting Slur's gang from the shadows. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm sure they're gonna find some way to resolve this in the end with Shin returning to the Sakamoto store. I really don't believe he's resigning for a hot minute. But it is ironic how much resigning from his position shows his care and respect for Sakamoto, because Shin doesn't want to taint his family name, but also at the same time, the reason why he's breaking the family rules is to save and protect Sakamoto. We also get the big reveal as to how Atari's god hack ability works, and honestly, it's still broken even after the explanation, no matter what way you look at it. So last chapter, it was revealed to Tenq that Shin and Heisuke's lie was completely fabricated entirely, so he just started blasting without any care or hesitation whatsoever who got caught in the crossfire. Tenq even reflected a bullet at Heisuke and incapacitated him entirely for the short scuffle. Meanwhile, Atari the fortune teller used her great fortune to save Shin and somehow create him a fully loaded gun out of metal scraps in the ground? I don't know. I'm not going to question that. But after they're able to escape, this whole new chapter revolves around Shin wrestling with the idea that someone like Tenq can just not be controlled or reasoned with. That's even more apparent with Shin's mental commands just straight up not working on him anymore. Now, it's never outright stated, but it can really be assumed that once Tenq is just in killing mode and he's locked in, fully bloodlusted, there's nothing that can penetrate his brain, hearing anything. His mind actually genuinely just goes blank. We saw a similar thing to Saul, one of the death row prisoners way back in the early stages of Sakamoto days. However, Shin was able to adapt to Saul. Actually, even doing so was able to level Shin up to a degree. This could be the same thing, but again, it's just a theory. Right now, Tenq being the creation, the perfected creation, I should say, of Alkamar Orphanage and Chairman Asaki's scheme to just make the most emotionless killer alive, he is definitely a step above some deranged war veteran. Atari confirms that the main reason she's helping Shin right now is because he is in fact her lucky item of the day, which should solidify his place as her knight in shining armor. I know we tried so hard to find any other person that it could be, but it seems Occam's razor strikes again. Atari's just upset he doesn't look like Gary Oldman, which I don't know what she sees in him of all people, but I think Shin should get a couple extra points than this guy. Atari needs to maintain full contact with Shin for whatever luck she has to work, because according to her, later on in the chapter, she actually reveals that her supernatural ability is just being able to call forth any future luck in her life into that present moment. Apparently, Atari says that all humans are born with a set amount of luck, which I assume is just randomly generated because there's definitely a little bit of inequality going around here with those luck sand fragments, okay? And Atari is able to use up future luck, but conveniently, in this very moment, she's run out of all of it. Now, in the grand scheme of things, this does make sense. Atari didn't just start giving terrible predictions because she's aligned with Slur. It's just at the worst possible moment in time, she really just ran out of luck. She doesn't have enough left to justify spending it on different things that the JAA was asking her. So they locked her up. She's conserving the last of her luck for specific moments like this. Atari has been doing this fortune-telling thing her whole life. It's how she made a name for herself, paid her bills, paid her rent. Her whole assassin career was based off of pulling this future luck into the present. So even if she was given an obscene amount more luck than everybody else in the world, she's just been using it recklessly up until this point. It makes sense that she's running low. And now that she's only got one good last fortune left in her, she's gonna do her best to save it for one last action, which she hasn't elaborated yet. She might not even know. It might just be something she notices in the moment to save Shin, Heisuke, escape the prison, defeat Tenq in general. It seems like this is a little bit of a flag that Atari might not be making it out. I'm inclined to believe her because her lack of luck is apparent the moment she stops touching Shin. Terrible events just start happening ASAP. A random flower pot, which I don't even know where it came from, fell on top of her head, and then she steps in a pile of 100 pieces of gum? Huh? And despite trying to hold on to Shin as much as possible, not only is he not cooperate with Atari at all, Tenq has finally found them. He bursts through a wall and just starts overwhelming them with no problems whatsoever. So to be honest with you, I'm not quite sure how Shin plans on going forward after this chapter and killing Tenq. He's already getting his ass whooped. And the worst part of all of this, because it just keeps getting terribler and terribler, if that's even a word, I just put it in the dictionary, look it up, I promise you it's there. Tenq finds out from Atari that there is no possible way to save his friendship with Uzuki, specifically because the alternate identity within him, most likely Rion, is never going to accept Tenq with the crazy psychopath that he is. Honestly, makes absolute sense. Another W from beyond the grave for Rion Akao. Of all the people that would hate the idea of involving Sakamoto's family in this whole JAA takedown to the point of actually just slaughtering them, it would be Rion of all people. Uzuki has threatened Sakamoto before, mentioning that, oh, I think you have a daughter, but I think that was more of an empty threat than anything. But the sealing of the deal is laid behind Atari admitting to Tenq that she's out of luck and doesn't plan on using the rest of her luck to try and save and pull the strings of fate to put Tenq and Uzuki back together. Just making the fortune teller that Tenq came all this way for completely worthless to him. Before Tenq is able to kill Atari though, Shin is finally able to stop questioning himself and fully resolves to kill Tenq. Not only is Tenq planning on killing Hana and Aoi Sakamoto, but he's carelessly just strangling a defenseless girl the moment she has no more value to him. As Shin has been trying to convince Heisuke for the last couple of chapters about this, some people just exist that are incapable of change
but not only that, frankly, are just incapable of doing any good for society whatsoever. Especially a person who has been vehemently trained to oppose society and never question morality at all. We would always like to believe that with the proper guidance and environment, everyone can be rehabilitated. I mean, that's the whole point of prison, kind of, which is a great touch of symbolism on Yuto Suzuki's part, but people like Tenq, who exist solely to hurt others and nothing else, may just be a lost cause, and identifying those lost causes is an important executive decision to have. And despite Shin making it almost 200 chapters following the Sakamoto family rules and never killing a single person, even being a beacon of light to younger assassins and potentially have them change their ways as well. Despite it all, Shin claims he's never changed from the beginning. Shin has always been an assassin through and through, trying to fit into a world that he doesn't belong in, which is why it's been so hard for Shin to grow alongside Sakamoto and be of use to him. And while this may seem more of like a regression of Shin's character, which it is, it definitely is, I have no doubt he's gonna snap out of this funk and someone might just steal the kill from him to keep his hands clean, or Atari might use that last bit of luck to change his mind in some way. Or I honestly might even agree that this may be a hard lesson to learn for the entire Sakamoto store and family, because as we approach the penultimate climax and the potential endgame of the entire series, these final villains that we're going to be fighting up against might not be able to be talked down or changed. Someone like Uzuki, with multiple personalities berating him from the inside and has been resolving to end the JAA forever, will probably never give that dream up. But I mean, hey, we also have the whole subplot line of Sakamoto potentially looking to buy out the JAA and turn it into a franchise of Sakamoto stores, which would be very interesting to see and might be the change that Uzuki is looking for. Could that be the shake of hands at the end of the series that we reach? Who knows? Shin's resignation from the Sakamoto store and vowing to kill Tenq here will surely lead to the final steps that Shin needs to take before finally achieving order level power, whether he finishes the series by Sakamoto's side or not. Based off the power gap between these two characters, I'm not sure what Shin looks to pull, but that next level up is probably what will push him past the brink and get him that W over Tenq. Or Atara uses her last bit of luck. Let me know what you guys think about all of this. Do you think Shin's actually done for good? This is his final battle and final arc, and he's going to become the shadow warrior who helps us from the background, or just isn't a main part of the core Sakamoto gang anymore? I highly doubt it. So just to start the video off, I have to let you know that I have plenty of things to say in regards to this chapter and very strong opinions about Torres showing up at the end of it. I really don't know if I ever wanted Sakamoto and Shin's training paths that they were both on right now to ever converge. I feel like it kind of belittles at least one of the characters by doing so, but we're just gonna have to put some faith in Yuto Suzuki and see where all of this goes. Especially with Shin's newfound lesson that he learned this arc, apparently being that he just needs to forego all of the development that he gained throughout these almost 200 chapters of story and just become a hollowed out killing machine like Tenq, as apparently that is what Shin needs to do to defeat a man that's too dangerous to be left alive. Don't get me wrong, it makes sense that Shin would feel like Tenq is impossible to cooperate with, because he is. I completely wholeheartedly agree that people like Tenq are villains that shouldn't be allowed to come back. We don't need to cooperate, we don't need to try and rehabilitate, we should just take this person out. There's no stopping them. Some people are beyond saving. You don't gotta convince me that. I mean, in fact, I even said last review, this might be an important lesson for some of these characters to learn, because operating on Batman rules right now, especially getting into the climax and finale of these characters that are plotting on destroying the JAA, burning it to the ground, and changing all of society as we know it, it's clear a lot of these characters aren't going to be changing their minds with just a quick little pep talk. With how self-actualized they are, how strong their wills can be, people on the Order, people on Slur's gang, they are never diverting from the path that they have chosen. Are you really telling me that the proper response to Sakamoto's fight in the exhibition arc with Takamura would have been to just sit him down and talk it out with the senile old killing machine? Sakamoto would have honestly, if everything was in his favor, escaped.
and just incapacitated Takamura maybe. But let's turn things around and let's say Takamura was the one that was truly gunning for Sakamoto and was an unrelenting force of assassination that was coming for not just Taro the man himself, but his family, Aoi and Hana. Like, it follows the monster. I think at some point, Sakamoto's gonna have to reconcile with this problem and feel like, yep, I've got to put an end to this, which ultimately is right now the exact situation and problem Shin is in. He has to decide if he really needs to take the life of someone for the greater good or not, especially when Shin thinks about that flashback of Aoi and Sakamoto. Aoi's whole point to Sakamoto is that if I died, you would miss me. Think about the people that you kill. They all have people that miss them or care about them. People are going to miss the people that you kill. However, I have a couple different things to say about that, because Atari has already confirmed that there is no way to repair the relationship between Tenq and Slur, who is basically Tenq's only friend at this point. I mean, I guess you could consider the other Alkmaar orphans as allies and friends, but that's questionable in and of itself. And for an emotionless killing machine that really isn't even able to process human connection, human personalities, and just living in the real world, he is someone that doesn't even operate on the same scale. I really don't think losing that person would be an overall net loss to the world. Let's get rid of Tenq, guys. I don't think we should even be having this long of a discussion about it. But I guess that's ultimately my main problem with the lesson that Shin is trying to, I guess, validate here. And maybe that's more of my problem with assassin work being an option in the world in general. It is always an excuse for anybody, not just Shin, to find an easy answer to an otherwise critically complicated issue. Convincing Tenq to not kill everybody, change his mind, and potentially even come onto their side to keep the status quo that's been oppressing everyone so far. The assassin world is terrible. We've already seen how it's shoot up and spit out people like Heisuke, Amane, Satoru. It is absolutely terrible. So keeping things going the way they are not the best way to go. However, again, following the status quo and Shin just saying, you know what, despite everything that I've worked towards for 200 chapters, this person deserves to die, and that is easier and better than putting in the work emotionally to change them. Although I would argue killing Tenq is still a pretty hard thing to do, it does skip a lot of the emotional weight and the long time skips that it would take to accomplish the rehabilitation. However, I would argue that this is already something we've seen Shin do before. Heisuke is literally right here in the chapter telling Shin that without him, Heisuke himself probably never would have changed. But not even just Heisuke, he's not the only example. You have people like Mafuyu that were able to see different perspectives thanks to Shin. Even though Mafuyu is on his own different path, he never would have been as nuanced without Shin's interference. And for him to look at all of the different events that have occurred in Sakamoto's day's story and realize that the main problem was Shin pretending to be something he wasn't, a man that could get by without killing others, was the wrong assessment of himself. Well, I do believe that is kind of the exact message that Nagumo and Kandaka were trying to get across to Shin, that he needs to find his own way and stop imitating Sakamoto. I'm not sure if abandoning the Sakamoto family rules and residing from the convenience store is exactly what they meant here. Even if it was what they truly meant, I think this realization not resulting in some kind of major power-up for Shin makes it all around wasteful in general. Because if you remember, the whole ultimate goal that we were supposed to get out of this arc for Shin was he would learn some new level of mastery with his ESP, or just incorporate something better that he could learn from Atari into his fighting style, so that way he could develop some unique battle type that was specific to him, instead of him constantly trying to be some type of power type assassin like Sakamoto. And so far, although Shin has sure conquered threats like Joe Shackles, proving himself to be on a level similar to like just below Order member strength, Shin hasn't really grown too much when it comes to fighting in general. I mean, definitely hasn't grown enough for anybody to realistically think he can take on a monster like Tenq. My original predictions for this arc would have been Atari and her fortune-telling powers helping Shin in some kind of like 2v1, and not only give Shin the edge he needs to somehow cop a W, but also show Shin a new way or perspective of using his powers to grow into that new person that Nagumo and Kandaka needed him to be, even though he was wildly outclassed in the exhibition arc. And not for nothing, even though he was wildly outclassed in the exhibition arc, we did at least know Shin was able to hang with order level fighters. He was able to fight along Shishiba against Kumanomi, and even fought Haruma to a pretty decent conclusion, and did pretty damn well, all things considered. Shin beating Joe Shackles isn't something new. It's something to be expected. It's good and satisfying to see, but again, it's expected. So with Torres' arrival to the fray, it makes me worried that the big bad of the arc Tenq is going to be handled by someone stronger, or even more insultingly, if Sakamoto himself shows up and arrives with Torres to help Shin. We already know Shin is very much weaker than Tenq and should not be able to win in a 1v1. And with the reveal that his mind commands can probably only work once on someone, Shin has definitely learned something new about his ESP. I'd even say Shin just being able to survive in general against Tenq in a fight is impressive, even though sure, Tenq's just been running circles around him. But what really irks me is the idea that Shin is basically accepting Tenq's declaration that he and Tenq are the same, when in reality, I don't think that's true in the slightest. The fact that Shin would even admit so is like almost revising history. Shin has people to protect. In fact, it's the whole damn reason he's resolved to kill Tenq in the first place. Unlike Tenq, who doesn't give a fuck about anybody and wants to kill children, which I don't think Shin would do either. Shin has learned time and time again that having people to protect can make you stronger. Sure, in some aspects, they can be a weakness, especially in direct situations like this where people can target your loved ones, but if you're strong enough to rise to the occasion, the benefits and the buff that you get from fighting for something you care about and also having more to lose than another person can really outweigh the negatives. Shin has also, as I mentioned before, been a direct person responsible for turning other assassins away from this kind of thinking, which should, for all intents and purposes, prove that his and Sakamoto's philosophy on life is the correct one, especially with the multiple battles they've had to prove that fact above other philosophies. There are also multiple points in Sakamoto Days that you can point to where these characters are only able to survive because of their teamwork and trust in others. Shin would be dead right now as we speak if they killed Heisuke during their confrontation with him, and Shin didn't trust him enough to come through during the lab arc and save him. Another example, Shin would be dead if they killed Siba in the lab arc and didn't befriend him later in the JCC arc. Anyway, long story short, with all of my complaining being said, I hope that the story recognizes that Shin is wrong here, especially with the fact that Shin and Tenq have dropped down into basement floor 3. I am still coping and holding out hope for a part to show up and save the day and show Shin that he's wrong, and trusting in people and rehabilitating people is the right way to do things. Because if you really think about it, a serial killer that's killed over hundreds of people and vowed to never go back was a character that we were able to get on our side and change just by showing them affection they've never gotten before. And if a part can show up here and remind Shin of that, it might be possible that we can look at Tenq a bit differently. Whether that means killing him or not, Shin needs to realize that this isn't the answer he needs. And if anybody's gonna help Shin, I'd rather it be fucking a part than Sakamoto or Torres, because Shin should surpass Tenq through his own natural merit. And the ally in that fight for him to do so should be more support than the other way around of Shin supporting someone like Sakamoto. Because frankly, if this arc ends with Shin not being able to handle a big threat again, and someone like Sakamoto just saving him and mopping up the mess for him, I will be so disappointed after all this solo arc buildup for Shin just to be reverted back to the character he always ends up being. And he's just going to be moving in a constant circle instead of ever actually developing. But you know what? Again, we haven't seen what Torres's arrival is going to spell out for us. I could be completely off base, but in my opinion, it doesn't look good. What do you guys all think about everything that's going on in this story? Would you hate to see Shin's development stolen from him yet again? Would you hate to see another situation where Shin isn't able to rise to the occasion? I'm gonna hold out strong. I believe in Yuto Suzuki, and I believe Shin will find what he needs to grow past this little rut that he's found himself in, and he'll be able to move forward with a whole new philosophy and become the person that we knew he could be after the prison arc. One of the most controversial discussions in the Sakamoto Days community right now is whether or not Shin is strong enough to even stand a chance and hang in a battle against Tenq. Whereas previously, Shin was able to stand in the same room and fight against threats like Kumanomi when he had help, or even 1v1 extremely difficult opponents like Haruma before. Two characters who definitely overpower Shin when it it comes to higher physical stats, experience, and the long-range advantage they have in fighting. Not only was Shin very underleveled in these fights, and was more so able to keep up with his opponents by making use of the environment and coming up with some special way to exploit his ESP benefit. Examples are when he realizes that Haruma is focusing his fighting style on sports and chooses to predict what game and what rules needed to be played according to the games that Haruma is emulating. And also, Shin did have his sonic glove with him in that fight, which allowed him to blow Haruma's eardrums and deliver much more critical blows than Shin is capable of at this very moment. And despite the prison arc supposedly being this big solo training story for Shin, the only actual growth we've seen from Shin is his defeat of Joe Shackles. Shin should definitely be at a disadvantage in this scrap against Tenq, especially without any help and coming at it alone. However, with the new knowledge that his mental commands only work on an opponent once, Shin resolves to use every aspect of his ESP to stay in the battle for as long as possible. Combining the use of his future sight, which allows him to subconsciously predict an opponent's motor functions before the thought even reaches their neural network, and now that his body has received enough training to somewhat keep pace physically with a threat like Tenq, Shin is surprisingly, at the very least, drawing the battle to a stalemate. Every arrow that Tenq fires is getting dodged, and even when Tenq tries to innovate his style by snapping his bowstring and whipping it around to cause AoE damage, Shin is still able to properly anticipate where Tenq's coming from and counterattack effectively. And one thing that I do want to point out is something that we did learn from the brief cuts to Sakamoto and his current training arc with Torres on the side. Something that Kandaka explicitly tells Sakamoto before everyone goes into their training arcs is that regimented practice can really only do so much for a person. Sakamoto was at his physical limit. Sparring with Kandaka and going through specific drills isn't going to bring Sakamoto any further in his goal, especially now that he has surpassed and learned everything he can about Kandaka. Kandaka claimed what Sakamoto actually needs is real-time fighting experience with someone on order level. Practice is not going to put you in a situation that real life will. Sakamoto needs to fight someone that he can't predict and will put him on the edge. Constantly practicing the same situation will never have someone grow or develop. You are just perfecting and replicating the same result over and over again. As soon as something changes or a unique event happens, all that practice goes out the window. It's part of the reason Torres works so well as a training partner for Sakamoto. Since Torres doesn't actually want to kill Sakamoto so he can just keep raising his bounty higher and higher, Sakamoto can fight someone who keeps him on his toes as many times as he wants without the risk of death. And with Sakamoto's lesson from Torres being that he relies way too much on luck and not the consistent skills in his arsenal that housekeeping give him, Shin's lesson does seem to be somewhat similar, where the Dortoragonist is constantly searching for ways he can exploit the environment or just overwhelm his opponent physically. Like his master Sakamoto, Shin should be finding excuses to make ESP put him at an advantage over the opponent instead. So with the new knowledge that his mental commands only work once, we see Shin turn all of his other weapons on to 100%, such as Future Sight. But more importantly, we see Shin find a way to work around the single-use limit of his mental commands. Because it's obvious that Shin is still weaker than Tenq when it comes to experience and strength overall, on top of the fact that Tenq himself is also a very intelligent combatant that is more than willing to improvise as well, Tenq will always maintain that stat advantage. Which also means as the fight goes on longer, Shin isn't the only one learning and adapting as he fights. Tenq is continually running into Shin's Future Sight traps and realizing that if he just launches attacks at random, it will become impossible for Shin to keep up. And it's here that this battle becomes a tug of war to see who can surpass the other before it's way too late. Right when Tenq makes this discovery and starts kicking up large volleys of rubble to confuse Shin and injure his leg, Shin levels up his thinking and responds by realizing he can actually mentally command himself. Even if it does only work once, he can use the mental command to overwrite his brain's senses that are telling him his injured leg cannot move, forcing himself to lift his body off the ground and leap at Tenq, despite his injuries supposed to be incapacitating him. However, anyone that was worried about the potential power scaling problems that Shin handling Tenq would cause can all rest assured that that will not be happening, because it's revealed at the end of the chapter that Tenq has just been holding back this entire time. The eye patch that Tenq has been designed with was revealed not to just be for show and to make him look like a pretty cool pirate, as it's actually a handicap on his archery skills in general. So Tenq isn't just an emotionless killer and psychopath. He is a Kenpachi type character that literally holds his strength back to make sure his fights are more fun, which is more scary than anything, and man, was already terrifying. By lifting this eye patch, a fully present eye is revealed. No injuries, scars, or damage, except the only difference that makes this eye look different is its iris is a lot blacker than average and the other one. Tenq does make a comment at first about having both of his eyes open, making him feel woozy, but his vision is clearer than ever, showing that this special eye of Tenq's may actually be some form of supernatural ability, something he's only able to use once or twice without suffering exhaustion, or Tenq, it might just be an even deeper psychopath than we thought. Either way, with the reveal that Shin has only been facing Tenq at 50% and is already heavily on the back foot with injuries all around, with Tenq's new power-up, it's unknown how Shin will be able to match Tenq's tenacity from this point on. As once the curled arrow that Tenq fired with both eyes lands on Shin, it proves an even bigger gap between the two assassins power-wise. Where Shin's ESP range can only extend so far, Tenq with his second eye bestows him with a huge buff and attack range that supersedes Shin's ESP. And now that his advantage in range is confirmed, Tenq can fire as many lethal arrows at Shin without Shin ever knowing where they're gonna come from or when they'll be fired, clearing Shin's ESP from the fight entirely and making it null and void. And I have to reiterate, considering Shin's ESP and his future sight was the only reason he was even keeping pace with Tenq as it was, there is no way in sight for me that would allow Shin to come out of this fight without him gaining some kind of crazy extra level up for ESP or beating that one-time restriction for mental commands. As not only are Shin's injuries preventing him from fighting at 100%, with his leg wound not letting him move the way he wants, his exhaustion is also very clear, and without ESP, he has no advantages or handicaps. Now, one thing we did get last chapter is the arrival of Torres, the order member that has been training with Sakamoto, which means it's possible there may be a rescue crew that's coming to Shin in his fight, or at the very least, someone may come and give him enough time to unlock that level of ESP that he's missing. Theorized from the very beginning, may give Atari a chance to fight alongside Shin or help him adapt and level up that ESP in a way he never would have thought before. We've already seen Atari come in clutch, and knowing that she's still got one good lucky move left, well, I'm gonna have to hope and say it's gonna be one for Shin to win this. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Shin getting help in this scenario, and with this being a big solo Shin arc, I was really hoping he would be able to handle everything on his own, because not for nothing, it seems like every fight or serious battle that Shin gets into, he needs help to do it, or just needs someone to clean up the mess for him. Haruma was like the closest we got to him actually succeeding and getting a pretty decent win on his own, and then we have him win Joe Shackles just for Tenq to be introduced, and at no fault of Shin, Tenq was just brought up to be way too powerful. If Tenq was a little bit more grounded, I think it wouldn't be so hard to believe Shin could win this fight here. But with how fucking insane Tenq seems, it almost seems kind of impossible without help at this point. I will be honest, Yuto Suzuki really had me worried there for a minute, and these last couple of chapters that we did this whole prison arc for Shin just to have him have his final kill stolen from him in the last minute by Torres or someone else. I am so happy that that is not the case as of what happened, but also that this turned around into being one of the best and honestly most earned Shin level ups that I think we've ever seen in the series. The whole point of going to the JAA prison was to look and find the fortune teller Atari, because hopefully she was going to be able to be an awesome mentor for Shin that would help him reach the highest peaks of his ESP power. Come to find out, Atari, the fortune teller, has nothing to do with ESP at all, and Shin is still on his own. We went down all of these crazy floors and fought with Joe Shackles, met up with Boiled, and taught him what it meant to be hard-boiled again, all for nothing, because we needed to help Shin discover the one thing that was holding him back from being the best assassin that he possibly could be, developing his strength further and reaching past his limits. Because no matter how much training he did with Kandaka, Nagumo, Sakamoto, Shin's physical skills had just hit their limit, and he was not getting any stronger no matter what he did. We saw that even after all of the training, the power glove, the ESP skills, everything he put together was not enough to beat Haruma in the exhibition arc. So if he can't get any stronger, is this really as good as he gets? Be it due to genetics, poor visualization of being a better self, or outright bad luck, that physical peak is nowhere near the power level that's required to be facing some of the order level members or the members of Slur's gang that we're going to be going up against. Again, Shin barely escaped his fight with Haruma in the exhibition arc. And I truly think that Yuto Suzuki realized this as he was going through the exhibition arc, and that might be not only why we got such a weird end to it, but why we immediately pushed into a Shin solo arc right afterwards, because Shin is just nowhere near, at least he was nowhere near the level he needed to be at, despite the amount of fights and the amount of characters that are no longer low level anymore. And if he doesn't want Shin to end up like Lu, then unfortunately he's got to find some way to make Shin relevant. That's what tells me we are slowly working our way towards a big finale and climax with all of these major characters, because we cannot move the story forward until everyone is at the level we need to take on these threats. And Shin's new ability to mentally command someone and force them to do an action against their will was clearly the answer to getting stronger. However, with no one to really help him base any ideas off of and having no real mentor that understands ESP, Shin is on his own and spinning his wheels, not getting anywhere. And ironically, as I mentioned before, Atari didn't help Shin come to a new conclusion of his powers at all. If anything, she helped out for one chapter, made a gun out of clock pieces, and then dipped, which funnily enough just ended up proving that the advice that Kandaka ended up giving to Sakamoto and sent him on his journey against Torres ended up being very true for Shin as well. The only real way to learn and grow is to put yourself in the exact situations you're looking to be prepared for. For Sakamoto, that was repeatedly fighting Torres, an assassin of a higher level. And now for Shin, which we originally thought was going to be some journey of self-discovery that would lead him to his perfect ESP master, ended up just being an excuse for Shin to level up himself all from his own merit. Shin has been a very determined person since entering the prison arc. I mean, he was able to overcome Joe Shackles, someone who was clearly stronger than him at first, just by fully locking into that confidence that he had and knowing that no matter what happens, he needs to accomplish his mission and get to basement floor 3. Whether he needs to beat up a bunch of prisoners, make fun of some warden, he's gonna do whatever it takes. And we see, unfortunately, the downsides of that thinking take hold of Shin now as he's ready to kill Tenq, going against the family rules. Shin has always had this contagious courage and confidence and just determination in completing what he needs to do. It's part of the reason why he's gotten this far in the long run and why Sakamoto has always kept Shin safe. I mean, Shin's influence was able to affect people like Mafuyu way back in the JCC transfer exam, or even Natsuki Siba. And on Basement 1, we literally watched Shin inspire Boyle to remember what being hard-boiled was all about and bring him back to his roots. Even Heisuke in the recent chapters goes off to admit that he would not have been able to change his ways and fit in with the Sakamoto family if it wasn't for someone like Shin being there to keep Heisuke in line along the way. Because if you think about it, Heisuke was an assassin and trained to be an assassin just like Shin. But if someone like Shin is able to step out of that life and live this new life alongside Sakamoto, why can't Heisuke? If Shin believes he was never worthy of being in that place and changing, then what does that say for Heisuke? Was Heisuke wrong to think he could change, and should he end up being someone that kills people too? I think the one important message that Suzuki is trying to focus on is Shin's claim to fame has always been his mindset. How strongly he believes in the Sakamoto family rules, his desire to do anything that's necessary to protect the people he cares about. And if anything, we could argue that mindset is what brought him to this next level, uncovering the secret of his ESP and allowing him to surpass Tenq. Not in a 2v1, not in a group battle where people are helping him, or a battle that Shin had to fight 75% of and then someone jumps in to clean up his mess afterwards, but with his own two hands, Shin grabbed this victory from Tenq and turned the momentum around completely, all on his own, all with his own thought process. Atari didn't help him come to that conclusion. He is simply using the environment around him and using everything he can with the tool set that he has. By using his ESP to push his body past its normal limit, he is inadvertently inadvertently breaking those old limits that kept Shin below order level and buff him up to even perception blitz smoke demons like Tenq. Shin's ESP commands can only work on people once. That is the new rule that was learned. And it's all because every individual has their own unique neural pathway, their brains have inherent defenses against being taken over. Possession can only be done once. Afterwards, the brain just adapts and refuses to succumb to the ESP mind control again. That is, when it's used on another person, because Shin's brain is never going to defend his ESP from himself. Shin assumed that if his ESP works once on other people, it's gonna work once on me. He used that one chance he had to dodge that final arrow when he had his broken leg. Shin's base speed is not able to compete with Tenq's marksmanship. So Shin realizes that if this fight goes on any longer, I'm gonna die. And it's revealed that in that final second, as an arrow is coming right to Shin, he doesn't have any choice. He's considering death and goes, fuck it, I might as well command myself with ESP one last time. And surprisingly, it works. And although Shin doesn't realize it yet, it's because, again, his brain's never going to defend against his own possession. It's his own brain. Shin can command his own body to move as much as he wants, which gives Shin the idea to ultimately allow him to maximize his body's potential. If he can command himself to do things, even move on a broken leg, what stops him from pushing past normal level of strength, his normal level of speed? He can tell his body to punch harder, tell his body to run faster. It clearly works because Tenq, who was just running circles around multiple prison guards of the JAA prison, almost killed Atari. All these guards were all at least able to fight someone like Higuchi, who was at least strong enough to fight Teen Sakamoto in the past arc. Tenq just gets instantly put down and forced to submit to Shin. Again, the guy who a couple of chapters ago couldn't physically compare to Joe Shackles. Without the fortune teller, without Heisuke, and in the depths of Basement 4-3 all on his own, Shin resolved and found the answer to victory himself. However, what makes this time even more impressive is how far Shin has come in this battle compared to his last scrap with Haruma. And sure, Tenq was low on arrows, and apparently that heightened sight from his left eye makes him a little nauseous and wheezy. So that heightened sense of vision while helping Tenq fight from afar was also a little bit of a nerf as well. I wouldn't argue too much, and I would say Shin truly earned this win here. And if Shin is strong enough to actually take on characters that are in Slur's gang solo, I mean, this is exactly what anyone could have wanted out of this arc, and I would say we've pretty much come out of this a victory. Shin can finally step out of Sakamoto's shadow and be his own character. However, now we have another major problem, and that problem is Shin's power-up wasn't just arising from the need to beat Tenq. Shin's philosophy of needing to kill people and needing to be an assassin is what helped him unlock this power. So if anything, if it's so effective in giving him this power, why would he deny it at the final second? If it's that effective at getting him the results he needs, Shin might just need to be an assassin and break the Sakamoto family rules. And this does make Shin shed a tear before he makes that final lethal blow on Tenq, but it's not because Shin is hesitating to kill or he's scared to actually go through with it. It's all because that even at this final moment, all the way at the end, there's not a single part of Shin that's fighting or questioning this decision. He truly, full-heartedly believes this is the way to go about things. And it's in this moment that Sakamoto appears to stop him. The one thing that I do love about Sakamoto's appearance here is that Sakamoto isn't showing up for once to save Shin or rescue Shin or steal the glory from Shin. Shin didn't need Sakamoto's help to get the win. What Shin does need help with is he needs to realize that to take down a monster, he doesn't need to become a monster. A lesson that Sakamoto has surely learned in his top hitman life. I am excited to see what happens going forward and where we're going to end this prison arc off with, especially now that Shin has reached the peak that he's trying to hit. Sakamoto, will he be able to convince Shin that he has gone down the wrong path, or is Shin really going to become this new shadow person? I hope not. I do think that while Shin is correct in realizing that some people just need to die, they can't save everyone, especially as I've said multiple times, going into the finale of Sakamoto Days where people are going to need to die and aren't just going to give up, especially these new order members, the leader of the order, the remaining people in Slur's gang, Slur himself. We might need to take some lives here. So either Shin is going to change and be like, you know what, Sakamoto, you're right, I'm stronger now, but I just need to not kill anyone. Or Shin is going to reason with Sakamoto, they're going to kill Tenq, and they're going to be like, damn, we might actually have to kill people going forward. I don't know what the correct answer is, but alls I know is Torres is also present, so I'm not sure if, again, he's now Sakamoto's new sidekick, we're all friends now that we've had dinner, or we're just gonna break out into a Torres fight next. So after all that time of everyone being upset about Heisuke not really doing much this arc and just being comedy relief to bounce off of Shin, if Atari and Heisuke finish the arc by pulling off one of the biggest and coolest heists of the century by defeating Torres in battle, it might just be one of the best redemptions of all time. Either way, whether or not that actually happens, Heisuke, in my opinion, compared to Shin, had already proven himself after the Kamihate battle to be more than enough of an ally to Sakamoto in the fights to come. And even though Heisuke does probably still have plenty of areas he can improve on, when Heisuke puts his mind to it, he clearly is just as much of an order level assassin as Kamihate would be. And with the reveal that Pisuke, the bird that always follows around Heisuke, is actually a constant flow of good luck for not just Heisuke, but vice versa. Heisuke is one of the perfect good luck items for Pisuke. Not only does it make sense how Heisuke has been constantly hitting these 360 no-scope trick shots, but it stands to reason this might just be the fight where Atari is able to make use of that last ounce of luck she was talking about that's left in her hourglass. Most of this chapter kicks off 30 minutes before Shin unlocked his ESP Command Ultra Instinct upgrade and surpassed Tenq in the fight, and explains how Torres and Sakamoto both ended up in what was supposed to be Shin's crowning achievement arc. One of the most interesting things that I think we get out of this chapter is that, contrary to popular belief and the weird bromance they have developed over the course of the prison arc, it's actually revealed Taro and Torres did not show up together. Both of them had entirely separate missions and reasons for showing up here. Torres was actually sent here by the leader of the Order, Oki, in order to retrieve Atari and rescue her from people that might be planning to abduct her. Which, one, I have to say, thank God Shin and Heisuke were here on their own accord, because if they weren't, Torres clearly would have failed at saving Atari. I mean, Atari would have been choked out by Tenq by the time Bro walked in, and I don't want to hear anything about he would have moved faster if Shin and Heisuke weren't coming. He didn't even know they were there. But two, it means that the JAA is either completely in the dark and unaware of how Atari's fortune powers actually work, or if they just plain don't care and just want to make sure no one else can have her. And knowing what we do know about Chairman Asaki, even though he is mostly an enigma and a very mysterious person, we do know for sure he is an asshole and would definitely be the type of character to have a "if I can't have her, no one can" type of mentality. Oki even claims that, according to Asaki, if they were able to use Atari at her peak, anyone that's able to make use of the weapon that is the fortune teller could even rival an assassin like Takamura in power, which I have a hard time believing because of how much of a smoke demon Takamura actually is. However, this is the same girl that was able to turn a bunch of random clock gadgets and parts into a fully working and loaded gun, so I'm not going to argue with that. Which does make me wonder if Atari has just been intentionally letting her luck run out so that way she could not be used by the JAA anymore. As Torres does explain, most people don't really get to choose the life that they live. Atari was deemed as an asset by the chairman, so she is stuck under the JAA's thumb whether she likes it or not. But it also makes me wonder that if all of this was intentional or a facade, and Atari can just get her luck back if she ever wants to. For Asaki to cherish Atari like a coveted weapon, even when she's been utterly useless for so long, because remember, we were told the only reason she was locked up is because all of her fortunes started to fall apart whenever they had anything to do with Slur. We know that actually her luck was just running out and it was just convenient timing. But we actually find out from Oki that apparently Asaki locked Atari up not because she was useless, but because he didn't want anyone else to use her as a weapon. So it's really impossible to tell what is the truth right now. Whereas Sakamoto's mission is much more cut and dry. He was simply responding to a distress signal, like some kind of Marvel superhero going off because his sidekick was in trouble. He crashes through the roof with full-on gusto and just immediately kicks Torres in the side of the face and saves Atari at the last moment. And again, whether Shin purposely set off the name tag or not, we do have to remember that if he did, up until about 10 minutes ago, Shin and everyone was getting their ass kicked. So if he unintentionally hit the distress signal button, it would make sense. But clearly, based on the way Atari calls it her lucky item, it's most likely just another good fortune, as well as the fact that Shin is surprised to even see Sakamoto in the prison. With Shin only seconds away from ending Tenkyu's life, Sakamoto has no choice but to rush to his side after hearing from Heisuke that Shin is planning on quitting the store and killing someone. Sakamoto has no choice but to leave Heisuke alone and to hold down the fort for 10 minutes while Sakamoto leaves. But because Torres is specifically hunting down Atari, if Sakamoto, someone of his level, isn't around to keep Atari safe, what's stopping Torres from just achieving his mission? So now, it's up to the one remaining surviving guard, Heisuke the bird, and what's ever left of Atari's good luck to take on an opponent that not even Sakamoto himself has yet to conquer. Torres is claiming that Sakamoto is making a really big gamble by leaving Atari in the hands of a kid like Heisuke. But ironically, it was only moments ago that Torres was claiming it takes an actual gamble to change the course of fate. However, as usual, Sakamoto doesn't see this as some kind of luck-based chance. Sakamoto fully and wholeheartedly trusts Heisuke. He knows Heisuke will accomplish the job that Sakamoto asks of him, to the point that Sakamoto says it's not a gamble, it's a sure thing. Whether or not you want to argue that Sakamoto was right to leave Atari behind or not, if Heisuke will be able to use his rifle and Pisuke to hold Torres off effectively, it will always be satisfying to see how far Heisuke has come, even if he fails. The fact that all of these characters have truly become like family, it's beautiful. And if that is the case, there's no resignation from family. You can't just quit. Which brings us to exactly where we left off last chapter. Right before Shin puts that final blow into Tenq and ends Tenkyu's life for good, Sakamoto uses all of his speed to catch up and stop Shin from making a choice he won't be able to come back from. And much to Shin's confusion, Sakamoto tells Shin that he's wrong in believing that this prison is where he belongs and that he's anything like Tenq. And if anyone understands, it's Sakamoto, who has seen Shin at his best and his worst. And according to the flashback that we're about to go into, Sakamoto's known the boy since he was 13 years old. If there's anyone that would be able to pull Shin out of this bad state of mind, it's him, which is nice. It's a great callback and a parallel to just before the Bangkok arc, when Sakamoto was trying to leave and take on all of his burdens on his own. Shin was there for him. It's these two characters that will always be able to help each other see the light, no matter how dark it gets. It's that maturity inside of Sakamoto, the lessons that he's learned throughout his life, that allow him to be such a powerful influence and mentor for Shin, as well as it's the fire of Shin's youth and his willingness to get back up no matter what that reminds Sakamoto what he's fighting for and what he's truly made of. As Tenq lay bleeding out and coughing up blood, his lungs punctured by Shin's previous attacks and ensuring Tenq will eventually die, Sakamoto attempts to make every effort possible to save Tenq here, despite the fact that if he does live, he might come to try and threaten Aoi and Hana. Shin cries out, saying Tenq has to die. A slime bag like Tenq that fully intends to kill an innocent wife and daughter just to make Taro feel pain does not deserve life. And while, personally, I wholeheartedly would agree with that sentiment, especially in the setting of Sakamoto days in this assassin eat assassin world, I think we should really just stop pussyfooting around and axe these guys. Honestly, I've got a long list of characters that I think need to go after Tenq, starting with Kanagori. He's been around for too long. But I digress. Besides my Kanagori hatred, Sakamoto cut Shin off as he pleads for Sakamoto to tell Shin Tenq can't die. Not because Tenq doesn't deserve death, but because he personally can't allow Shin to become a murderer. Shin doesn't think things like that matter because how Shin sees it, he's a bad person. The fact that he is willing to accept that death is what's necessary here to keep others safe, whether you want to classify that as a bad person or not in your book, it's what Shin believes, especially with how ingrained the Sakamoto family rules are into him. By admitting he's not a good person, he's undoing everything that he's done to grow and fit in at Sakamoto. But instead of denying any of that, Sakamoto actually reaffirms Shin's belief. He tells Shin that he knows Shin isn't a good person. He knows exactly what kind of person Shin is.
and he shouldn't have to worry about things like that. Which, coming from someone like Sakamoto, the world's greatest hitman that has probably had to take countless lives and had to reconcile with the things that he's done time and time again, thinking to himself, does he truly believe this life, this beautiful family he has, does he deserve it? I mean, even a couple chapters ago, we saw Sakamoto wrestle with this fact that he might not be able to ever come home again now that he's a target of the Order. But still, Sakamoto carries on. He comes home every day and realizes that he has to at least try to be the person he thinks he should be. You don't have to be a good person. You just have to try to become one every day. That's the hard part. Got the sign right there. If there's anyone who could understand that one fact and empathize even with the idea that Shin isn't a good person, and there's always the option of just giving it all up, going rogue and jumping back into your assassin ways, Taro Sakamoto understands better than anyone. And I believe what Sakamoto has learned to keep himself carrying on is the exact lesson that he's going to hope to impart to Shin during this flashback that we're about to enter. As Sakamoto and another assassin overlook a room of new recruits that he'll be working with, he notices there's a young kid about the age of 13 on the side of the room, and apparently the assassins were gonna kill him because he was sneaking around headquarters and wouldn't reveal who he was working for, just to make an example out of someone like that. And upon closer inspection, it's a young Shin. What will this flashback reveal to us? Will it give us some much needed information about Shin? Where he comes from? If he's actually an orphan from Alkmaar? Could it be he's maybe just the child of someone from Alkmaar? We still don't know who Dr. Asakura's friend was that dropped Shin off at the lab. Or could it just be some short motivational story to inspire Shin to not change his ways and stick with the Sakamoto gang? Especially now that he's got these new powers and the strive to be a better person? I mean, if Shin's beating people like Tenq, we definitely could use some strength like that in our final battle with the Order and Slur's gang. After all of this and after the flashback, we have to imagine that just leaves Sakamoto, who is the only one who's yet to unlock his full potential. But something tells me he's right on the cusp of it with that house husband lesson he learned. The last time we received a flashback arc from Yuto Suzuki, it was genuinely one of the most interesting parts of the Sakamoto Days story that also included some of the best choreographed fight scenes in the entire series. So the fact that we're getting another one that revolves around the first time Shin and Sakamoto met is not only fun because of the kinds of action that we'll be getting to see from young Taro Sakamoto, because it seems like the story of this flashback will be critical to Shin's backstory and who his parents are. Way back in the Okutabi lab arc, it was revealed that Shin was dropped off at Dr. Asakura's location after a very close friend of the doctor's paid a visit and left without taking the child with them. Nowhere else to go, Dr. Asakura had no choice but to raise Shin as his own with the other lab assistants. And it was here in the lab that Shin awakened his ESP powers. Not because he was born with them and just needed like a special awakening, but one night Shin accidentally drank one of Dr. Asakura's experimental medicines, and its permanent side effect resulted in giving Shin the supernatural ability to read minds. Shin ended up leaving the Okutabi lab because of his ESP. They made him feel like an outcast, as Shin found that most people didn't enjoy having their mind read, and people started to avoid Shin outright because they felt like they had no privacy around him. We even see this traumatized mindset in Shin during this specific chapter, where he expects Sakamoto to just denounce him and write him off the moment he learns that Shin can read minds. But surprisingly, Sakamoto doesn't even bat an eye at this information, let alone believe the teenager at first, which starts that small spark of intrigue Shin would have for Sakamoto, a man that constantly went against everything Shin knew and had learned as a troubled youth searching the JAA for his supposed birth father. Because again, up until Sakamoto, everyone looked down on Shin or didn't appreciate his presence at all, something that ended up turning him into this rambunctious, angsty, unruly teen that we see in the flashback. And you can definitely see small little traits of that still peek out in his 21-year-old self. Now, last chapter, the flashback began by showing off Sakamoto, who's currently a member of the Order in this timeline, infiltrating and disguising himself as some new rookie in a random criminal organization. But not because Sakamoto is trying to find his way in the assassin world. Sakamoto is under direct orders from Yotsumura, rest in peace my goat, and Sakamoto is after a former researcher from the JAA who's currently on the lam. And as this organization is formally inducting their rookies, the security of the organization stumbles upon a 14-year-old Shin who was, for some reason, sneaking around their facility in search of leads to find his birth father,
father, whose name is revealed to be Ando Tasuku. According to Shin, he's been on the run from the lab for about 4 years now, living on his own and searching for any clues he possibly could find in regards to his father. And after finding his very first clue, Shin not only went right to action, but instantly got caught by the organization he was suspecting. And it's all due to the fact that, I mean, he's 14. He's got no real assassin skills, no real expertise. He's just a basic kid. Yet despite being so young and inexperienced, Shin is still able to use the ESP powers that he was blessed with to gain an advantage. Despite being such a detriment to his everyday social life when it comes to combat, even without any brawn or fighting skills to make up for the things he lacks, Shin is smart enough to start speaking about and making comments about the weapons that the criminals might have or could have, which strikes gold because as all of the criminals start thinking about the weapons that they brought with them, he's able to pinpoint someone all the way in the back of the crowd who admits they forgot to bring a weapon today. And that person is Taro Sakamoto. And of course, this is the very first time Shin canonically learns the hard way Taro Sakamoto ain't need no weapon. His hands are registered to kill in the country of Japan. I very much promise you, if they catch Sakamoto in broad daylight not wearing gloves or some kind of handcuffs, he is breaking the law similar to if he was holding a gun or a fucking katana out in broad daylight. I am not exaggerating, and I know you know I'm not. Within moments of Shin trying to hold Sakamoto hostage with a knife to the throat, we also get one of the first iconic moments of Shin getting immediately paralyzed and stun-locked by Sakamoto's base aura and killing intent, who Sakamoto himself is pretty confused because he's like, I didn't even move a muscle and this guy's locked up and passed out. But it's obviously Shin's ESP that is just picking up on Sakamoto's instinctual reaction before his body actually moves, which again is just where the classic trope of Sakamoto is just able to kill Shin in his mind anytime Shin says something dumb or does something stupid. When Shin comes to and realizes that Sakamoto didn't actually kill him, rescued Shin, and tried to give him a chance to escape, instead of taking the opportunity and running like any smart person would, Shin decides that he's going to berate Sakamoto for looking down on him and thinking that he's some kid that can't accomplish his mission, even though that's kind of almost exactly what Shin is right now. Shin has a bad opinion of all assassins at this moment, and it causes him to lash out with all of that teenage angst. But it's the very fact that Sakamoto doesn't react at all to Shin's insults or anger, and the fact that Sakamoto is just brushing it all off, just trying to make sure Shin stays out of trouble and lives in this fucked up assassin world that we were all born in, pisses Shin off. Sakamoto is the first one to, while sure he's dismissing Shin's value and dismissing Shin as a person, he's doing it out of genuine concern. And sure, you could argue that Sakamoto's standoffish, ignorant way of doing things is not the best way to handle a kid who clearly has insecurity issues. Again, Sakamoto's got his own character flaws in this moment, and it's clear that these two characters are going to teach each other lessons that they wouldn't have learned otherwise. Because the truth is, at this point in his life, Shin has already almost died countless times in the amount of time it's taken him to try and find the closest link he could to his dad, and Sakamoto isn't just gonna show up and stop him from searching for something that he has basically wasted multiple years of his life for. Some random adult isn't gonna stop Shin. And to get back at Sakamoto, Shin goes, oh, hey, are those the people that you're currently hiding from? Just outright exposes Sakamoto's identity in front of all of these criminals. Could have potentially gotten him killed if he wasn't, Taro fucking Sakamoto. And what a great way to respond to the adult figure that was just trying to help, which, you know what? I would criticize Shin for, but at this point, Shin's 14, man. That sounds like classic teenage behavior to me. Shin's childish thought process is made even more clear when he stops to think about Ando Tasuku, his father. Shin assumes that the reason why everyone kinda pushes him away and doesn't relate to him or accept him is because none of these people share a real blood connection with him. It makes sense that a young mind would come to the conclusion that, hey, you know what? It's not that the world sucks, it's just that all of these people don't consider me family. So I just need to find my family. My adult mind knows that it will not be okay once Shin finds his dad, and he may feel that this is the case, but even though that their blood
I doubt Ando Tasuku is going to accept Shin, and Shin is going to get rejected by his father. Why do I say that? I mean, one, I don't know who Ando is up until this point. He definitely isn't present in Shin's life in the current story. And honestly, the setup here to the story is pretty obvious in that Ando is clearly some kind of person, whether they're bad or good, that defected from the JAA. And while it's also possible that this could just be some kind of classic story of sheesh, you know, my estranged parent was on the run from, criminals and they were gonna kill all of us. So giving Ando the benefit of the doubt, maybe he was being chased by the JAA and the Order and wanted to keep Shin safe, so he dipped on him and left him somewhere where he'd be safe. But it's also quite possible this could just be the classic story of a child looking for their estranged parent just to find out that their parent never wanted them in the first place, and they're like, yeah, I left you for a fucking reason, jackass. Why'd you come back? I can never get away from you. It could really go either way, but based off of my prediction meter, I would say sad son, mean dad definitely seems to be the most realistic case, which opens up the possibility for Shin to learn that blood relations really aren't that important when it comes to people that care about you and the family that you make. Sakamoto's always been there for Shin, even as far back as when he was 14 apparently, regardless of any type of relation. And sure, Sakamoto and Shin become estranged themselves after Sakamoto retires. Within moments of Shin coming back to Sakamoto, Sakamoto turns back around and jumps back into the world of assassins just to save the boy that he met years ago. When Shin is almost about to get abducted by the crime organization that he just ratted Sakamoto out to, without any kind of prior relationship, blood connection, or even trust built at all, Sakamoto uses his thoughts to warn Shin about ducking before he launches tires at the kidnappers to incapacitate them. That just proves 100%, one, Shin wasn't lying about reading minds, but also reveals that Sakamoto was listening to Shin and was even willing to trust Shin despite having no reason to really at all. Sakamoto is not just a good person at heart, but also reveals that, conveniently enough, the man that Sakamoto is actually hunting down is Ando Tasuku, Shin's supposed dad. Now, while Taro is the greatest assassin that ever lived, he's already infiltrated multiple criminal organizations at this point by his own word, looking for this target, and when he confronts these goons, they admit they have no connection to Ando at all, which just brings Sakamoto to another dead end. It creates one of the most unlikely scenarios in that Shin will be able to use his ESP to help Sakamoto make sure, one, the people he holds up aren't lying, and two, if they're not telling him things, Shin can just read their mind. Together, they'll be able to locate Ando in no time, getting Sakamoto what he wants, and getting Shin set up with his dad. Now, by teaming up with Shin, Sakamoto and Shin can guarantee they're getting the 100% truth. Coincidentally, they will create one of the greatest duos of all time just off of pure coincidence and chance alone that these two beings ran into each other. I think the most interesting thing out of this flashback is seeing how different someone like Sakamoto appears compared to the main character we know and love today. I mean, sure, Sakamoto is still willing to go out of his way to protect a child in danger, but at the end of the day, it's obvious how much the assassin world disconnects you from average human emotions. When finding out that Sakamoto's target Ando is actually Shin's father, Sakamoto shows little to no emotion or care at all at the matter. And when Shin asks to possibly come with Sakamoto for the chance to meet his dad, Sakamoto tells Shin that he's old enough to survive on his own without any parents at the age of 13, and even goes as far as to criticize Shin for chasing after a father that abandoned him, telling Shin he shouldn't care about people who didn't care enough about him to keep him around. However, this shows the stark contrast of worlds between people that have strength and those that don't, as Shin even is able to pick up on this fact as a young teenager. Sakamoto can casually say things like a 13-year-old can survive on their own, or why chase after people who don't want you in their life, because at the end of the day, Sakamoto is strong enough to survive on his own. Sakamoto doesn't need parents. He doesn't need friends either. Are they nice to have around? Sure, of course, but they aren't necessary for survival. He can carry on his own and doesn't need anybody else behind him to accomplish that. If anyone was to try to assassinate him or hurt him, he would just kill them. Why waste thoughts on things he doesn't need? Shin is a completely different story though. Twice in the last chapter alone was his life threatened, and despite being a crafty kid and having his nifty ESP powers to know what people are thinking and later on be able to predict the future, at the end of the day,
at his core, he's a weak and fragile child that isn't able to hold a candle to any of the powerhouses that are the adults of this world. And not for nothing, even up until now, that was still the case. Once Shin unlocked the full potential of his ESP and was able to defeat a member of Slur's gang on his own, Shin's mentality collapsed and he immediately struggled with being taken advantage of and made to feel lesser than throughout the entire story. Sometimes he gets these insults from villains who are just trying to get under Shin's skin, but sometimes he just feels the effect of the devastating losses he's hit with. And as someone who has grown up and has lived most of their lives being unable to survive on their own due to the strength that they lack, Shin isn't able to see things from the same perspective as Sakamoto is. As a runaway child who currently believes their adoptive family hates having them around and is constantly at threat of dying, again, we see this multiple times, no matter what corner Shin turns, he's in danger because he is a problem maker. Even though it's painfully obvious to anyone from the outside looking in that Shin's dad is not a safe place for him to return, Shin is constantly convincing himself otherwise and deluding himself into believing that he isn't alone in this world, and if anybody understands him, it's gonna be his own flesh and blood. But even as Shin thinks this, his own thoughts aren't confident, thinking that the only person who would understand how he feels is his dad. Maybe. Big maybe there, and he's thinking this. Because, you know, he dropped me off and never looked back. Never wanted to visit or see me, but you know what? Once I show up on his doorstep, everything is gonna be okay. It's truly sad to see the mentality of a neglected child. And unironically, now that Shin has all of the strength that he sought for so long, his thinking just starts to shift into what Sakamoto's was back in the flashback. Shin believes that once he kills Tenq, he's going to be able to take on the brunt of the JAA himself and survive in the JAA jail alone because he deserves to be here, and any future fights he gets into, he'll be able to take it on alone. And he's choosing to bear the responsibility of all of those burdens himself, when the whole reason the Sakamoto family exists and is there in the first place is so they can share in that weight. And whether that's a lesson that Sakamoto learns during this flashback to some degree, or he truly doesn't understand that true power comes from trusting others until he marries his wife and reunites with Shin, it is a lesson that has undeniably helped Sakamoto out of plenty situations, even some we've seen in the series, especially as the threat level of every story arc continues to amplify more and more. It is a lesson that is easy to forget when you're considering killing someone as an option, but it's an important lesson that at its core cannot be ever forgotten if you wish to understand and save somebody. After getting a tip on his father's location and refusing to share the knowledge with Sakamoto, Shin is able to escape from the #1 hitman by sending the local businesses and massage parlors after him, claiming he's looking to buy their products or services. And after snatching a cruise ticket from one of Ando's supposed henchmen, Shin's able to get a full look at his long-lost father, just moments before he puts a bullet in one of his own associates' heads just for potentially accidentally leaking their location and putting them in harm's way with the JAA. At first, seeing his father, the near spitting image of a more adult Shin, the teenager is paralyzed with all of the different possibilities of how the situation could go, thinking of everything he could say, thinking of how his dad might respond to the things that he says. But all of these different scenarios are stripped away immediately the moment he witnesses his dad commit petty murder. The reality that Shin was looking to avoid more than anything else. The fact that his dad was just a shitty guy, a very bad and evil person, is now put in front of Shin in a way that he can't think, deny, or look away. And before he even has time to comprehend the situation, that henchman that Shin stole the ticket from returns and puts a gun directly to the child's temple without any hesitation. In a whimper, Shin calls out for his dad, but upon eye contact, Ando just turns away without a second glance, declaring to his associate that he ain't got no kid whatsoever, despite the glaring resemblance and his associate even asking if they're related. Ando tells his henchman to throw Shin overboard and be done with this country, breaking any facade Shin previously set up for himself towards his dad. Conveniently though, in classic Sakamoto choreography, Sakamoto's glasses must just give him something better than 20/20 vision or something like that, because somehow he's able to see Shin falling from the cruise ship all the way from the bridge up above,
And, of course, as you do in these situations, Sakamoto makes some quick evasive maneuvers and whips that car around off the road and sends the vehicle speeding off towards the ship and Shin. And, meanwhile, as if slowly beginning to accept his death, Shin is plummeting down towards the ocean and thinking about, you know what, he truly was alone this entire time, and finally realizes the delusion that he was setting himself up for. But just in that moment, it's when Sakamoto crashes in to save him, somehow timing the jump perfectly to land Shin right in his passenger seat, and even taking the extra care to strap Shin in with his seatbelt before they smash directly into that cruise ship, revealing that he truly does care about Shin's safety, despite thinking how he just used Shin's additional weight to better direct that crash into the ship. And with no other choice left, and Shin's father fully written off in his mind, the two unlikely teammates finally accept their alliance. Sakamoto cocks back that gun and declares to the world it's time to kill Shin's father, while Shin is just shocked that Sakamoto would just go and announce something like that out loud. Shin's rejection at the hands of his father was to be expected, to be honest. It was coming a mile away, but it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this flashback plays out. Because with Ando already on his way out of the country and planning to leave Japan forever, there are definitely multiple different ways that this mission could end. Sakamoto and Shin could just succeed in the killing of Ando and give Shin the revenge that he seeks. But at the same time, considering that the story is being told and is being referenced by Sakamoto to try and stop Shin from killing Tenq, it's more than likely the end of this flashback will result in Shin and Sakamoto sparing Ando's life and letting him go, refusing to kill him for some reason or another. And from chapter 1, it is clear that Shin has an extreme admiration of Sakamoto, almost as if Taro himself was Shin's father figure. And it's also from here on out, or at least sometime in the future after this, that these two characters do end up working in the assassin world together a lot. Enough for Shin to have very strong memories of them when he reminisces, not just of this particular moment. So it's possible that his behavior all stems from this one defining moment in their relationship. What do you guys think they're going to do with Ando? And do you think we might learn any juicy information or lore from him in regards to Shin, or maybe even the corruption that the JAA has been plagued with since Asaki became chairman? The fight in this chapter is such an awesome parallel to all the way back to the very start of the series during the Sugar Park arc, when Shin was blinded by poison and unable to fight with his eyes, needing Sakamoto to guide him through combat with his thoughts. Just showing that this isn't the first time they've performed this impressive teamwork, almost making the Sugar Park stunt make even more sense in retrospect, that the two of them would be able to coordinate this kind of effort with little to no planning beforehand. Especially considering the anime basically just went over the same scene. Yuto Suzuki is on Gege Akutami levels of mirroring his anime with his manga chapters. Say what you will about Jujutsu Kaisen. When that happened like twice during season 1 of the anime, it was a level of hype that I honestly didn't think we knew was possible in the anime manga space. While this chapter consists mostly of the fight between Sakamoto, Shin, and the bodyguards for Shin's father Ando, another thing that's nice to see is Yuto still using small gimmicks to explain an entire assassin's identity. The fact that this character, Sizpril Montaro, I probably butchered that, is just known as the piano assassin, brings me back to the days when we would be getting attacked in the convenience store by good old pizza delivery assassin specialists. It's interesting to look at where the story started to where it is now. The stakes have increased heavily ever since the destruction of the JAA at Slur's hands. And after this flashback, now that basically everyone is at the level they need to be at to face the Order, it's only going to get crazier from here. Let alone after this flashback, we have to remember that currently, Heisuke and Atari are holding down the fort against Torres. Heisuke is already injured from his fight against Tenq, and considering Atari barely has any luck left except for like one last potential chance, she's either going to give herself up to Torres to keep the Sakamoto family pushing and maybe get saved later, or she's going to use all of her luck left to help Heisuke here and now. Heisuke was able to handle an Order level threat like Kamihate, but that's just because it was sniper to sniper. Heisuke is probably not going to last for long, so Sakamoto and Shin really need to 1.5 times speed this flashback. When it does come to the flashback scenes, it is very clear that NPC assassins are not going to be able to handle Taro Sakamoto, but one bodyguard of Ando's I'm particularly worried about
is the assassin with the space buns, because they look like they're going to be the major big bad of the arc. Ando himself really doesn't seem like he's going to be much of a threat. Bro genuinely looks 20 pounds soaking wet. Does look like he's been to the gym once in his life. However, judging on how confident this character carries themselves in the face of JAA hitmen, they might have some type of problem. And you know what? I'm really just using JoJo's villain logic at this point to suss this out, because the character that always looks the fucking craziest with the wonkiest design is always the biggest problem without fail. So I think we're pretty safe to follow that logic here. One point that I also really like is how Shin keeps trying to go out on his own and separate from Sakamoto before realizing that it probably just makes more sense to stick with him. Shin, again, at this point is a child, and it shows. A very self-centered, very overconfident one at that. The fact that he was willing to go on the lam and start hunting down criminal organizations at the age of 14 proves as such. Now, obviously, Shin is a pretty special case. Most kids at the age of 14 don't have the ability to read anybody's thoughts around them. Most people at the age of their entire lives don't have that power to always know what someone is thinking. And sure, this ability can come in handy in plenty of different ways. It's also the main reason Shin feels that he's on the streets right now. Because another reminder that we get to the early days of Sakamoto is Shin felt forced out of the Okutabi lab that he called his home, because a lot of the scientists were annoyed and found Shin as a nuisance, that he was constantly reading their thoughts and they basically had no privacy. Because it seems like, just based off of this short little scene we get with Shin being very visually impaired, or mentally impaired, I should say, during being on the cruise ship, it seems at this point in his early youth, Shin can't really fully control his powers and turn them off, as he learns to do later in life, we find. Because while Sakamoto and Shin are on the cruise ship, Shin is just unable to focus and even getting sick from the overabundance of thoughts that are weighing on him in the crowded area. Thankfully, someone like Sakamoto is able to keep Shin focused, despite Shin normally being used to people getting upset or freaked out by him. Actually, it turns it around into using the ESP into a good thing, so that way they can survive the piano assassin's attack. As meanwhile, while Shin and Sakamoto are taking down the team of bodyguards, from the background of the scene, Shin's father, Ando, looks curiously at the pair, as the patrons, who just have no idea they just witnessed a real fight and thought it was all part of some performance, congratulate the quote-unquote duo. And this is the first time that Sakamoto genuinely acknowledges Shin's usefulness. But it's a little bit more than that, because it's not just that Shin was a good ally in this moment. It's because his ESP uniquely came in handy here, proving Sakamoto truly was one of the first people to ever see the bright side of Shin's telepathy and completely shift the child's perspective on his powers. Sure, Shin still thinks that Sakamoto is being a condescending jerk, but you can see from the blush and smile that he tries to hide, as an angsty 14-year-old that's really just not used to praise in general, Shin's kind of happy to hear those words, and he actually thinks that he can be of use to someone. However, I fear the next lesson that Shin is going to have to learn is using your abilities for people that care about you and not for what you can do for them. Because, just a theory, I don't know if this is going to happen, but it's a little bit of a guess, and also we need to reach the required runtime of the video, so riddle me this. What if the look Ando is giving Shin and Sakamoto is him thinking that, honestly, the same thing Sakamoto is? That this ESP power could be useful if put into the right hands. Although we still don't know why Ando is on the run from the JAA and what his crimes might be, I don't think it's a stretch to assume that Ando could find some kind of use for someone that's able to read minds. I feel like any assassin in this world probably could. We need only look at Atari and how she was used and abused throughout her career in the assassin world. It's unclear what exactly is going to happen next, but considering all Shin wanted in the beginning of this arc was for his father to care about him and see him in a way that no one else sees him, even though Ando just tried to kill him, it would not surprise me if he was able to turn things around and just try to manipulate Shin. Shin's in a very vulnerable position right now. He would most likely fall for that. Again, a couple chapters ago, it was Shin who thought the only person that would truly get him was blood. But he's going to have to learn the hard way that Sakamoto is able to see him. And that doesn't require blood. It just requires trust. But long story short, we'll have to wait and see what happens, because we definitely are still going to have to deal with the Space Buns assassin before we get to Ando. I have a feeling they are going to be the most interesting fight of the flashback. And I always love seeing young Sakamoto go against people. because at this point, Sakamoto clearly hasn't even made a name for himself as the #1 hitman, considering none of these NPCs even know who he is based off of his description. And while I'll admit that overall this flashback is kind of low stakes due to knowing what might happen by the end of it, it'll still be good to get all of the rest of the lore behind Shin's dad, as well as remind Shin after this flashback that despite being a bad person, it's about doing what's right and forgiving when others can't. Besides, I still think that they're gonna let Ando leave the country and not kill him. It just makes the most sense to me of how this flashback will end and how it will pertain to Tenq. So, all we really learned this chapter is that Shin's dad kinda sucks. Like, way more than we could have ever imagined. We still don't even know why the JAA put a hit out on Ando at this point, but apparently it was a big enough deal for the Order to be involved of all organizations, since it's revealed that Sakamoto at this point is indeed a part of the Order and working on their behalf. According to Ando himself, the man claims that Shin is the very reason that the JAA is after him, and that Shin being born completely ruined Ando's life as the bane of his existence, and he's been on the run ever since. Now, while the assassin world is pretty harsh, and we have seen a lot of crazy things go on within it, especially under Chairman Asaki's watch, it's unclear how exactly Shin would have caused Ando to have a hit put on him. The closest event that involves children that comes to my mind is Satoru Yotsumura's situation, where his wife Shino was a conspirator working to get the JAA chairman executed and literally married and had a child with this man, all in the service of getting Asaki put as chairman. And after poor Yotsumura has to kill his wife in cold blood, he's ultimately unsuccessful in stopping the coup within JAA's ranks, which gets Yotsumura banished from the Order and placed as a high-value target under Chairman Asaki's orders. Considering Asaki is capable of manipulating entire family dynamics to that level, even sending Rihanna Kao and his own brother Uzuki after one another to ultimately result in the outcome he wanted with either one or both of them dead, I wouldn't put it past Asaki to have some influence here. His grubby little paws really have been in almost every single plot. There is also the huge theory in the community based off both Haruma and Gaku claiming to recognize Shin from somewhere, that Shin may actually be an orphan of Al-Kamar or have some form of ties to that operation, which, funnily enough, like I just mentioned, was headed by Chairman Asaki. But we already knew that. What's interesting to me with all of this new information, what if we were all wrong about looking at this a certain way? Let's say Ando is right. Ando was put on the run because of Shin, supposedly. But he took the time to drop him off with Dr. Azakura, a supposed very good friend of his. And if Shin never got angsty, never got curious about his dad, and never escaped the lab, technically speaking, he would have been safe there and kept safe for a while. Ando then hides and lies low for multiple years and is now trying to escape the country outright, until at least we get to this point where he's almost become a comical evil supervillain dad and blames Shin for all of his problems. Almost Bon Druid level of Father of the Year. Made in Abyss fans know. It's important to note that when Ando says this, Shin directly calls him out for his BS. Shin has telepathy. Shin can tell what Ando's really thinking inside, despite what's coming out of his mouth. Shin asks his dad if he's really trying to run away again, because Shin can already tell what Ando's really thinking. Shin also has an interesting reaction when Ando claims that there's a bomb set to go off if Sakamoto kills him, Ando refusing to tell Sakamoto where the bomb might be located. Yet, when Sakamoto and Shin are escaping, Shin claims he quote-unquote forgot to read Ando's mind at that time and wasn't able to read his thoughts on the location. Sakamoto rightfully knows that's a bunch of hoo-ha, because this is literally 1 or 2 chapters after watching Shin get physically ill from being unable to turn his thought reading off at this point in his life. So for an angsty teenager that was all down to help Sakamoto kill his dad about at least a chapter ago, he's suddenly getting cold feet and clearly attempting to deter Sakamoto from actually completing his mission now, when before, even if he was kind of getting in his way, he was like, my dad's an asshole. Now, sure, there's no way to confirm this yet, but I think based off of the Shin reactions and his sudden change of heart, his father, for one, might not actually have a bomb set to detonate, and that's one big bluff. Because be coerced into helping your manipulative dad as much as possible, forsaking 7,000 people on a cruise liner just because you want to save old daddy, doesn't really seem like Shin's MO. But even more importantly, it's possible from Ando's side, he's just trying to push Shin away, like purposefully, knowing he'll be safe either away from him at least and with Dr. Asakura. Because again, revisiting the theory that Shin's related to Al-Kumar, if we are to assume in some way, shape, or form that that was a true theory, but Gaku and Haruma, despite having close and tight-knit bonds with all the other orphans, only really faintly remember and recognize Shin. What if it's because Shin was meant to be an Al-Kumar orphan, but before it got too bad, Ando kidnapped his son and saved him from that fate? What if Ando is on the run because of Shin, but not because he frames it, because Shin was supposed to be an Al-Kumar assassin like Tenq? Literally could have ended up just like Tenq, which brings everything full circle to the prison arc, and Ando drops him off at the lab and goes into hiding because that was his only option to keep Shin out of Al-Kumar, and also now that he's on the run from the JAA, sheesh, that would almost give an asshole like Ando too much credit. And honestly, he's given us no reason to offer him this kind of gratitude, which is a lot of grace, but I think some of the grains of truth are hidden in the sands of Ando's lies. Getting back to that later, 30 minutes left on the clock until the ship leaves JAA jurisdiction, and Sakamoto can get fined or in trouble for actually killing him off of JAA rules. So, Sakamoto is on a race to find and disarm the bomb that threatens to destroy the entire cruise ship, and again, kill 7,000 people. But it's not just because Sakamoto is a superhero and he wants to save the people from the big bad villain. And it's also not because Ando's gonna set this off no matter what. It's only gonna go off if Ando dies. So this literally means that Sakamoto's mission is above all else and he has to kill his target even if it means potentially harming civilians. So the bomb is more of a hassle / obstacle in his way than it is a moral obligation, which again is just more and more evidence that Sakamoto at this time in his life was so much more jaded, so much more emotionally detached from everything going on. And it shows how much the assassin world can really change someone. I guess Sakamoto wouldn't have changed because he's lived in it his whole life, but one thing that I love is that there are still inklings of that good person underneath all of that layer, because you can see Sakamoto not only shield Shin from a colossal anchor that was about to smash through the wall and kill him, but despite it really not being in Sakamoto's best interest, he accepts Shin's feelings of not wanting to kill his dad and telling him to run, because Shin doesn't have to help Sakamoto anymore if he doesn't need to. He admits that he himself, Sakamoto, never had any parents of his own. So he's just kind of ignorant on the whole entire matter. And even though he doesn't get it, if this is what Shin truly believes and feels so strongly about, it's not right for Sakamoto to tell him otherwise. Sakamoto tells Shin to get on a lifeboat and escape with his life. But as I predicted last chapter, the woman with the space buns and apparently the giant anchor is indeed a problem. Her name is Akuro, and apparently she is fully infatuated with Ando, to the point that she's so jealous that Shin's trying to interrupt her time with Ando. She has no moral quandaries about choking the life out of a child and killing him right there. But thankfully, Sakamoto whips her through a wall and chases her out to the front of the ship. As a character, it makes complete sense that Shin, especially at this age, would be confused isn't even the word for it, just thrown for a loop, not understanding what he really needs to do in this situation. Again, on one side, you have every child's just innate want for their parents to love them and innate need to be with their parents. Shin has always wanted to know and be with his dad, especially since he feels like his own flesh and blood might be the only kind of people that can understand a lonely person like him. But on the other hand, no matter how much he's talked down to or insulted Sakamoto, that man stuck by him every step of the way and is always doing his best to keep him safe and look out for him. Meanwhile, Ando, even if he was the secret good guy doing the Itachi Uchiha move, Ando has put Shin's life at risk more times than one, just in this day alone. Whatever you want to say, his actions that he's taking amount to nothing but pain for Shin. Even if he believes that he's doing the right thing, sticking Shin in a laboratory with strangers that ended up cursing him with ESP his whole life due to negligence, constantly putting Shin in harm's way, just so you can hold on to this facade and pretend what you think you're doing is the right thing. It's more painful than it is worth it, because you know what? If Ando was just telling the truth instead of lying, it'd probably be 10 times less hurtful, regardless of any of the intentions that he has behind it. But unlike Shin's father, who thinks he knows better and takes all accountability away from his son, Sakamoto lets Shin be free to make his own decision. If he wants to put all of his faith in his father, even if that puts him at risk, so be it. Sakamoto can't stand in the way of that. And even though Sakamoto claims to have never had any parents of his own, he's still wise enough to know that Shin can make his own decisions. And I know, it is kind of cheating to know that Shin always is going to end up with Sakamoto in the end. This is a flashback. But honestly, the most thing I'm interested about is the whole idea of Alkmaar, Ando, Asaki, all of this being tied together in some way, shape, or form, and to have this theory confirmed in some way. But even if it's not, I think it was a fun little speculation here, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens, right? Because at the end of the day, all it's going to really amount to is just another reason for us Sakamoto fans to fucking hate Asaki more than we already do. Piece of shit. All right, so we were about 50% correct on the whole Ando and Shin theory. And you know what? I'll take that. 50-50 odds are better than nothing at all. It does feel good to get confirmation after all of these years after theorizing that Shin was in fact an orphan that was placed in Alkmaar. And the story is, Ando, Shin's dad, was actually the person in charge of running Alkmaar. Set up as a ruse under Chairman Asaki as a simple orphanage for the JAA, it was actually an undercover operation to produce some of the greatest killers the organization had ever seen, raising them from childhood to create cold-blooded and emotionless killing machines. According to Ando, though, the orphanage was so harsh it ended up producing corpses left and right. But because Ando was too busy with his career at the time, he left Shin in the care of Alkmaar until realizing eventually that, you know what, it's probably going to end up in my son's death. Now, whether this is because Ando had some kind of change of heart, or maybe perhaps he realized his son just was not built to survive that kind of place, it could have been out of pure pity. Regardless of the actual reason, Shin was, as Ando puts it, allowed to escape. Which, I mean, despite the obvious fact that we already know that Ando dropped Shin off at the Okutabi lab with Dr. Azakura, which was obviously a very secret and safe location. Ando, from the very beginning, right, had to have some level of idea of the brutality that was going on in the Alkmaar orphanage that, again, he was in charge of. So it's doubtful to me that when he left Shin in the care of that orphanage, he didn't already know what he was getting his son into. He most likely always knew it was some kind of crazy, dangerous place, which, again, could mean that there's more to this story that Ando is letting on to, right? There could be a whole nother facet as to why he took Shin out of Alkmaar. But we can't focus too long on what the different possibilities might be, especially with how quick I get proven wrong sometimes. What this does explain, though, is something that I kind of touched on in the last chapter, which was it makes sense why Shin would look vaguely familiar to the Alkmaar survivors like Gaku and Haruma, just not enough to remember exactly who he is. He wasn't there long enough to leave a good impression, right? Like, he wasn't like that great friend that you remember everything about and, oh my god, they moved away and I just wish I could see them again. It's kind of like that old acquaintance that you had back in elementary school. You know, you guys were kind of friends and then they move away and you don't really even remember their name now. And, you know, you might see them later on in life and think, where do I know this person before? I know this guy. Where is this guy from? You just can't place where you met this guy. That's kind of like what their relationship was for the most part. Shin assumes, I mean, again, he's really been using his teenage and childhood coping mechanisms to make all of this make sense as much as possible, which again, he's a child, it makes sense, but it's very sad to see. He's like, oh, well then dad, so you do love me. You did want to save me. You did want to help me. And you know what? Ando might actually secretly have some kind of care
for his son, but he immediately tosses that possibility out the window entirely because within seconds, he's already pulling a gun on Shin and pointing it at him, threatening his life. This time though, now that we know the whole story, Ando's regret and blaming Shin for his entire reason of being a runaway and being hunted by the JAA makes sense. I mean, if you think about it, Ando blaming Shin for everything is like, what do you mean, bro? You clearly got yourself into this mess. But Ando saving Shin, rescuing him, whether he had a change of heart, whatever good, bad reasons he had to save Shin, bringing Shin out of Alkmaar and putting him in the doctor's safe house, and then having to be on the run for years afterwards, it makes sense that after a couple years of not being able to live comfortably and having your life turned upside down, you'd be like, you know what? I think I made the wrong decision, man. Fuck that kid, which kind of is what it seems like to me. Imagine being on the run from the Order for years. That can't be a fun existence. So again, whether Ando believed that he was doing the right thing in the moment or not, it's definitely realistic that he could come to regret that decision eventually. I mean, Ando literally is about to flee the country. So I don't really know what killing Shin would change about his situation, but if it's just to purge the regret and just make him feel better overall, I mean, if he's that much of an asshole, it makes sense. Meanwhile, Sakamoto and the anchor woman Ikari continue their intense battle. And Ikari is joking that when she was a part of the JAA, she always heard rumors about the Order and how if you defy the JAA, they're gonna come after you, the big boogeyman. But it's funny to her that when she finally meets an Order member, they're super duper young. She would never expect this legendary group to have such young people in it. But if you really think about it, there's two dead giveaways of someone being a fucking smoke demon, right? They're either in a really, really, really great position, very young, which means their potential is insanely high to be that young and in a great position like that, or they're either super, super, super old. And that means that in a profession that people die young, they have managed to survive very long. Two dead giveaways that you are immediately messing with someone that should have a flee on sight title next to them. I mean, remember, just in the flashback arc alone, we watched Sakamoto, Nagumo, and, rest in peace, Akao at the time, despite being a little bit overwhelmed, still managed to impress a Kandaka and gain invitations into the Order on the spot just from that encounter. So there's definitely a reason why the JCC has passed down names like Sakamoto, Nagumo, and Akao down through history, and the fact that people like Hyo are told about it in their time in assassin school. But it also makes sense that a group of dissenters that have been off the grid for about 4 years probably wouldn't have heard the whispers of a young Sakamoto either. So it leaves them open perfectly to underestimating this guy who, hard to believe, is right now probably 10 times stronger than he is at the actual current point of the story. Ikari's chains for her anchor are made of some type of special alloy, making them almost impossible to break for Sakamoto with his bare hands, and he gets tied up down underneath the water in the pool while Ikari is just beating the ever-living crap out of him to try and test his breathing endurance. Now, an average human can supposedly hold their breath underwater for about a minute, give or take. Apparently, Sakamoto is able to hold his breath for 3 minutes, also while Ikari is punching him in the gut trying to get him to, breathe that last breath, which is just crazy to me, right? The amount of nonsense. But luckily, talking about nonsense, Sakamoto has had a gun in his back pocket this entire time. And sure, they're in the water. Akari's cracking up because she's like, how stupid are you to try and shoot a bullet at me underwater? We got 800 times the resistance of air. Bullets are gonna travel super slow, right? I think, again, she doesn't know, so no fault to her, but we're talking about Taro fucking Sakamoto here. My man was holding his breath for these 3 minutes for just this occasion, because he just releases all of that air as a trail of air bubbles through the pool and aiming it directly towards Akari's chest, which is just classic Yuto Suzuki, just keeps doing things that no other person has ever done before, while he creates the perfect circumstance with these trail of bubbles to shoot directly through that line right into the girl's torso, forcing her out of the water and to just release the grip on the chains that were holding Sakamoto down.
even despite being shot, she's still definitely a high level, because as soon as Sakamoto pops out of the water, she turns around, she spins, she's like, I'm at least reacting to this, I can fight back. But Sakamoto is that much faster that when she turns, he's already spinning around behind her and slamming that fist right into an Akari and throwing her right through the water slide into the tunnel. And like, when I tell you we are just getting started with the Yuto Suzuki shenanigans, she's hitting every single corner of the tunnel as she's rocketing upward to the water slide, and then she finally catches her breath, looks up, and then like, you just get this feeling of impending doom. And then there comes Sakamoto flying through the tunnel. No idea how he got all the way up there, but he's just beating the crap out of her in response until they knock the tunnel off of its hinges and it disconnects from the track and they're out flying. Which, I just have to mention, this is one of my top 5 fears, by the way, whenever I'm going to a water park with like a slide tunnel like this, because I don't know about you guys, I'm old enough to remember when they built these things without a top on the tunnel and they were just half circles. So you're hundreds of feet in the air. If you slip on your tube wrong and just go whoop, that's game. That's done. You're yeeted off. But anyway, I digress. Of course, with the utmost class and style, Sakamoto catches himself in the air, throws his foot right down on Akari and launches her right down through the floor. Conveniently, she hits Ando and lands right on top of him, stopping him from shooting the gun at Shin. And just like every single previous time so far, Sakamoto has somehow managed to save Shin from certain death. This time though, it brings tears to Shin's eyes, because he's now just realizing that no matter what happens, this person, somehow, some way, for some reason, is always there for them. He's laughing because it seems so unbelievable. And with both of these assassins potentially defeated, along with Shin knowing the location of the bomb, it's time for this mission to come to its end. Will Shin and Sakamoto finish their job and kill his father? Or am I right in thinking that the lesson of this whole flashback was to prove that no matter how heinous, anyone can be shown mercy? One thing that I will mention before I leave you is Shin's entire monologue about him and Tenq being the same makes a lot more sense now. Sure, it doesn't seem like Shin fully understood the whole Alkamar explanation, and considering he still doesn't know too much about it in the current timeline of the story, it's possible he's really only got like a slight inkling to go off of, and whether he knows it or not, for sure, Shin and Tenq really truly could have been the same. I mean, they started off alike at the very least, but it shows how much having a role model or someone that's there for you can really change your life. No matter how much Shin tried to push Sakamoto away, in the small mini flashback, the two were stuck together whether they liked it or not. And it's because of that influence that Shin didn't end up like Tenq. So it makes sense that he shouldn't fall off the beaten path now and go against the Sakamoto family rules. So it seems like the truth of the matter is, despite making a career as a hardened assassin that was running an orphanage built to create the most cold-blooded killer in existence, Ando was unable to fight the instinctual urge within him of being a father. It's something you hear about all the time, right? Across all different types of parents, mothers, fathers alike. Before a child is born, your thought process is only really considering you and all the things that you need to survive and make yourself happy. But sometimes, and I say sometimes because it really is a good 90%, because there are some terrible, shitty parents out there. So I'm not gonna act like every single person under the sun has this instinctual, chromosome in their brain. But 9 times out of 10, when a child is born, something in that parent's brain is going to click in their brain chemistry the moment that they lay their eyes on the child that is usually their own blood. Holding your infant for what is the very first time, watching them grow from a helpless baby into a competent child and even adult. It's something that is ingrained in the minds of mostly all humans, whether they really choose to let it awaken or lie dormant. Sometimes it just comes out. And it seems this is exactly what took over Ando and made him kidnap Shin from Alkamar in the first place. Also, Ando could save Shin from a life of torture and pain and violence. This is what made Ando drop Shin off with Dr. Azakura, where he knew Shin would be safe and potentially have no chance of being an assassin. He'd probably be a scientist. Unfortunately, that did not go the way he planned, but regardless, Ando, at least subconsciously, cared about Shin. Despite overall in the last chapter we see he regrets that decision of saving Shin. The inner turmoil that's going on within Ando is a direct consequence of his original personality, the non-parent, living on his own his entire life as a hitman personality, and that is conflicting with his, again, the instinctual desire to protect one's child. Everything in Ando's subconscious is telling Ando that it was a mistake to save Shin, and his life is so much worse off now that he's did this. Even being willing to point a gun at his own son because he believes that killing Shin might absolve him of that kind of regret that he feels. And of course, right before Ando is able to succeed in killing Shin, Sakamoto and Ikari arrive at the perfect time and stop Ando from taking that shot. Once the gun is loose and slides across the floor though, the gun ends up in Shin's hands, and he's pointing it at his dad. As he points the gun at his dad that was moments away from taking Shin's life just a moment ago, this is the moment that Shin realizes he might have to kill his dad. Getting thrown overboard, having Ikari throw anchors at Shin and choke the fucking ever-living life out of him, none of that was enough for Shin to realize his dad might not give a damn. But his dad pointing a gun at Shin was finally enough to have Shin turn around his motions and turn against his father. Now, most likely, this is because Shin was able to realize that through reading Ando's mind, Ando was pretty serious about pulling that trigger there. Whereas before, there was still all of that plausible deniability. Maybe Ando's just playing hard to get, or he's putting on a front and he doesn't want to actually admit his feelings. No, he was about ready to pop a cap in your ass. And as Shin holds the gun, Ando is egging him on, acting like if Shin kills Ando, the bomb's just gonna go off and all of the people on this cruise ship are going to die. And Ando specifically brings up Dr. Asakura, the person that he left Shin with, and said, you know, if this cruise ship goes down, sinks with both of us on it, what is Dr. Asakura gonna think? The point that Ando's making isn't even that Asakura failed to take care of and protect Shin, but it's because Shin's troublemaking ended up leading him right back to Ando, and now they're both dead because of it. Regardless of how Shin currently feels in his teenage angsty mind about everyone hating his ESP and they don't want him around, bringing up Dr. Asakura and how he would feel about everything going on triggers Shin beyond belief because, again, as a kid, even though he has his own hatred and feelings on the matter, it is a lot of childish nonsense. At the end of the day, in the back of his brain, he knows Dr. Asakura cares about him. He knows Dr. Asakura wants nothing but the best for Shin, which is why saying this angers the hell out of him. There is always a part of Shin that will love and appreciate Dr. Asakura for taking care of him. But Shin's inexperience and very angry emotions lead to him accidentally pulling the trigger just out of anger, putting a bullet right in Ando's shoulder and dropping him to the floor instantly. Now, unfortunately, this wasn't actually what Shin was trying to do. He was actually just trying to make Ando get scared and make him apologize because, again, childish brain was still thinking that he could turn the situation around and leave the ship with his dad loving him at the end of this. Shin let his anger get the best of him in that moment, which just reveals how truly childish and immature as a kid he is at this moment. However, funnily enough, I guess it really wasn't that childish for Shin to think because it is revealed that just like a part of Shin cares about Dr. Asakura, as we talked about earlier, a part of Ando that he can't shove down still cares about his son. The instinctual parental reflex to protect your kid, no matter how much internally he disagrees with that instinct. In an attempt to get revenge on Ando, Ikari runs at Shin and throws her anchor directly at him. Meanwhile, as Ando is bleeding out on the floor, he's pondering all of the irony that has to exist for spending 13 years or more on the run from the JAA, doing everything he could to stay off their trail, just for the kid that he saved, again, the reason that he was on the run from the JAA in the first place, to eventually find him and take his life. For 13 years, Ando was in exile, believing none of this was actually worth it. And you know what? Maybe he should have just let Shin die. Yet, at the same time, Ando's body moves on its own, jumping right in front of Ikari's attack and taking the blow right to the back in order to save Shin and push him out of the way. And while Ikari is rightfully confused why her ally just betrayed her, Sakamoto slams her into the ground before she can even comprehend what's going on. But it seems like, of all people in this four-person group, Ando is the most confused as to why he protected his son, which makes Shin yell at Ando and ask why he would even bother to do something like that, especially after he's tried to kill him at least 3 times now. To which Ando admits there just has to be something wrong with his brain, even though we know exactly what this is. And as life begins to slip from Ando, he actually starts to chuckle and laugh. He puts his hand to the bullet wound that his son gave him and insults his son for his poor aim, admitting it's probably a good thing that he saved him from Alkamar because he would have made a piss-poor hitman, which almost awakens like a brief moment of lucidity within Ando and has that parental aspect of his personality take over for just a brief moment, because as he's kind of beginning to lose consciousness, with his last amount of strength, he takes his son by the shoulder and gets one last good look at Shin before he collapses. For a moment, not out loud, but in his mind, taking pride in just how big Shin has grown since the little infant child that he dropped off with Dr. Azakura all those years ago. And of course, for Shin, who can read minds, this is devastating. Even more so because Ando decided to keep that to himself. He wasn't able to say it out loud, when honestly, hearing that sentence out loud probably is all Shin could have ever wanted out of this interaction. It pulls at Shin's heartstrings and makes him think that his father actually did care right at this last moment, which is just so abusive for Shin mentally, because going back and forth like that really would fuck someone up. And thankfully, he had a role model like Sakamoto to take him under his wing after all of this and lead him as a guiding person, because Shin probably would have been a very fucked up individual after this. He probably would have ended up where he did after killing Tenq 10 years earlier. As Sakamoto goes to try and disarm the bomb that's rigged to sink the cruise ship, the hitman tells Shin to stay with Ando, as this could realistically be the final moments that Shin ever gets to spend with his dad. However, it is revealed that despite all of the lost blood, Sakamoto shows Shin that Ando is still alive, still conscious, and could potentially survive. If Shin is able to stay and apply pressure to the wound, he might be able to save him. However, with his final breaths, Ando asks Shin to please just go and help Sakamoto. Ando will give him the location of the bomb, make it easier for them to find. He promises he'll hold on long enough for Shin and Sakamoto to make their way back. Whether this is, again, all of the blood and the loss of his life making Ando realize what's important to him, or he is just conning Shin one last time so that way he can get away and escape while they're gone, who knows. Shin does agree and saunters off to go help Sakamoto. And until next chapter, we may never know if Ando was being sincere and really wants to let his son go off and make a better life for himself, or if, you know what, he's just taking this opportunity to run away. However this little mini story does end, I'm extremely happy about getting the Alkamar reveal for Shin, as well as some decent character interactions between Ando and Shin, because Yuto Suzuki, in my opinion, is great at making these flashbacks have such a large impact to the story, and it genuinely does blow my mind that apparently a lot of people in the Sakamoto Days community don't like the flashback arcs, and they're the most hated and least favorite arcs of the entire story, which like blows my mind. I mean, go on social media. People will genuinely believe that Uzuki and Akao's backstory was the worst part of Sakamoto, and it has been nothing but terrible since. I mean, sheesh. I love that. People really are truly divided on what they like sometimes, but as long as I'm enjoying it, I'm gonna keep making content about it and talking about it. I said it in my last video, and I will say it again. Yuto Suzuki is absolutely in his element when it comes to making these flashbacks feel impactful and show why these characters have grown into the people that we see today in the current timeline of the story. With what seems to be one of the final chapters of this brief Shin and Sakamoto flashback, as Ando is slowly losing consciousness and Sakamoto is tasked with finding not just one, but multiple of the bombs all planted to destroy the cruise ship, the priority of the duo becomes saving the thousands of passengers on the ship as opposed to defusing the explosives. Ando revealed all of the locations of the bombs to Shin, but it turns out they are placed all over the ship entirely to ensure complete destruction. And considering they are timed to detonate the moment that Ando's last breath is taken, they really don't have any leeway to actually stop them all. On top of that, Ikuro, who has been a guy this whole time apparently, oops, my bad, is now attempting to change the ship's course entirely to land. However, Because his goal is to stop Ando from dying, he accelerates the ship at full speed so they can make better time and get emergency medical help. And honestly, Sakamoto says it best here. Ikuro's as determined as he is dumb. Because what are you planning on doing when you need to stop the ship? How close do you think the hospital is to the port? Do you even know where in relative location we are on the water right now? What if we crash land in an entirely separate country with different jurisdictions and they're unable to help? I'm sorry, I just think about way too many of the possibilities that could go wrong here, but you know what? Apparently I'm not the only one that thinks that, because Sakamoto realizes the exact same thing that I did, that this ship is just going to be going high speed fully and ram right into the docks if nobody stops this man. So, as any responsible adult would do in moments like this, Sakamoto chokes Ikuro the fuck out and puts him to sleep. Batman style, you know, breaks this man's neck like it is nothing. And that's 2 Batman references for the chapter reviews today. I know Batman does not kill, but you just can't convince me that some of those hits he does on people are not lethal. I digress. Unfortunately, while Sakamoto and Ikuro were struggling, the assassin broke all of the ship's controls in order to keep the cruiser moving at full speed, just dooming everyone to a catastrophic ship crash and explosion, especially with all of the planted bombs. Like, Ando, was he really ever getting out and living after this ship crash? Like, let's really sit down and think about this. There's no way. At this point, they're not even able to turn the ship around or just change its course at all because everything is just destroyed. This entire cruiser is barreling at hyperspeed towards land, and multiple lives are almost taken just in the casualties alone that it is ripping through. So again, Sakamoto, the most reasonable human in the room, does what anybody would do in this situation. Takes Ikuro's anchor and lassos the police helicopter that's flying above currently to yank that shit down and use it like an anchor for the boat. As you do. Why? Because Sakamoto says fuck the police. Sakamoto then jumps down into the helicopter, pulls the officer out, and sets the helicopter propeller at max speed as well in the opposite direction, and essentially just slowing the ship down with an opposing extremely fast vehicle. The 2 vehicles just cancel each other out. I guess that's how that works scientifically. I'm not going to think that hard into it. That's not the point that I'm reading in this manga. It's able to stop the ship just long enough for the quote-unquote crash into the harbor to just be as peaceful as possible. The ship's bow probably just gave it a little kiss as it gives everyone enough time to filter out all the civilians to land. As Shin announces, hey guys, this place is about to blow up. We should probably all get out of here. And here's my next dumb question of the day. After crashing full speed into the docks, did these people really need another reason to get off the cruise? They need someone to announce and tell them that there might be an explosion possibly? One thing that I've noticed just watching the Sakamoto Days anime, go over some older chapters, and just rereading the chapters of the series on my own time, the general population of Sakamoto Days is just so fucking oblivious to everything going on around them. It's genuinely cute and funny. Because, sir, madam, were you really going back to the craps table after that? I would be at the first office I possibly could be, not only just asking for a refund, but I would probably own the goddamn corporation by the end of this shit. Oh my god. But that's just the American in me. Meanwhile, Ando is doing his absolute best to just last as long as possible and not lose consciousness because he's fully bleeding out. Everything is rigged to explode upon his death as well, like I mentioned before. So the fact that he is purposefully making himself survive as opposed to just letting mortality take him and giving in, it does show that he's at least trying to make up for things and is at least a little bit repentful, doing the most he can to just make sure Shin and Sakamoto are at least able to save everyone on the ship. But more importantly, what is driving Ando to continue living is the mere fact that before he passes on, despite his life being absolute trash, verbatim said by him, not believing anything he ever did was the right thing to do. At the very least, Shin, his son, that he risked everything to save, is able to carry on and live. Just wanting to see his son one last time, Ando will hold out for as long as he possibly can, giving Sakamoto and Shin more than enough time to evacuate everyone. And as Shin is about to leave, he realizes that if the ship's still here, his dad must still be alive. And these could potentially be the very last moments he ever has to talk with his father.
But right as Shin turns to make his way towards Ando, his ESP clicks on. That supernatural curse that he never even asked for gets in the way of this last and final reunion. But it's the thoughts of a child, an injured kid that's unable to move because of a hurt leg and might get caught in the explosion, that reaches Shin. Despite this being Shin's last ever chance to get the closure that he emotionally needs from his dad, he just can't bring himself to ignore the cries of the child in need. And Shin, in his mind, apologizes to his father before rushing to get that child off the boat before it eventually explodes. And as those final wisps of life finally do begin to fade from Ando's eyes, he just fights harder and harder, thinking of his son. But in that last moment, he catches a glimpse of Shin leaving the cruiser with an injured child on his back. And just then, he realizes something. His son really didn't fall too far from the tree, did he? Despite what Shin really wanted, to meet with his father, that entire opportunity and closure being right there, he chose the quote-unquote morally right decision. He saved the kid. And while we don't know exactly what Ando's circumstances were, we know one thing. Heading Alkamar for Chairman Asaki and probably being pretty highly ranked in the JAA was definitely the easier life for Ando, and at least the career that made the most sense to him. Yet, in his moments as well, at the crossroads, Ando still made the decision to save his son and throw all of that away. Shin turns and manages to see his dad looking down at him from one of the cruiser windows. A smile is curved into Ando's lips as he tells his son the one and only word he can get out before it all comes crashing down: live. Ando's life was truly garbage, but as long as Shin lives, as long as Shin does right by the world and continues to save people instead of living life as a hitman, at least Ando can die knowing that there's one good thing he did. Which brings me all the way back around to the final message of this flashback, which honestly I've been wrong about at every single turn, so it's good to finally get it spelled out to me. With the death of Ando and Shin choosing to save everyone with Sakamoto instead of selfishly having a final moment with his father, it's very clear that what Sakamoto is getting at by revisiting this memory lane, that dark life, the assassinhood where Shin kills people and fights in the shadows, it's not what Ando ever wanted for Shin. It's never who he was meant to be. Ando's life was forever ruined by that sacrifice he made, saving Shin from Alkamar. If Shin was always meant to be this selfish killer who disposes of others as he pleases, acting as judge, jury, and executioner all on his own, well then what did Ando save him from Alkamar for? What did Ando sacrifice himself and let Shin and Sakamoto get away from the boat for? Sakamoto's not only trying to remind Shin that he's not this person that he claims to be, but also give Shin even more reason than just his own to want to change his ways and never go down that path. Shin's place is at the Sakamoto family store. It was never being a hitman or killing people. And that's what Ando's final message, Ando's final mission for his son truly was. Live, Shin, live. Because Ando, your father, could not. Shin is Ando's living legacy, and the only thing Ando ever did right in this world. Shin cannot end up like Ando. He cannot forget to live. Just when we thought this arc was about to be over, Yuto Suzuki pulls us right back in with the most insane cliffhanger. And what makes it even more exciting almost is the fact that it really could be one of those cliffhangers that either ends up being really hype when the next chapter comes out, or really, really lame and upsetting that we spent all week wondering and hoping who it could be. Now, we do know Atari, the JAA's fortune teller, is an extremely important asset to Chairman Asaki. It's the exact reason that Torres, the new order member that has been quote-unquote training with Sakamoto, has derailed the prison arc to try and kidnap Atari under Slur and Tenkyu's noses. Considering that Shin handled Tenkyu and has basically thwarted Izuki's attempt at getting Atari onto his side, it's left her wide open now for Torres to swoop in and take her. Or at least it would have had Sakamoto also not arrived to derail the derailment. But now,
it seems that Torres might fail. And perhaps the leader of the order, Oki, did not have much faith in his new subordinate, and he knew this old gambler would not be responsible enough to handle such an important job on his own. Now, we've already seen a glimpse of most of what these new order members are capable of. Torres is the most prominent new member that we've seen with his sandblasters and stronger than Sakamoto fighting skills. There's also Tanabata, the musician assassin that's been inducted into the order, who sends his attacks through sound waves using his guitar and the cable. But the one new person that we got introduced to that we literally know next to nothing about is the leader Oki, who just returned from overseas for some unknown assassin job, and something tells me that will also probably be something relevant we'll get into the story later. But without jumping to any conclusions just yet, this panel we get at the end of the chapter fits the same outfit that Oki has during his introductory chapters. So I think it might be safe to say this actually might be our chance to see the leader of the order in action. And just knowing how crazy someone like Kandaka was, the former leader of the order, I am so pumped to see. Because not for nothing, I get hype behind leaders that understand the idea behind if you want a job done right, sometimes you just gotta fucking do it yourself. Anyway, focusing back on the chapter that we actually got, instead of what may or may not happen later, this is mostly just a transition chapter out of the flashback arc, while Heisuke has been doing his best with unlimited ammo, apparently, keeping Torres off of Atari. It is revealed, of course, by the end of the flashback last chapter that Ando died in the big explosion with the ship, and Sakamoto was able to call his mission a success, even though he technically didn't put the final bullet in his target. Afterwards, he tells Nagumo and Shishiba he's gonna take a year off of the order to try and help raise Shin, or at least get him into a solid routine. Which is just crazy that you can just take a sabbatical like that in assassinhood, but I guess this whole entire job is unorthodox. Shin is crying, of course. Not only did his dad die in the ship explosion, he now has to live with the fact that he's always gonna feel guilty that his dad died. Not only did he shoot the final bullet, Shin did take the final moments he could have spent with his father saving a little kid that was injured. And, that time could have been spent taking his final time to have closure with his dad, or better yet, saving Ando and getting him off of the boat for medical attention, and maybe his dad would still be alive. But just as he did back then as a child, as he does now in the prison arc when Shin is upset about wanting to kill Tenq, Sakamoto grabs Shin's shoulder and gives him the support that he needs. Earnest and honest support, no lies, reminding Shin that he's a good person. He's kind-hearted. He always puts others' needs over his own. Everyone in the world has evil thoughts and feelings and instincts. I mean, honestly, Sakamoto admits that's probably why assassins exist in the first place. But what makes Shin different from just your average assassin is that despite every reason to be evil, and despite every instinct in his head telling him to be bad, Shin tries to be good. He might not always hit the mark, but it's the attempt that matters. And it's the attempt that people love about Shin. And it's why Shin shouldn't be an assassin. Shin's real place is at Sakamoto's store with his family, not in some dirty JAA prison. Shin, every time he hears Sakamoto speak, knows his words match the truth in his heart. Sakamoto's willingness to be upfront, speak what he believes, be truthful to himself, is what has always inspired Shin to be a good person, to follow Sakamoto back on the day of that ship crash, and to continue following Sakamoto today and every day forward. It is the exact thing that inspires Shin to not go down his dark path. And in this nice moment, we get an awesome callback gag to Sakamoto killing Shin in his mind, and quite honestly, it's been a long ass time since we've seen something like that in the manga. After watching the anime and catching up on just the very early beginning days of Sakamoto, it's almost like Yuto Suzuki is also feeling nostalgic and remembering those old days and just giving us a lot of these fun parallels with the, bunny rabbit fight with Shin, directing Sakamoto's punches callback earlier in the big, piano theater fight, and now this. It's just all these fun parallels and reminders to just have us join in on the fun that he's having. As we get back to the seriousness of the arc, Heisuke is, again, doing his best to keep Torres off of Atari, but he's slowly giving out under the weight of not just his injuries, but
overall exhaustion from just the entire prison arc. I mean, these guys just got done fighting fucking Tenq, who was a menace to society. Still though, Heisuke is a boss. He's refusing to give Atari up to Torres. Even though Torres is like, hey, I'm not gonna hurt her. We're gonna keep Atari safe. He's like, no. Heisuke is willing to stand his ground and protect Atari for no other reason than his friends telling him that he needs to. Which, just that level of resolve alone is enough to inspire Atari to stand in front of Torres and say, hey, I've got a lot of knowledge around luck. And just one glance at Torres is enough for Atari to tell he's on a losing streak right now. Which, honestly, I think is hysterical, especially because of what we know about Torres and how his whole entire character is that he's just in massive gambling debt and keeps fucking losing and just making the debt worse. So now we have complete confirmation that this man just genuinely has just misfortune aura around him at all times. Probably not a friend that you would want to have. Conveniently enough, Atari works in conveniences, of course. She distracts him long enough for Sakamoto and Shin to get the jump on him. Shin uses his mental command of stop, while Sakamoto jumps in for the sucker punch. And holy, the way that Suzuki draws this fucking clock. Listen, everyone's got a glass jaw when you hit them when they least expect it. And if you don't believe me, you just need to take one look at Torres' fucking skull indent in this panel, and that would be enough to convince you. Because even Sakamoto, Mr. Number One Hitman, is like, whoa, that was a little fucked up. Anyway, with the gang all back together now, they are easily able to make their way back to basement floor 1. Thanks to a combination of 1, Heisuke's insane marksmanship, who fires a bullet that clips Torres' gun safety back on and stops him from killing one of Atari's remaining guards, and also thanks to the fact that Joe Shackles has apparently been reduced to just a friendly side character that, after getting embarrassed by Shin in the first half of the prison arc, is, now just a gag character hanging on the back of Boiled as he charges through the prison because he's upset Sakamoto didn't, give him the time of day. And, I'm not mad, but my man was supposed to be one of the closest opponents to the Order that you could ever get in the JAA. And, now here he is, struggling to stop Boiled from running through the prison. I mean, this is a man that we had to hold at gunpoint while we made our way to basement floor 2. But you know what? I'm fine with all of this. I'm not mad. It's the little bit of the gag nature that reduces Joe Shackles' aura for me. But again, based off of the kind of enemy that may be making their way to the prison, we may actually require all of the help that we can get in what might be a grand finale of a fight to this awesome arc. Also, I'm just gonna have to assume that they saved Tenq off screen, because right after Sakamoto and Shin finish their flashback, they say, let's go, and then immediately go to help Heisuke. So I thought we were trying to save Tenq. Did we forget? Did the flashback completely distract us, or did we just not show it and it happened off screen? I'm sure it's just gonna be one of those things that maybe Tenq is a prisoner now and he's locked in there and he just thinks about it, and that's like an epilogue for his character. Maybe he does escape and he comes back as a villain or an ally, but boy, you know what? Now that I'm saying that, how shitty would it be if Sakamoto and Shin come back and like Tenq's just in the process of killing the entire family? Or like Demon Slayer route, he just comes home and everyone's already cooked and there's just a note saying it was Tenq. Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen, but still, it's interesting to me how we brushed past the whole Tenq point. I mean, Shin even brings up, I tried to kill Tenq, so maybe we're just skipping over that right now with the new arrival of a potential big threat. And again, whether or not it is Oki that is arriving, we're just going to have to wait and see next chapter to see how all of this stuff gets answered. With the mini flashback over, I'm going to admit it was actually a really welcome change of pace and a fresh interlude in what was a very intense arc and a very long fight with Tenq. So while it will always be one of Shin's best fights, I am still extremely excited to see whatever the hell Yuto Suzuki is going to be cooking up for the next half of this arc, because we're clearly approaching the climax here. I'm sorry. This is what I'm reading Sakamoto Days for. Not just the absolutely amazing choreography, but for moments like this, when the story just instantly switches up the tone and becomes a new thing entirely at the drop of one chapter. When Yuto Suzuki isn't focusing all of his energy on creating top-notch fight scenes, he really can provide some great twists and turns in a story that's honestly normally pretty straightforward. This is definitely one of those moments and a chapter that will go down in history as when everything in the plot changed and Sakamoto Days entered its new saga. The era of Slur's new JAA, as with the death of Chairman Asaki and the assimilation of the Order into Uzuki's control, there's no longer anything that stands in Slur's way from accomplishing complete domination of all Japanese associations of assassins. Not just that, our protagonists are all completely surrounded and massively outgunned, and their good luck charm Atari has been captured. So, with the fortune teller running dangerously low on luck, as well as every single Order member in attendance right now, it's like kind of impossible to see Sakamoto and gang being able to get out of this scenario without outside help coming in like Kandaka or Nagumo. But one thing this chapter does that is genuinely insane to me is killing Chairman Asaki. Say Asaki was set up to be almost as important as a villain as his brother Slur was. He was an antagonist who had his grubby little paws in almost every background aspect of the series, and essentially you could probably point most of the blame towards him for everything that's occurred so far. That's not an exaggeration either. Asaki literally is the main reason we have a manga, right? Despite having next to no assassination skills of his own, the man was able to mastermind himself all the way to the top of a coup d'etat and get the previous JAA chairman killed. He orchestrated multiple double agents for years and generations on end, as Asaki was the one responsible for Sakamoto, Nagumo, and Akao's First Order mission going awry in protecting the chairman's daughter, and when Uzuki couldn't bring himself to kill the chairman's wife and child, Asaki just settled with having Kandaka, the current Order leader at least, put in a coma. This sets off a chain of events of Uzuki and Akao, one going on the run, which eventually just ends up with Asaki once again manipulating things behind the scenes, having Akao and Uzuki kill each other on their quote-unquote final missions, Asaki being the man responsible for the Alkamar orphanage, indirectly causing the split between Ando and Shin and forcing Shin's dad to choose between his son or his career. And after he installs himself as the new chairman of the JAA, Asaki successfully frames the chairman's death on Yotsumura, which we all know ends up with Yotsumura having to kill his traitor wife, who ended up being on Asaki's side from the beginning and seduced him and had his child in the first place, all on Asaki's orders. That child growing up to be Amane, who we know now has trauma involving the fact that he thinks his father murdered his mother in cold blood for no reason. Again, all Asaki's fault. Yet despite all of the aura that Asaki farmed during the exhibition arc, when he's sitting down here 423 meters under the water in a secret facility with all of his personal guards dead, for a mastermind who's managed to be in complete control up until this point, Saki looks like he's sweating bullets here once his brother's standing up right in front of his face, and my man's got no Order members to protect him this time. Now, I have to assume that Uzuki was able to find this secret base by having Takamura's personality now absorbed into him, which I guess just overall is the easiest way to make sense of this. Takamura was, for all we know, one of the oldest Order members, probably had knowledge of most, if not all, of the chairman's secret hideouts. Asaki, like, it's so over with and done. Like, he tries his best to feign being the loving older brother personality, and he regretted doing this to Izuki, and he'll never harm him again. And whether this is directly Uzuki himself or just another personality that is inhabiting his will, the man, Slur, sitting before him, isn't interested in playing or hearing into any of Asaki's mind games. He just wants what was stolen from him. And while we don't know exactly what Uzuki is talking about by this, it doesn't even seem like Asaki really knows. It's quite possible he just wants the life back that he always wanted. Not sure how you're going to accomplish having a peaceful life now that you are the new head of the JAA, but perhaps the chairman role that Asaki was seeking out was actually always meant to be Slur's somehow. I mean, they were brothers, they grew up together, there had to be something going on. But right now we can only speculate, maybe there's more to their family than we know. But whether Uzuki assimilates Asaki's personality here, or Slur provides more information on this himself, the man is now gone. So honestly, there's no harm, no foul, right? We can pack it up, everything's good to go, we can leave. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Well, obviously, right now we know that Sakamoto and his friends are all in immediate danger of, being terminated as threats to the new order, with the announcement of Slur's takeover the JAA revealing that
the order is also under his control now. And this reveal happens by Uzuki revealing Asaki's decapitated head in front of all of the country on live television, which makes it seem to me Slur's ultimate goal of peace probably isn't the case. We don't know what exactly Slur has planned for the rest of the country, let alone with all of the JAA and now the Order under his jurisdiction. It's also possible he's not just going to stop at Japan and might take his reign to the entire world. The one thing we do know for a fact is that Slur's mission is complete of dismantling the JAA, and as he himself has resolved, he is going to plan to remove Rihanna Kao's personality from his mind in order to stop her from ever interfering in again. So whatever Uzuki does have planned for the world, even if the JAA is in better hands and things end up going better, even if, let's say, Uzuki's like, hey, Sakamoto, you're fine, we'll leave you and your family alone, which if the order is coming after him, it seems like that is not the case. As one final goodbye and favor that he owes to his friend Akao, Sakamoto was called by Rion to kill Uzuki because she knew no one else could accomplish this feat. It's up to him to do this. Now, Sakamoto's training is not anywhere near complete, especially considering he's not able to beat Torres on his own yet. And even though Shin's got his power up, him along with Heisuke, Boiled, and even the caught Atari are just all out of energy, luck, or frankly, time. If they can't stand against the Order now, they're never gonna have a chance to beat Slur now that everyone's on the same team. I have absolutely no idea what to expect from Sakamoto days now, especially with such a fucking insane transition into this new phase of the story, whatever it may be. Yuto Suzuki heard all the complaints about the exhibitions arc and said, hold my beer, let me show you how I end this story arc. I don't know how Sakamoto and friends are gonna get out of this one, but I can promise you that I will be here next week when the chapter arrives to discuss it with you. Once upon a time, there were multiple assassin organizations in Japan. The JAA emerged as the most powerful thanks to government collusion. Journalists, scholars, activists who criticized the government, powerful opposition candidates, members of the ruling party who stirred up controversy, and bureaucrats and law enforcement officers who learned too much about state secrets. The government used the JAA to dispose of all of those elements. Damn. We're getting the real nitty-gritty here, aren't we? In exchange, the JAA received exorbitant subsidies and privileges. They were funded by defense money, classified public security spending, funds transferred under the guise of official development assistance, and dark money from corporations in bed with the government. Thus, the JAA evolved into a legal, government-sanctioned assassin organization. So that's how the world of assassins became so real in Japan. This is literally like why everything is the way it is, why there's assassins roaming everywhere, why it's just ordinary for people to get assassinated. The JAA quite literally became a way for the ruling party of the government to keep tabs on everybody, make sure everything ran the way that they wanted it to, and make sure they were always in control. And anyone that opposed them or got too close, they just had the JAA kill them. Oh yeah, they were conspiring against us. We had to take them out. But killing begets dependency. At first, the government used the JAA for its own purposes. But before long, it became dependent on the JAA and ended up bending to the JAA's will. Yep, exactly. You put too much power in people's hands, look what happens. In other words, take over the JAA, and you've got the government in the palm of your hand. You put way too much power in the JAA, and then they were able to usurp everything because you depended on them so much that they're like, hey, you know what? We'll kill you now. We're calling the shots this time. But it's functioning just fine as is, right? What do you want to achieve by breaking the status quo? Nothing. I just want to break it. It's up to the people to fix. Workers' revolution, but the workers are assassins. Jesus. Uzuki's literally like the guy on Twitter, like, you know what? Capitalism's working as intended. The system's working as intended, guys. We have to break the system. It's up to the people to fix it. And you know what? As much of a progressive as I am, for Uzuki, like, it's also just so fucking poetic for Carolina Reaper to be like, hey, you know what? Like, cool, let's break the status quo. What are we gonna do after that? Uzuki's like, I don't fucking know. Let everybody else figure it out. Like, if that isn't the most real shit right here, I'm sorry, I'm on my soapbox again. It's up to the people to fix it. What is that? An actual head? Eek! How horrible. Are they hijacking the airwaves? What do they mean by a reborn JAA? Excuse me for not introducing myself. He's on his Heath Ledger Joker timing. I'm known as X. I have a message for the people of Japan. I'm not used to public speaking, so I'm a bit nervous. There are assassins in Japan. Damn, just fucking revealing everything. Counting the amateurs, there are around 10,000. Just under 400 are professionally licensed by the JAA, which is crazy, by the way, that there's that many unlicensed assassins running around. They live secretly among us. Perhaps you know some. Presiding over them is an organization called the Japanese Assassin Association. We assassins have operated in silence, spilling our blood for unmentionable causes, and keeping the order of the underworld. But are you people really worthy of protection? Are you worth staking our lives for? I no longer know. Once upon a time, I used to want to create a world in which kind-hearted people could live kind-hearted lives. But then I realized the fundamental truth. Goodness is an illusion maintained by society's most privileged. Violence is at the core of every human. I'll leave the proof to you. What's he planning to say? They say that on average, people have a serious desire to kill another person 3 times over the course of their lives. I'll provide every citizen of this country with a gun and 3 bullets. Bro is just enacting the purge. What? Use them however you wish. There will be no criminal penalties. You may be wondering if this is even possible. I brought someone here to explain it to you. There is the Prime Minister. What do you know? Citizens of Japan, as your Prime Minister, I hereby confirm that what this man is saying is true. What? The Prime Minister? For real? Is this some kind of stunt? This group already has control over all of our infrastructure. Communications, electricity, logistics, finance. They've already procured 124,500,000 guns. Damn, that was at a contract with the United States. They will create a new order ruled by power, not by law. The government will cooperate with the new JAA to establish a new nation. Shut up now or die. I love how she was like, all right, you said enough. We get it. Die now. Shut up. What, they got fucking Akira running the YouTube channel now? I thought Akira was trying to kill X. What? Hold on. Wait, there are 8,000 comments on the live YouTube broadcast. I'll respond to a few. Akira, select the ones from Japan. What the f? I got Akira running the social media accounts. What? Fully Ripe Machi Man says, how will you distribute the guns? We will establish distribution centers at JA locations throughout Japan. Bring your individual number card to the location in your area on the designated day. Borders on some Senator Armstrong logic. Yeah, definitely. Party Fatso says, you have no right to involve innocent citizens in your terrorist activities. Nobody is innocent. Just by living within this country's system, you are complicit. He literally is like, but you live in society. He goes, interesting, so you live in society, so kill baby. No, not kill baby. No, kill baby the goat. Says, I don't understand the rules. The intellectual inferior have no need to understand. Damn, he said, all right, if you're dumb, sucks, bro. Jesus. Very soon, all of this country's preconceived ideas will crumble. Japan will become an elective society. You will decide whether you live, die, or kill. Even if you've lived a life divorced from violence, this hell will descend mercilessly upon you. Damn, Lu Xiaotang fucking cameo. Look at that. Who's that character? Haven't seen her in years. The Heian era, but with blickies. Welcome to complete freedom and complete disorder. But if what emerges is a society based on kindness, then the world you imagined is waiting, Rion. I don't know if that's how you get a society again. This is just going to divulge into pure chaos. I don't know how bro expects kindness to come out of that. There you have it. From now on, the new JAA will lead the government. So this was X's real objective. So it seems like Uzuki basically lied to people like Kashima. He basically was playing everybody. You know, he talked this big game about wanting to create this world where no one had to be assassins anymore and no one had to kill each other anymore. And he wanted to make, you know, a good world and, you know, make a world that Rihanna Cow and him would have been able to live peacefully in. But realistically, all this guy did was just start a revolution, a chaotic revolution. Izuki's finally feeling like a villain again and got his aura back. I mean, sheesh. Bro takes out a sake and immediately crumbles the status quo of the country. Do you think the next chapter would be a time skip? I mean, the big thing is that we don't know what will happen to Sakamoto and pals in the prison. Oki and the Order they basically have them at gunpoint, even though they don't have them at quote unquote gunpoint. They have their weapons at them and they can't really move. They're surrounded by powerful foes. That's confirmed that even with Shin's new ability to increase his physical stature with his, mental commands, and Sakamoto being able to, try and do his best to keep up with Torres, they're just outgunned, outmanned, outnumbered in that situation. If we do go to a time skip, it's possible Sakamoto could be imprisoned, or I think someone has to break in and help them escape. Because if outright chaos is just going to unfold in all of the world and no one is safe, Sakamoto's family is in prime danger. Lou is not going to be able to protect any of these motherfuckers unless Suzuki has full plans of bringing Lou back into the fold with this arc. It's quite possible that by having, Lou and Aoi show up watching this broadcast as they're talking about, even if you lived a life divorced from violence, this hell will descend upon you. It's possible Lou will have no choice but to fight again. Lou has been taken out of the story for so long. Maybe this is Suzuki being like, don't worry, we're going to bring these guys back. Listen, Nagumo, we know Yotsumura might still be in the picture here. It's possible Nagumo always knew this was coming, right? Nagumo was, playing, dirty from the very beginning. We knew Nagumo had suspicious things about him. We knew Nagumo was doing things behind the Order's back. Maybe this is why. Maybe Nagumo never trusted Oki to begin with. Maybe Oki was always a fucking slime. But even this page alone shows that Uzuki never planned to build the world that Kashima envisioned he would. Because here we have Gaku, Haruma, Carolina Reaper, Club Jam, all of these characters that are basically either dead or in prison. So this is early in the beginning portion of Uzuki's start as a villain. So Uzuki was always having this goal from the beginning, and I think that's the biggest thing going forward that we learn in this lore dump, is that Uzuki, despite all of his preaching and all of the things that he talked about the whole series, he never truly had any plan for what would come about after he destroyed the JA and broke the status quo. And he's hoping that the people and humanity left to their own devices, left to basically the purge scenario, whatever comes out of that society is the dominant society. He views that whatever comes out of this revolution is true human nature. If society divulges into absolute chaos and madness and it's just outright revolution and chaos, then that was always humanity's default nature. If out of this, as someone mentioned before, that so much of this violence and so much of the pressure and power put in these people's hands ends up creating a more empathic society, then that was always meant to be humans' true nature. It's literally like some people, the aggressive people are going to kill, the scared people are going to hide, the righteous people are going to try and hunt down the people that are slaughtering others. Sure, you get a gun with 3 bullets, but what stops you from killing someone else with 3 bullets and getting 6 bullets? What stops you from stockpiling bullets? And this could just create a new evil society where the people with the most bullets have the most power. What happens if you're in, like, let's say a witness protection program or some kind of thing, and one person pulls all of the guns together, you don't have any of your guns, and the one guy has all the guns and all the bullets, and he literally just runs an underground cult because he's the only one that can kill everybody. There are so many issues that can come out of this, and so many exploitative problems and organizations and just bad things, just bad things that can come out of Uzuki's revolution here. And again, you can really see how little he's thought about this and how little he cares about what ends up happening to society, just based on how little direction and foresight he's put into this. He really just wants to put human nature to the test, which brings us back to the Stone Age, literally, just with higher power and more guns. Now, the thing is like this whole goodness is an illusion maintained by society's most privileged. Like, yes, the idea of society, the idea of civilization, the idea of being kind to one another, being empathetic, being sympathetic, yeah, it's a privileged view, but we as a world have built ourselves up to gain this privilege. Not everybody, unfortunately, has this privilege. There are, of course, third world nations. There are, literal islands that have never seen the light of day or society. But for the most part, for the first world, yes, we have struggled, we have pushed and progressed. Goodness, politeness, and the social contract, as it's called, is a thing that has developed and keeps people in line. We have built the social contract that we have for a reason, because we all need to abide by it, and that helps us all as humanity progress. By immediately demolishing the social contract, bringing everybody back to zero, giving everybody a gun with 3 bullets and saying, hey, kill everyone if you want, there's no laws, just everyone just do whatever you want. If people don't have a social contract, there's no reason for them to stick by it. If people aren't going to be held for their crimes, not everybody is going to follow through. It's limiting freedoms for the safety of everyone. Yes, not every single person is a madman killing machine. Not every single person is going to take that gun and kill the person to their left, right? There are people that are going to go, nah, I don't want to do that. But the thing is there are people that will. And in order to make sure that society is safe for the people that aren't going to mass slaughter everyone, we have to heavily make sure that the people that are willing to mass slaughter everyone aren't going to do that. Survival of the fittest sounds great to the people that can survive in the fittest. Survival of the fittest does not sound great to people that can't survive in the fittest. Uzuki's plan is just going to lead to more violence. If Uzuki chooses to see this and goes, actually, I was wrong, I could actually even see that as an opportunity for him to grow if he loses in the end. You really see how little Uzuki has thought about this when he says nobody is innocent. Just by living within this country's system, you are complicit, which shows that he is of the mentality that no one is innocent. Not a single person in this country, not even the babies that are born, they all have sins that they can be held accountable for. Which is a mentality that I had at the age of 15, and we all kind of, I feel like we all need to grow past that kind of mentality at a certain point. But you know what? It is what it is. Uzuki was stunted. He has every reason to believe that what he's doing makes sense. But I truly believe that this is a betrayal of what everything Rion would have wanted. And the fact that Akira is falling for it as well in this case shows just how someone's main philosophy can become bastardized over time completely. Welcome to complete freedom and complete disorder. But if a society based on kindness emerges, then the world you imagined is waiting. Instead of working towards creating that world of kindness, Uzuki takes the easy route and says, hey, everyone do what you want. If the world of kindness comes out, then it was always meant to be. If not, sucks. With the reveal of everything that Uzuki plans to do for the world and how dangerous this can be for not just the average man, but Sakamoto's family, everyone that Sakamoto wants to keep. At first, it was Sakamoto couldn't even return to his family because the order could hurt him. But now, not just the order is after his family, the whole world could be after his family. And this is clearly entering what might be the final arc of Sakamoto days. This is clearly X's, final gamble. Either way, I don't know what this story holds going next. Genuinely speaking, I don't know what could possibly be happening after this. It is all up in the air, and you know what? That's kind of how almost every single citizen of Sakamoto Days Japan feels. They don't know what the hell is gonna happen next. What a chapter of Sakamoto Days. This plot twist, whatever Yuto Suzuki has been doing over the course of the last couple of chapters, genuinely has added more stakes to the Sakamoto Days series than I think any arc before, except maybe the Death Row Prisoner arc, where Sakamoto's family and everyone that we knew was in danger. I know there are some controversial tales in regards to everything that's going on, and I'll definitely get into some of them because I can actually see where some people's perspectives are. But I think the way that Suzuki is taking this, while there wasn't much foundation laid below, I think what this arc can become is going to outweigh if we never got it. Because the Order teaming up with X, while jarring, is insane. Especially with the reasonings that we get. Especially what we hear from Oki here with modern developments of surveillance, the cost of assassination skyrocketing, demand plummeting. Assassination is becoming obsolete because of information warfare, cancel culture, fake news, and Oki, as the psychopath that he is, loves having power, loves killing people. He loves being in the position that he is on top of the world. He is what he feels. Remember, the JAA was basically in charge of the government, in charge of everything based off of what Izuki said last chapter. So Oki at the top of the order might have been second in command or one of the highest up people in the world. So he loves being on this peak. Although I understand that we haven't gone into any of these concepts, which is what a lot of people seem to have issues with, because, oh, Suzuki has done no groundwork of making assassins seem covert. Suzuki has done no groundwork of making it seem like assassinations were plummeting and the cost was skyrocketing. It makes sense that the costs are going up because Uzuki is taking down all these organizations, so assassinations are harder to come by. But the idea that demands are plummeting and assassins even cared about covert operations is hysterical to me with the kind of nonsense that we've seen go on in this arc. But I'm willing to set aside the fact that we haven't had much foundation laid for this to just enjoy what's in front of us, right? Genuinely speaking, the idea that Oki is on top of the order and is willing to do whatever it takes to stay on top makes him a terrifying villain, genuinely. And I think that's enough for me to believe his twist and turn to Uzuki's side. And it's funny to me that like everyone's like, this guy's sick in the head. And even though everyone at this point was a contracted assassin, so the fact that he is the most assassin of all of these assassins is a funny concept to me. The very fact that he's even willing to say that, look, doesn't matter what you believe, you're gonna die anyway. And he calls Sakamoto a normie when Sakamoto's like, isn't that a good thing? Like, he truly is depraved. He truly does see things from a different side, the way that Sakamoto used to see things. And from that flashback we got with Shin, you can even see how jaded Sakamoto is to everyday emotions. Seeing how he reacts to Oki here compared to how a younger Sakamoto would have reacted in that flashback, the parallel is insane. And it makes sense that Oki would never be able to see things from Sakamoto's side, and vice versa. Sakamoto would never be able to see things from Oki's side, just like he did all these years ago. And as he sicks the order members on everyone, one funny thing that I have to note is, despite Shin having the extreme power up that he got against Tenq, it is nothing in the face of Osaragi's pure brute force, just being able to literally tank what is supposed to be Shin trying to restrain her, and she literally takes him by the fucking hair and throws him into a wall. You also have Shishiba, who seems to be playing a character as of right now. As Heisuke correctly asks him, what would Hyo think about this? Because if you really do think about it, Hyo died fighting against X. Hyo died fighting against Kumanomi and doing everything he could to fight against what Slur was doing, to fight for what they believed was right. The Order turning tail and siding with Slur is a complete disrespect and spit in the face of Hyo, who we know our Order members cared about when he died. We know that they were upset. Even Nagumo, who doesn't show much emotion, shot off a bullet for Hyo. And we see here that Shishiba as a character, especially after he fought Yotsumura and had to go against his former master, someone that he couldn't understand why they defected, Shishiba is faced with almost a similar situation. Completely different but similar decision. Does he stay by his orders, or does he do with what he believes is right? It seems like that might be the case, because Shishiba, throws Shin and Heisuke a quick little shh moment. So it seems like Shishiba isn't fully bought in to the Order. He fully isn't bought into Oki's leadership and what he's currently doing. So we can trust that we may actually have an inside man. Another sad thing in this chapter is watching Boiled get absolutely destroyed. The brakes beaten off of him by Tanabata. I think that's his name, Guitar Guy. I cannot believe that this man, Suto Suzuki, brought Boiled back just to have him killed in front of my fucking eyes. Now, you could argue he may be able to survive becoming Tanabata's new fucking guitar and having a fucking just, guitar, his intestines strummed like a guitar. Why did we bring Boiled back just for this, man? Why? You'd have to do this to me. I can't take it. The one thing I think is cute, though, Sakamoto definitely hasn't completed his training. That is completely true.
Shin got his power up against Tenq. Heisuke fought Kamihate and was able to actually one-up Kamihate in multiple situations. So we know Heisuke can compete with an order level member. So there are multiple people on Sakamoto's team, especially now that we have Nagumo, that are order level and can handle the threats of this, what seems to be the final arc of Sakamoto Days and the final set of villains that we're going to encounter. Sakamoto, who hasn't yet completed his training from what we know, because when he had that dinner with Torres, he wasn't yet able to grasp the concept of his housemaker skills. Torres thought he was holding back on him, yet Sakamoto just hadn't realized his full potential. However, we do see that Sakamoto has at least downloaded Torres' moveset, understands it, and is able to counter him easily. Although Torres here, with this brief little mention to Oki, it seems like Torres really isn't trying his hardest. We get here another interesting thing about Oki here, which is the fact that Sakamoto doesn't want to put innocent bystanders in danger with this big fight they're about to have. I mean, everyone here is almost order level, so it's going to be fucking insane. Yet Oki, who ironically enough was someone who didn't want to involve innocent bystanders before due to JAA law, now with the new JAA under the new regime where no laws exist whatsoever, Oki says, fuck it, kill all the bystanders, who cares? We don't give a fuck. Right around here, even though we are at the JAA prison, so, you know, undesirables, you know, it's sad that they'll die, but, you know, no one's really gonna miss them. However, this immediately transitions to the Sakamoto store, and it seems like there was a hitman that jumped in with a bomb strapped to them, and they blew up the entire Sakamoto store. And worst of all, Oki has it all live streamed to his phone so he can show Sakamoto that his wife and Lou may have just died in an explosion. Now, I will say, absolute cap, I'm calling full BS on the fact that Aoi just died here. There's one thing that I am sure of throughout all of Sakamoto Days. Aoi and Hana, untouchable. They will not die. They will either be saved here, because I know everyone has been hoping for Liu Xiao fucking Tang to become relevant again, right? We're all hoping for Liu to come back in. This could be Liu's chance to step in now that all the laws are away and it's just all out chaos and battle royale across all of Japan. This is Liu's chance to step up, protect the family, and be great. But I do want to mention here, Aoi's reaction and Aoi's face expression, everything she's making here, and how Liu kind of thinks it's weird and she's very formal. She's not acting like the Aoi that we know and love. And I know a lot of people realize that Nagumo might be able to save them from this explosion here, but I don't think we should rule out that this might be Nagumo all along. It might be Nagumo in disguise, and Aoi and Hana are already safe, especially with everyone going to the prison, Sakamoto going out. Sakamoto may have asked, you know, Nagumo to get Aoi and Hana to safety in case things went awry. Again, at this point, the order is after everyone. Sakamoto literally brought Torres home, so they know where he lives. It wouldn't surprise me if either Aoi here was Nagumo or Nagumo stepped in to save them, but we can also hope Liu has a relevant moment, because it's been about 160 something chapters since we've seen Liu get wasted and kick some ass, and I think we're due for a drunk Liu, drunken fist moment. Sakamoto does look shocked when this happens here, but again, this could be an act, or he generally could not realize that Nagumo already took advantage of this stuff. We know Nagumo does things behind his back often. Shin and Heisuke definitely look fucking pissed as well. And after the 3 minutes go off, Oki goes to stab Sakamoto and end everything. But in that moment, it is the return of the old heads. And I know a couple of chapters ago, we all predicted that Kandaka might be the one to save Sakamoto here. We all thought Kandaka would be accompanied by Nagumo, they'd break everyone out, and everything would be good to go. Kandaka, as the former leader of the order, going up against Oki, who may have been a rookie when Kandaka was the older leader. You know, we don't know what relationship Oki and Kandaka have, but one thing that I just have to be honest about, I did not expect Kandaka to be tagging along with this fucking man right here, Yotsumura Satoru, the fucking man himself. Everyone knew he was lying in the shadows, still alive. Everyone knew he wasn't truly dead. There's no possible way. Shishiba didn't check the body, and Nagumo pulled it in and put in the work to make this team up happen. Yotsumura comes back in the best possible time, the most hype moment of all. The true goat of everything, who has more than enough beef with not just the Order, not just the JAA as a whole, but with all of this bullshit that's going down. If anyone can understand the plight of a family man in the assassin world, it's Yotsumura fucking Satoru. This man joining the Sakamoto team is not something I expected, but so fucking golden of a decision. There may be some tension between this new group. I have to imagine Yotsumura appearing before Amane definitely is going to be an issue. Yotsumura may have some conflicting ideals. A lot of these people may have some conflicting ideals, but I think in this moment where all chaos has broken out, factions don't matter anymore. Right? We need to stop this from happening, and we need to save Japan, save the Order, establish Sakamoto's as the new chain store of assassinhood. Let's erase assassins for good. Let's go to the world that Oki doesn't want to lose. Let's go to the world that Oki doesn't want to let take over. You know, I'm not saying cancel culture, fake news, and the Metal Gear Solid 2 hellscape is the correct world, but it's better than all-out fucking homicidal violence. Yeah, Nagumo pulling all the strings in the background. All of this makes, like, for everyone that said, you know, Suzuki's just kind of pulling things along and he doesn't really know what he's doing. Whether this twist was something new of development, it does seem like all of the pieces are falling into perfect place. And I can't be angry by any means with what we're getting from this story. And I am more than excited to see what it holds for us in the future, especially knowing that Shishiba saying he's alive. Shishiba is our inside man. Shishiba, I love that they have matching scars now. Isn't that cute? They have matching fucking scars from fucking Shishiba ripping Yotsumura's mouth open. And it's time for old head season, baby. Kinda Yotsumura saving the day for Sakamoto. We have potentially Nagumo or Lu, hopefully Lu, saving the Sakamoto store from this explosion. And where the story of Sakamoto Days is going, I have no idea from here. This seems to me like it's going to be, or setting up to be, the final arc of everything. What more could you possibly go for? There is chance that this could be extended. There is chance that, obviously, like we said in the last chapter review, civilians could start turning into their own hitman organizations, stealing other civilians' guns. It's really power over the weak. At this point, when the strongest survive and it's survival of the fittest, the weak are stepped on and crushed and destroyed in favor of the strong. And the weak will be taken advantage of, exploited. And honestly, all Izuki is doing is resetting the assassin world. And that's why Oki's just taking advantage of Izuki. If you really think about it, Izuki isn't really the star of the show at all. Oki is. Oki is just exploiting him to keep the assassins going. Whereas I think, as Oki calls it, you know, you even talk like a normie now. I think this new world that Sakamoto is trying to create is going to prove itself as the one that comes out. And this new world that Sakamoto creates isn't one that just occurs. This world of kindness, this world of, you know, I went into it a little bit last chapter, the social contract. Society itself isn't something that happens through instinct and nature. We are, at the end of the day, all animals. All killing is in our blood. Killing is in our instincts. Every person wanting to at least kill someone 3 times in their life, I believe it. Most people don't actually follow through on those actions, but they don't follow through on those actions not because it's human nature to not follow through on those actions. It's human nature to follow on those actions. However, if you give someone a gun with 3 bullets in it, maybe they will take the opportunity. If you take away all laws to kill, maybe they will take that opportunity. But that's why the law is there. Society is fucking work. Living in society every day, having a social contract, walking around every day with the idea of I'm not gonna kill this person and this person's not gonna kill me, and I can walk past this person on the street and we're going to be okay. Like, that's work to take it there. That doesn't just happen. And Uzuki saying that, you know, human nature will override and human nature will take over if it becomes a world of kindness, then it was always meant to be. But if it doesn't, it is what it is. That's just not how things work. Someone said Uzuki was being dark woke, and I thought that was hysterical to say. And again, whether you believe what Uzuki is saying is correct or not, I think Uzuki wanting to go through a world reset and then seeing what comes afterwards, and then being surprised when it all amounts to the exact same results and the world ends up the exact same, should be no surprise. The world getting to where we have at this point, getting to what Oki describes as, assassins becoming less prominent and, societal ostracization becoming more of a primary way of getting your enemies taken care of. Whether you want to argue that's a good or bad thing or not, I would at least say it's a little bit better than killing the people that we don't like, right? I think I would prefer societal ostracization to we don't like this person, let's just fucking kill them. Yeah, he had full control of the government and chose not to fix anything. Exactly. It's hard work. And again, not to get political, but this is the issue with revolutions. You could burn it all to the ground, but if you don't have an idea for what to rebuild it with, then you're ultimately just going to end up repeating the exact same mistakes that you burn to the ground. You can't start a revolution and then expect things to get better on their own. You have to start a revolution, burn it to the ground, but with full mind of what to replace this system that you're breaking with. And that is Uzuki's fatal flaw wholeheartedly. Is that when asked last chapter, when asked what he wanted to do when the system was broken, he said, I don't know. Yeah, it's a very childish plan at the end of the day. A very childish plan at the end of the day. And the reason why it's bad is because all Suzuki is, and I might be repeating myself at this point, all Suzuki is as a figurehead for people like Oki to hide behind and take advantage of. Again, Oki is going to ensure nothing changes. All that changes is his job gets easier. He can do assassinations out in the open. He can maintain all the power that he always had. He doesn't lose anything in this situation. And the government, the prime minister, sure, you could argue they're the ones that lose. But again, what did Uzuki say? They never had any power to begin with. Who was always in charge? Asaki, Oki, the people in the order, Chairman Asaki, and whoever the fuck Chairman Asaki wanted to be, in charge. Asaki's dead, sure. Uzuki killed him. But what changes? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I think that is why Sakamoto and friends will prevail in the end, because whether Oki likes it or not, his world is dying, and this is the death throes. This is the wailing out of a wounded animal, right? This is what happens when an animal is wounded and they're about to die and they're about to fade out of existence. They scratch, they gnaw, and they fight like hell, and they crawl their way to fucking hell until they're dragged down to it, because they refuse to go down. And like I said, that's what Oki is currently doing. That's why the switch up from Oki. That's why Oki is willing to throw away JAA law. That's why Oki is willing to side with Slur and go against everything that he did, because Oki knows that it's only a matter of time before he becomes a thing of the past. Oki knows it's only a matter of time before his power goes away too. And he can't fucking stand that shit. He can't stand it. And so these are Oki's death throes. Without further ado, and without me continuing to repeat myself, all I can say is I love everything that's happening in this chapter. It's also possible, saving Tenq, we might be able to pull him to our side now. I mean, we don't know what's going on with him. So whatever happens and whatever our final gang ends up being, all I know is I'm happy that fucking Satoru Yotsumura and Kandaka are a part of it. So this chapter of Sakamoto Days introduces a lot of new concepts that are going to be used in the arc going forward. The very idea that now we've spent so much time training and building up our side characters. Heisuke, Shin, not necessarily Lu, and I know all of the Lu fans are upset with what happened this chapter as well, because she is basically just rendered to doing nothing, it seems, for the rest of the series. We spent so much time on Shin, spent so much time on Heisuke, because it's possible, at least for right now, we may have to do all of this without the main man Sakamoto himself. Because one of the big things that does happen in this chapter, especially with Yotsumura and Kandaka showing up, is seeing how much power can be gained from having someone like Kandaka and Yotsumura on their team. Those two alone are enough to stop this entire raid on the prison and save Sakamoto everybody. And you can even see here, even though Sakamoto had the best kind of security in place from the very beginning, the moment Kandaka and Yotsumura step up where Sakamoto should be helping them fight the order, they should be helping everybody escape at this point, Sakamoto is too defeated, too mentally broken to even handle the situation right now. We do get a very cool reveal here with the quick fight between Oki and Yotsumura and Kandaka, and it's the fact that Kandaka obviously is more than aware of Oki. He technically congratulates Oki on the way that he's clawed his way up the ladder in the last couple of years while Kandaka was in a coma. So it seems that Oki and Kandaka have always been at odds with one another. It's unclear how much Sakamoto and Oki have a relationship, although other than boss and underling. But as the former boss of the order with the one that took its place, it seems like Oki and Kandaka have always been at each other's throats and they've never seen eye to eye. Primarily because Oki, as we learned last chapter, is someone that prioritizes his own power, prioritizes his selfish assertion of being on the top level of everything. Because again, we learned in previous chapters that the entire Japanese government was essentially on the JAA's payroll. They were strong-arming themselves in every kind of governmental organization, and the prime minister was mostly just a figurehead at this point. Oki, as the leader of the order, is able to exploit all of Uzuki's revolution, able to exploit all of Asaki's own revolution, and always come out on top in the long run. And even though Uzuki's plan is to, destroy the JAA and build it anew and essentially start a whole new purge and release all of these guns and bullets, which even in this chapter we already see is going exceptionally well. People are naming their guns. It's absolutely ridiculous. But we see that Oki is someone that, despite being an older fellow, someone that knew Kandaka, so someone from his generation, Oki refuses to step down for the people that are coming after. He wants to stay where he is no matter what. Whereas Kandaka is one of the old generation that doesn't mind. He says that either way, no matter what, our eras are going to, end. He goes, you and me, we're going to die. There's going to be people that come in and surpass us. The sooner that they accept that, the better their lives will be. But Oki, as we know, is going to continue doing everything he possibly can to stay in the position that he's in. Whereas Kandaka and Yotsumura are two people that are more than willing to make sacrifices, like letting the new generation take over, passing the torch on, because they know what's right. I mean, even Yotsumura for a time was willing to start a family and have a child and look through some other lens than the assassin life. Seeing Kandaka still have this insane speed is just so beautiful. Even after all of these years of being out of the mix, we knew he was still pretty strong when he was taking on Sakamoto and first woke up from the coma, but seeing him completely blitz Oki and be able to move so fast, he's creating after images around him, and Oki even acknowledges Kandaka as still being the fastest assassin alive, while having Yotsumura come up from behind him to show support. Oki and his glaive being able to, at the very least, come out of a situation going up against two of what might be the strongest assassins to have ever lived, it is impressive in and of itself. Even though he is completely driven off and says, yeah, it's not cost effective, we've got to dip, Yotsumura and Kandaka have made this much more of a problem than we need to deal with. And they're even able to save Atari through this brief, interruption, so ultimately, it's a net positive that Kandaka and Yotsumura showed up and they are on our team, because without them, we probably would have gotten destroyed in this battle with the Order, especially now knowing what state Sakamoto is in after almost losing his family. One big thing as well, Boiled is saved. I can die happily now, no matter what happens in the world, knowing that Boiled is not someone that was killed by fucking guitar guy Tanabata. Everything is okay. Whatever happens in the series, just know that it's gonna be okay, because Yuto Suzuki has his priorities in check. That's all I needed to know to see this. Now, one big thing that I have to say about Sakamoto's store blowing up and Aoi and Lu being safe is, while we know Sakamoto's store is one of the weirdest and craziest clusterfuck of security mechanisms, I mean, even in the very first chapter alone, we see that this man has millions and millions of weapons, different sizes and shapes, all in a revolving wall that he clicks under his register. So it doesn't surprise me that he has a trapdoor that would protect Aoi and Lu, and that trapdoor would be like explosion proof or at least reinforced heavily enough to protect them. I feel like it's just mostly a loss of a good, cool moment that could have had either Lu step up and, you know, fight off, you know, the terrorist that came in, because apparently this was a one-way assassin trip for him. He went in and did not come out. So I don't know if this was a hired assassin on the behalf of Oki, most likely, rather than just some random occurrence. But the very fact that Lu and Aoi were saved this way, we don't know where Nagumo is. However, I'm sure with Nagumo's disguise ability, he could be anywhere, and wherever he does reveal himself to be could be one of the most amazing things in the world, right? Nagumo has enough hacks to become plot relevant wherever he shows up, right? He you know, he could be Shishiba, he could be Osa, he could be everyone right now. We don't know who he is. He could be fucking Uzuki at this point. I wouldn't even be surprised. But yeah, I mean, all the theories that were out last chapter as to what might happen just ultimately seemed way cooler. But it is what it is. You know, I'm still happy and excited to see where this whole mentally debilitated Sakamoto is going to go. Because like I said earlier, now that Sakamoto is distraught to the point that he can't even fight in what might be one of the most dangerous situations of all time. I mean, even earlier when they're running past, everyone's like, oh, they're already distributing guns. Should we try and stop them? Sakamoto's like, fuck that. We're going to go check on my family, which I understand that completely. But also at the same time, now that Aoi and Lu are safe, where Sakamoto should be able to pick himself up, and he just can't do it. And Yotsumura claims that having spent so much time in the normal world and disassociating himself with the assassin life, Sakamoto is no longer hardened enough to handle jump scares like that, to be frank. Sakamoto actually came in and saved his family and did everything he could, and he was actually the one that helped. It's not like someone saved his family for him and he wasn't able to be there for him. It was him that saved them. And still, this isn't enough, and he pukes and like he just cannot handle any of this. Which, again, getting the power boost of Kandaka and Yotsumura was more than enough to push the order away, but if they are fighting to kill, I genuinely don't know how we're going to come out of this. I think it's not funny, but it's hilarious that Uzuki has to basically keep himself from taking his own life at this point because Rion, the personality inside of him, is super fucking upset that Uzuki did this and actually accomplished his goal, and now it's trying to kill him, trying to throw a knife into his throat because, again, the only reason Sakamoto got a bounty put on him in the first place is because Rion needed help taking Uzuki down and stopping him. Uzuki did say he's hoping to, you know, push Rion's personality out of his mind or push it to the darkest crevices of it. We haven't really seen that happen yet, but I mean, he at least has enough power and control over his personalities at this point to stop her from doing this. And at this point, it's just a meeting of what Uzuki calls the group of the strongest assassins of all time. I mean, we have Shishiba, Osaragi, Torres, Tanabata, Oki, all of these crazy order members. We've got Kanagori, we've got Kumanomi, who Kumanomi is, I think, one of the only remaining members of Slur's gang. Gaku's gone, Haruma's gone, Kashima has turned sides, Carolina Reaper was killed by Osaragi, Club Jam is somewhere in prison, I think. He wasn't in the prison arc, so I don't know where Club Jam is, but he's not here, and Club Jam wouldn't be a part of this strong organization anyway. It does show that without the Order joining Izuki, why couldn't they stop him again? Was it just because Uzuki now has Takamura? And I mean, I guess having Takamura does make Uzuki pretty much almost unstoppable. I mean, Kumanomi getting the quick little haircut is a character design that I don't know if I'm happy about. I prefer the long hair Kumanomi, but it is genuinely insane to me, like, that now you have these people that were once at odds with each other and have beef now trying to be allies. Osaragi defending Shishiba was nice, but one thing that I keep having questions on is, where is Osaragi gonna stand? Obviously, Osaragi protects Shishiba here. I'm hoping that Osaragi and Shishiba see eye to eye on this, and even if Shishiba hasn't told Osaragi, for fear Osaragi is just, you know, not able to keep the secret long enough, it would break my heart to see an Osaragi versus Shishiba fight, because Osaragi stays loyal to the Order. Why would she stay loyal to the Order? She fucks with Shishiba. That should be her ultimate priority. So I really hope she's also on our side as well. Again, we don't know where the hell Nagumo is, so that is something to take into consideration. Very important. And the last thing that I want to leave us with here is Akira saying that this is just getting worse and worse. There's no stopping these people now. You had your chance. You had so much time and you waited. Obviously, I know she couldn't necessarily kill Uzuki. You know, she wasn't strong enough to defeat the order, but it's funny to see the social media manager of the revolution now being like, damn, I think I waited too long. This chapter does give us a neutral ground. Everyone is back to where they needed to be. Sakamoto and gang are all in his family store and safe, and Slur and his order are now met up together. And I'm not entirely sure what will break Sakamoto from this haze. This is obviously the last piece of the puzzle for Sakamoto's completion. It has to be, right? Where Sakamoto is going to be able to overcome this trauma, realize his full potential, and reach, 100% power. At least that's what my hope is for Sakamoto, because at the end of the day, no matter how strong our allies are and how far they've come, by the way, we saved Atari, so we do have Atari on our side as well, and she does still have a little bit of luck left. We can definitely put up a fight against some of these order members. And I say some, key phrase is some. But without Sakamoto, all is going to be lost, without a doubt. But let me know what you guys think. If you guys think there's going to be something that our allies are able to do. Again, having Kandaka and Yotsumura are great, but let me know what you also think Nagumo is doing. Where the hell is Nagumo? Is he Shishiba, like a lot of people are saying? Although, where is the real Shishiba? There's a lot of good questions to ask, and I do genuinely have a lot of intrigue in where the story is going. I'm not sure how I feel about Sakamoto's mental decline, but if this does become his final character development to reach his peak, then I'm all for it. But thank you so much for watching. If you haven't already, hit that like button. I genuinely do appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, 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 peace.